HarperCollins presents The Fifth to Die by J.D. Barker. Read by James Alexander. Chapter 1. Porter. Day 1. 8:23 p.m. Darkness. It swirled around him, deep and thick, eating the light and leaving nothing behind but an inky void. A fog choked his thoughts. The words tried to come together, tried to form a cohesive sentence, to find meaning. But the moment they seemed close, they were swallowed up and gone, replaced by a growing sense of dread, a feeling of heaviness, his body sinking into the murky depths of a long-forgotten body of water. Moist scent. Mildew. Damp. Sam Porter wanted to open his eyes. Had to open his eyes. They fought him, though. Held tight. His head ached. Throbbed. A pulsing pain behind his right ear. At his temple, too. Try not to move, Sam. Wouldn't want you to get sick. The voice was distant. Muffled. Familiar. Porter was lying down. Cold steel beneath the tips of his fingers. He remembered the shot then. A needle at the base of his neck. A quick stab. Cold liquid rushing under his skin into the muscle. Then, Porter forced his eyes to open. The heavy lids fighting him. Dry. Burning. He tried to rub them, his right hand reaching out only to be pulled back when the chain in his wrist went taut. His breath caught, and he forced himself to a sitting position, his head spinning as the blood rushed out. He almost fell back. Whoa. Easy, Sam. The Adderfin will work out of your system quickly now that you're awake. Just give it a minute. A light blinked on, a bright halogen aimed squarely at his face. Porter squinted, but refused to look away, his eyes fixed on the man beside the light, the dull, shadowed shape. Bishop? Porter barely recognized his own voice, the dry gravel of it. How you been, Sam? The shadow took a step to his right, turned over an empty 5-gallon paint bucket, and sat. Get that damn light out of my eyes. Porter yanked at the chain on his wrist, and the other end of the handcuffs rattled around a thick pipe. Water. Maybe gas. What the fuck is this? Anson Bishop reached over to the light and turned it slightly to the left. A shop light, mounted on some kind of stand. The light struck a cinder block wall with a water heater in the far corner, an old washer and dryer along the far side. Better? Porter tugged at the chain again. Bishop gave him a half smile and shrugged. The last time Porter saw him, his hair was dark brown and close cropped. It was longer now, and lighter, unruly. 3 or 4 days of scruff marred his face. His business casual attire was gone, replaced by jeans and a dark gray hoodie. You're looking a little ratty, Porter said. Desperate times. He couldn't change his eyes, the coldness behind them. His eyes never changed. Bishop pulled a small spoon out of his back pocket, a grapefruit spoon, and twirled it absent-mindedly between his fingers, the serrated edge catching the light. Porter didn't acknowledge the utensil. Instead, he looked down, tapping the metal beneath him with his index finger. Is this the same kind of gurney you chained Emery to? More or less. Couldn't find a cot? Cots break. A dark red stain pulled out from under the gurney, a deep blemish on the filthy concrete floor. Porter didn't ask about that. His fingers came away sticky after touching the underside of the metal. He didn't ask about that either. A few shelves lined the wall to his left, stacked full with random painting supplies. Cans, brushes, tarps. The ceiling above was constructed of wood, 2x6 boards spaced about 16 inches apart. Exposed electrical wiring, water pipes, and air ducts filled the space between. This is a residential basement. Not a big house. Older, though. That pipe above your head is shielded in asbestos, so I wouldn't recommend chewing on it. I'm guessing the place is abandoned, because your light there is plugged into an extension cord running upstairs to... What? Some kind of battery pack? Not a generator. We'd hear that. You didn't bother with any of these plugs along the wall, so that tells me the power isn't on in the place. It's also cold as balls. I can see my breath, so the heat isn't on. Again, that points to an abandoned house. Nobody wants to risk frozen pipes. Bishop appeared pleased with this, a thin smile edging his lips. Porter continued. Wall to wall. This house is fairly narrow. I'd suggest a shotgun home, considering you wouldn't want to be in one of the trendier neighborhoods where residents have Starbucks, the internet, and tend to report known felons to the police on sight. I'd say you're more likely to stick to the west side. Maybe someplace like Wood Street. A lot of empty houses on Wood. With his free hand, Porter reached for his gun under his thick coat, but found only the empty holster. His cell phone was gone too. Always the cop. Wood Street was a good 15-minute drive without traffic from his apartment on Wabash, and Porter had been a block from his house when he felt the stab at his neck. Of course, this was all a complete guess, but Porter wanted to keep Bishop talking. The more he talked, the less he thought about that spoon. The throbbing in Porter's head settled behind his right eye. Aren't you going to try and convince me to turn myself in? How can you spare me from the death penalty if I cooperate? Nope. This time, Bishop did smile. Hey, you want to see something? Porter would have said no, but he knew whatever he said didn't really matter. This man had a plan in mind, a purpose. Snatching a Chicago Metro detective off the street was not a risk one would take without a good reason. He could feel his key ring in his right front pocket. Bishop had left it when he took his gun and phone. He had a handcuff key on his key ring, and most handcuffs took the same key. While he was a rookie, he was told this was because the person who cuffed the perp most likely wouldn't be the same person who would later uncuff the perp. A suspect could easily be transferred 2 or 3 times during booking. That in mind, they were taught to take away keys when patting someone down. All keys. Any criminal worth their salt owned their own handcuff key on the off chance some rookie forgot to check. Porter would have to remove the key ring from his right pocket, somehow maneuver it to his left hand, unlock the handcuffs, and take down Bishop before the man could cross the 5 feet that separated them. The man didn't appear to have a weapon. Only a spoon. Eyes front, Sam, Bishop said. Porter turned back to him. Bishop stood up and crossed the basement to a small table next to the washing machine. He returned to his seat, carrying a small wooden box with Porter's Glock sitting on top. He set the gun down on the floor beside him and thumbed the latch on the box, opening the lid. 6 eyeballs stared up at Porter from the red velvet lining inside. Bishop's past victims. Porter looked down at the gun. Eyes front? Bishop repeated with a soft chuckle. This wasn't right. Bishop always followed the same pattern. He would remove his victim's ear, then the eyes, followed by the tongue, and mail each to the victim's family along with a note in a white box tied off with a black string. Always. He never deviated from this. He didn't keep trophies. He believed he was punishing the family for some wrong they committed. Twisted vigilante justice. He didn't keep the eyes. He never kept them. We'd better get started. Bishop ran his hand over the top of a box, a loving caress, then set it down on the floor beside the gun and held the spoon up to the light. Porter rolled off the gurney, crying out when the metal of the handcuff tore into the flesh of his wrist, the pipe pulled back. He tried to ignore the pain, and awkwardly shoved his left hand down into his right pocket to retrieve the keys, while also kicking the gurney in Bishop's direction. His fingers slipped over the keys as Bishop dodged the gurney and thrust his leg out, impacting Porter's left shin. Porter's leg fell out from beneath him, and he crashed down to the ground, the handcuff on his right arm catching on the pipe and yanking him hard enough to dislocate his shoulder. Before he could react, he felt the sting of another needle. this one at his thigh. He tried to look down, but Bishop pulled at his hair, snapping his head back. Consciousness began to drift away. Porter fought it. Fought with all he had. He fought long enough to see the grapefruit spoon approach his left eye. Long enough to feel the serrated edge cut into his tarsal plate beneath his eyeball as Bishop forced the spoon into his eye socket. Long enough for. Was she hot? Porter jerked in his seat, a seatbelt holding him back. He took in a deep breath, his head thrashing side to side, his eyes landing on Nash in the driver's seat. What? Who? Nash smirked. The girl from your dream. You were moaning. 6 eyeballs. Porter, still disoriented, realized he was in the passenger seat of Nash's Chevy, an old 72 Nova he picked up over 2 months back when his prize Ford Fiesta sputtered and died on the 290 at 3 a.m, forcing him to call headquarters for a ride when he couldn't reach Porter. Porter looked out the window. It was coated in a thin film of road grime and ice. Where are we? We're on Hayes. Coming up on the park, he replied, flipping on his blinker. Maybe you should sit this one out. Porter shook his head. I'm all right. Nash made the left into Jackson Park and followed the recently plowed access road, the red and blue flashing lights bouncing off the dark trees around them. It's been 4 months, Sam. If you're still having trouble sleeping, you should talk to someone. It doesn't have to be me or Claire, just someone. I'm all right, Porter repeated. They passed a baseball field on the right, forgotten for the winter, and continued deeper into the bare trees. Up ahead there were more lights, a half-dozen cars, maybe more, 4 uniformed patrol vehicles, an ambulance, a fire department van. Large floodlights lined the edge of the lagoon, and propane heaters littered an area roped in by yellow crime scene tape. Nash pulled to a stop behind the van, dropped the car into park, and killed the engine. It sputtered twice, and sounded like it was gearing up for a stellar backfire before finally going silent. Porter noted several officers staring in their direction as they climbed out of the car into the icy winter air. We could have driven my car, Porter told Nash, his boots crunching in the newly fallen snow. Porter owned a 2011 Dodge Charger. Most of their co-workers referred to the vehicle as Porter's midlife crisis car. It had replaced a Toyota Camry 2 years back on his 50th birthday. Porter's late wife, Heather, bought the sports car for him as a surprise after their Toyota was vandalized and left for dead in one of the less police-friendly parts of town on the south side. Porter was the first to admit sitting behind the wheel shaved a few years off his subconscious age, but mostly, the car just made him smile. Heather had baked the key into his birthday cake, and he almost chipped a tooth when he found it. She led him down the steps and out in front of their apartment blindfolded, and then sang Happy Birthday to him in a voice that had little chance of getting her on American Idol. Porter thought of her every time he climbed in. But it seemed fewer and fewer things reminded him of her these days, her face gradually becoming a little more fuzzy in his mind. Your car is part of the problem. We always drive your car, and Connie over there spends her days rotting in my driveway. If I drive her, I'm reminded of the fact that I want to restore her. If I'm reminded of the fact that I want to restore her, I might actually get out of the garage and work on it. Connie? Cars should have names. No, they shouldn't. Cars shouldn't have names. And you have no idea how to restore her. It. Whatever. I think you got that beater home. And the first time you picked up a wrench and realized you wouldn't be done in 43 minutes like those guys on Overhauling, Porter said. That show is bullshit. They should tell you how long it really takes. Could be worse. At least you didn't get hooked on HDTV and convince yourself you can flip a house in your spare time. This is true, although they knocked those out in 22 minutes for a much bigger return on investment, Nash replied. If I did a house or two, I could pay someone to restore the car. Hey, there's Claire. They crossed under the yellow crime scene tape and made their way toward the shore of the lagoon. Claire was standing next to one of the heaters, her cell phone pressed to her ear. When she saw them, she nodded towards the shoreline, covered the microphone, and said, "We think that's Ella Reynolds," before returning to her call. Porter's heart sank. Ella Reynolds was a 15-year-old girl who had gone missing after school near Logan Square 3 weeks earlier. She was last seen getting off her bus about 2 blocks from her home. Her parents wasted no time reporting her missing, and the Amber Alerts were running within an hour of her disappearance. Little good they did. The police hadn't received a single worthwhile tip. Nash started towards the water's edge, and Porter followed. The lagoon was frozen. 4 orange cones lined the ice offshore, yellow tape running between them, creating a rectangle. The snow had been swept away. Porter tentatively stepped out onto the ice, listening for the telltale crackle beneath his feet. No matter how many boot tracks waffled the lagoon's frozen surface, it always made him nervous when they were his boots. As Porter edged closer, the girl came into view. The ice was clear as glass. She stared up through it with blank eyes. Her skin was horribly pale, with a blue tint except around those eyes. There, her skin was a dark purple. Her lips were parted as if she was about to say something, words that would never come. Porter knelt to get a better look. She wore a red coat, black jeans, a white knit cap with matching gloves, and what looked like pink tennis shoes. Her arms were loose at her sides, and her legs curved beneath her, disappearing into the dark water. Water normally bloated bodies, but at these temperatures the cold tended to preserve them. Porter preferred bloated. When they appeared less human, he found it easier to process what he was looking at. He was less emotional. This girl looked like somebody's baby, helpless and alone, sleeping under a blanket of glass. Nash stood behind him, his eyes scanning the trees across the water. They held the World's Fair out here in 1893. There used to be a Japanese garden across the lagoon. That whole wooded area over there. My father used to bring me up here when I was a kid. He said it went to shit during World War II. I think I read somewhere they got the funding to restore it in the spring. See all the marked trees? They're coming down. Porter followed his partner's gaze. The lagoon split into 2 branches, east and west, enclosing a small island. Many of the trees on Wooded Island had pink ribbons tied around them. A couple of benches littered the opposite shore, covered in a thin layer of white. When do you suppose this freezes? Nash thought about this for a second. Maybe late December? Early January? Why? If this is Ella Reynolds, how'd she get under the ice? She disappeared 3 weeks ago. It would have been frozen solid at that point. Nash loaded a recent photo of Ella Reynolds on his phone and showed it to Porter. Looks like her. But maybe it's just a coincidence. Some other girl who fell through back when it was still soft. Looks just like her, though. Claire came up beside them. She blew into her hands and rubbed them together. That was Sophie Rodriguez, with missing children. I sent her a picture and she swears this is Ella Reynolds, but the clothes aren't a match. She says Ella was wearing a black coat when she disappeared. 3 corroborating witnesses put her in a black coat on the bus, not red. She called the girl's mother. She said her daughter doesn't own a red coat, white hat, or white gloves. So either this is an entirely different girl, or somebody changed her clothes, Porter said. We're a good 15 miles from where Ella disappeared. Claire bit at her lower lip. The ME will have to get a positive ID. Who found her? Claire pointed to a patrol car at the far perimeter. A little boy and his father. The kid's 12. She glanced at the notes on her phone. Scott Watts. He came out here with his father to see if the lagoon had frozen over enough for some skating lessons. Father's name is Brian. Said his son brushed away the snow and sore part of her arm. The father told his son to stand back and cleared away a little more on his own. Enough to confirm it was a person. Then he called 911. That was about an hour ago. Call came in at 7:29. I stowed them in a patrol car in case you wanted to speak to them. Porter scraped at the ice with his pointer finger, then glanced along the shoreline. 2 CSI officers stood off to their left, eyeing the 3 of them warily. Which one of you cleared this? He asked. The younger of the 2, a woman who looked to be about 30, with short blonde hair, glasses, and a thick pink coat, raised her hand. "I did, sir." Her partner shuffled his feet. He looked to be about 5 years her senior. "I supervised." "Why?" "Nash, hand me that." He pointed toward a brush with long white bristles sitting on top of one of the CSI officers' kits. Porter motioned for the 2 officers to come over. "It's okay. I don't usually bite." Back in November, Porter returned early from a leave of absence forced on him when his wife was killed during the robbery of a local convenience store. He had wanted to keep working, mainly because the work distracted him, kept his mind off of what happened. The days following her death, when he locked himself in their apartment, those were by far the worst. Reminders were everywhere. Her face watched him from pictures on nearly every shelf. Her scent was in the air. For the first week, he couldn't sleep unless he spread some of her clothes on the bed. He sat in that apartment and thought of nothing but what he would do to the guy who killed her. Thoughts he didn't want in his head. Ultimately, the 4-monkey killer had gotten him out of that apartment. It was also 4MK who exacted revenge on the man who killed Porter's wife. 4MK was the reason people like these 2 CSI officers acted odd around him. Not exactly intimidation, more like awe. He was the cop who had let 4MK into the investigation under the guise of CSI. He was the cop 4MK stabbed in his own home. He was the cop who caught the serial killer and let him go. 4 months later, and they all talked about it, just not to him. The 2 officers walked over. The woman crouched down beside him. Porter used the brush to clear away the snow nearest the shoreline and along the outer edges they previously cleared. When he expanded the circle by another 2 feet, he set the brush down and ran his palm over the ice, starting at the center and slowly moving out toward the edge. He stopped, about 4 inches from the snow. "There. Feel that." The younger investigator removed her glove and hesitantly followed his lead, her fingertips brushing the ice. She stopped, about an inch from his palm. "Do you feel that?" She nodded. "There's a small dip. Not much, but it's there. Follow it around. Mark it with this." He handed her a Sharpie. A minute later, she had drawn a neat square over the body, with 2 smaller squares approximately 4 inches wide, jutting out on each side. "Guess that answers that," Porter said. Nash frowned. "What are we looking at?" Porter stood, helping the woman to her feet. "What's your name?" "CSI Lindsay Rolfs, sir." "CSI Rolfs. Can you explain what this means?" She thought about it for a second, her eyes darting from Porter to the ice, then back again. Then she understood. The lagoon was frozen, and someone cut the ice, probably with a cordless chainsaw, then put her in the water. If she'd fallen in, there'd be a jagged break, not a square like this. This doesn't make sense. "What?" She frowned, reached into her kit, took out a cordless drill, attached a 1-inch bit, and made 2 holes, one outside her line, the other near the body. With a ruler, she then measured the depth of both from the top of the water. "I don't get it. She's beneath the freeze line." "I don't follow," Claire said. "He replaced the water," Porter said. Rolfs nodded. "Yeah, but why? He could have cut a hole and pushed her body under the existing ice, then let the hole freeze up naturally. That would have been much faster and easier. She would have disappeared. Maybe for good." Claire sighed. "Can you explain for those of us who didn't take Ice Hole 101? Porter motioned for the ruler, and Rolfs handed it to him. "The ice here is at least 4 inches thick. You can see the water line here." He pointed at the mark on the ruler. "If you cut out a square of this ice and removed it, there would be a 4-inch ledge from the top of the ice to the water. Then, let's say you put a girl's body in the hole. She sinks, and you want to make the hole disappear. There's only one way to do that. You'd have to wait for the water to freeze around her, at least a thin layer, then fill the hole with more water to the top of the ice, level it off, It would take at least 2 hours to freeze, Rolf said. Maybe a little less with the temperatures we've had lately. Porter was nodding. He kept adding water until this fresh ice was at the same height as the surrounding ice. Our unsub is patient. This was very time-consuming. He turned to the CSI supervisor. We'll need this ice. Everything on top of her, and at least a few inches surrounding the square. There's a good chance some trace got in with the water while it froze. Our unsub hovered here for a long time. The supervisor looked like he was about to argue, then nodded reluctantly. He knew Porter was right. Porter's gaze went back to the overgrown mess of trees across the water. What I don't understand is why whoever did this didn't dump her over there. Dragging a body out here in the open, taking the time to cut the ice, fill it, wait for it to freeze. That's a lot of risk. The unsub could have carried her across the bridge and left her anywhere over there. And she'd go undiscovered until spring, when they started work. Instead, he spends hours to stage her in the water near a high-traffic area. Risks getting caught. Why? To create the illusion that she had been here much longer than she really had been? He had to know we'd figured that out. Dead bodies don't float, Nash pointed out. At least not for a few days. Look at her. She's perfectly preserved. I'm still not sure why she's floating. Porter ran his finger along the edge of the square, stopping at one of the two smaller squares on the side. He lowered his face to the ice, looking down at her from the side. I'll be damned. What? Rolfs leaned in. Porter ran his hands over the ice above the girl's shoulders. When he found what he was looking for, he placed Rolf's hand over it. She looked at him, her eyes growing as her fingers dug slightly into the ice. She reached for the same spot on the other side. He kept her from sinking by placing something over this hole, probably a length of 2x4 based on these marks, then ran a string or thin rope around her body at the shoulders, then secured it to the board while the replacement water froze. When he was done, he cut the string. You can still feel the nubs here in the ice. There's enough left to keep her near the surface. You can see a thin rope if you look through the ice at the right angle. He wanted her to be found, Claire said. He wanted to make an impact if she was found, Porter replied. He went through a lot of trouble to stage this so it appeared like she'd froze beneath the lake's surface months ago, even though she's only been here for a few days at best, possibly less. We need to figure out why. This guy is playing with us, CSI Rolf said, twisting the crime scene to fit some kind of narrative. Self-preservation and fear are two of the strongest instincts of the human condition. Porter wasn't sure he wanted to meet the man who possessed neither. Get her out of there, he finally said. Chapter 2. Porter. Day 1. 11:24 p.m. You want me to come up? They were parked in front of Porter's building on Wabash. Nash tapped at the gas to keep Connie from stalling. The night had grown bitterly cold. Porter shook his head. Go home and get some rest. We'll hit the ground running in the morning. Using chainsaws, CSI had cut the ice around the girl as one large square, then carefully broke the ice away in manageable pieces, which were loaded into buckets and transported back to the crime lab for analysis. The girl's body went to the morgue for identification. Porter put a call into Tom Isley, and the man agreed to go in early and contact him as soon as they made a positive identification. Uniformed patrol officers were still searching the park when Porter and Nash left, but at that point they had not found anything. Claire agreed to stay and review footage taken by the lone security camera placed at the park's entrance. She wasn't quite sure what she was looking for, and Porter couldn't give her any direction other than to watch for something unusual over the previous 3 weeks, particularly after hours. The park itself closed at dusk, and after that, aside from a few lights in the most common areas, the grounds were dark. There were no permanent lights at the lagoon. Anyone coming or going after dark would stand out. About earlier, on the way to the lagoon, Porter began. Nash cut him off. You don't have to explain. It's okay. Porter waved a hand in the air. I haven't been getting a lot of sleep. Not since Heather died. Every time I step into our apartment, the place feels so empty. I expect her to come walking in from one of the other rooms or through the front door of an armload of groceries, and she never does. I don't want to glance over and see her side of the bed empty. I don't want to see her toothbrush in the bathroom, but I can't bring myself to throw it out. Same with her clothes. About a week ago, I nearly boxed everything up for Goodwill. I got the first blouse into a box but had to stop. Shuffling her clothes around had filled the air of her scent. It was almost like she was back again, if only for a little while. I know I have to move forward, but I'm not sure I can. Not yet. Anyway. Nash reached over and squeezed his friend's shoulder. You will. When the time is right, you will. Nobody is rushing you. You just need to know we're all here for you, if you need anything at all. Nash fumbled with the steering wheel, tugging at a flap in the foul leather. Maybe it would help to move. Find a new place, start over. Porter shook his head. I can't do that. We found this place together. It's home. Maybe a vacation then, Nash suggested. You've got plenty of time off saved up. Maybe, yeah. Porter stared up at the face of his building. He wouldn't move. Not any time soon. The door of the Chevy squeaked as Porter tugged the handle and stepped out. Holy balls, it's cold. Time to break out the Long Johns and whiskey. Porter knocked on the roof of the car twice. If you put some time into this thing, it could be one sweet ride. Nash offered a smile. Meet in the war room at 7? Yeah. 7's good. Then, he was gone. Porter watched the car disappear down the road before making his way into a small foyer of his building, carefully avoiding the piles of frozen dog poop on the steps. He passed the mailboxes and took the stairs. He didn't do elevators anymore, not if given a choice. Stepping into his apartment, he was assaulted by the mixed odors of a dozen takeout meals. The worst of the perpetrators? A pile of pizza boxes on the kitchen table filled the air with stale cheese and old pepperoni. Porter hung his coat over the back of a chair and stepped into the bedroom, flipping on the light. The bed had been pushed to the far corner of the room, along with 2 nightstands. Hundreds of pictures and notes, post-its and newspaper articles filled the wall where the bed used to be. Some were connected by string. When he ran out of string, he drew lines with a black marker. This was everything he had on 4MK, or Anson Bishop, or Paul Watson. All of them one and the same. He had details on Bishop's past crimes, but mostly he focused on just where Bishop might have gone after his escape. In the corner of the room, a laptop sat on the floor, the screen glowing bright. Porter lifted it up and studied the display. He used Google Alerts, surprisingly simple for someone lacking the most basic computer skills, to flag every mention, every story, every sighting of Bishop, Watson, or 4MK on the internet, and drop the results into his personal email account. Sometimes it would take hours, but he would sort through each message and plot out the locations mentioned on the large world map tacked to the wall at the center of all his other data. Maps, too. Dozens of detailed maps, all the major cities. 4 months of data. Thumbtacks filled the maps, red representing a sighting, blue for the location of the reporter writing the story, and yellow for the home of anyone who had gone missing or had been murdered in a way similar to 4MK's MO. The copycats were everywhere. While many of the thumbtacks centered on Chicago, they went as far as Brazil and Moscow. Porter picked up a yellow thumbtack and located the lagoon at Jackson Park on the Chicago map. Ella Reynolds. Missing since January 22nd, 2015. Possibly found February 12, 2015. He mumbled to himself. He had no reason to believe 4MK was responsible, but that tack would stay there until he was sure he was not. His eyes were heavy with lack of sleep. He had a brutal headache. He sat in the middle of the floor and began sifting through all the Google alerts for today, all 159 of them. When his phone rang 2 hours later, he considered ignoring the call, then thought better of it. Nobody called at 1:30 in the morning without reason. "Porter," he said. Why did his voice always sound louder in the middle of the night? At first, there was silence. Then, "Detective, this is Sophie Rodriguez with Missing Children. I got your number from Claire Norton. What can I do for you, Miss Rodriguez?" More silence. "We have another missing girl. You and your partner need to get down here." Chapter 3. Porter. Day 2. 2:21 a.m. Here turned out to be a greystone in Bronzeville on King Drive. Rodriguez didn't provide any details when she called, only said this case tied to the body of the girl found in the park earlier, and he'd want to be there. Porter parked his Charger on the street behind Nash's Chevy and trudged through the snowbank at the side of the road and up into the home at the corner. There was no need to knock. A uniformed officer at the door recognized him and ushered him inside. He found Nash and a woman he didn't recognize sitting in a parlor to the left of the entrance. A man in his late 40s, salt and pepper hair, fit, wearing a tweed sport coat and jeans, stood beside Nash. Another woman, no doubt his wife, sat on the couch with a crushed tissue in her hand. The woman sitting beside her rose as Porter entered the room. "Detective Porter? I'm Sophie Rodriguez from Missing Children. Thank you for coming. I know it's late." Porter shook her hand and studied the room. Most of these greystones had been built around the turn of the 20th century. This particular one had been painstakingly restored with original trim and fixtures. The rugs looked authentic too, but had to be knockoffs, careful reproductions of the originals. Antique furniture filled the space. The man who had been speaking to Nash offered his hand. "I'm Dr. Randall Davies, and this is my wife, Grace. Thank you so much for coming out at this hour." The man gestured to a chair next to the couch. Porter declined. "It's been a rather long night. I think I'd better stand." "Coffee, then?" "Please. Black is fine." Dr. Davies excused himself and disappeared down the hall. Porter glanced at Rodriguez, who had returned to her seat on the couch. "My office received a call from Mrs. Davies shortly after midnight when her daughter didn't come home," Rodriguez said. Mrs. Davies looked up, her eyes red and swollen. "Lily works downtown in an art gallery. On Thursday, she goes straight there after school and takes an Uber home when they're closed at 11. She is always home by 11:30. If for some reason she's running late, she texts me. She knows her father and I worry, so she always texts me. She is a responsible young lady, and this is her first job, and she knows we worry." She dabbed at her eyes with the tissue. "I hadn't heard from her by 11:45, so I called her, and it went straight to voicemail. Then I called the gallery and spoke to her supervisor, Miss Edwins. She said Lily didn't show up for her shift. She had tried to reach her several times and got the same thing. Voicemail. No rings, just voicemail. I know that means her phone is off, which is very unlike her. She never turns her phone off. She knows I worry. I called her best friend, Gabby, then—" "What is Gabby's last name?" Porter asked. "Deegan. Gabrielle Deegan. I gave her contact information to your partner." When she said this, she glanced at Rodriguez. Porter didn't correct her. Mrs. Davies continued. "Gabby said she hadn't seen her all day. She wasn't at school, she wasn't replying to text messages. This isn't like Lily, you understand. She's a straight-A student. She hasn't missed a day of school since the 4th grade, when she had chicken pox." Mrs. Davis paused, studying Porter's face. "You're the detective who chased—" "Oh, God. Do you think 4MK took our daughter? Is that why you're here?" Her eyes went wide and flooded with tears. "This isn't 4MK, Porter assured her, although he wasn't certain of that himself. "At this point, there is no reason to assume anyone has taken your daughter. She wouldn't disappear like this." Porter tried to change the subject. "Where does she go to school?" "Wilcox Academy." Dr. Davis returned and handed Porter a steaming cup of coffee, then stood beside his wife on the couch. "I know what you're thinking. And like we told your partners here, Lily doesn't have a boyfriend. She wouldn't skip school. She most definitely wouldn't skip work. She loves that gallery. Something is wrong. The Find My iPhone feature is activated on her phone, but it's not coming up on our account. I called Apple and they said her phone is offline. Our daughter would not turn off her phone. Nash cleared his throat. Mrs. Davis, can you tell Detective Porter what Lily was wearing today when she was last seen? Mrs. Davies nodded. Her favorite coat, a red pair of parka, a white hat, matching gloves and dark jeans. On cold days, Lily preferred to change into her uniform when she arrived on campus. She stopped in the kitchen and said goodbye to me before she left for school this morning. That's her favorite coat. She bought it at Barney's with her first paycheck. She was so proud of that coat. Rodriguez pursed her lips. Porter said nothing. Chapter 4. Porter. Day 2. 3:02 a.m. How is that even possible? We can show him a photo of the jacket and try and confirm, Nash suggested. Porter shook his head. We can't show him a picture of a dead girl. The three of them stood outside the Davies' greystone, their breath creating an icy fog between them. There is no way someone had the time to kidnap Lily Davis, put her clothes on Ella Reynolds, and bury her under the ice at the park. There is no way. There just isn't enough time. Porter shuffled his feet. The temperature must be in the single digits. That means he would have been out of the lake during the daylight hours. While it was open, somebody would have seen him. Nash thought about this for a second. In this weather, the park is nearly deserted. The only real risk would have been the unsub carried the body from his vehicle to the water. Unless someone got close, nothing else would really jump out as a red flag. He would just look like some guy out by the lagoon, maybe ice fishing or something. If he set up with a fishing pole, I bet he could spend the day without anyone giving him a second glance. Logistics aside, Rodriguez said, what's the point? Porter and Nash exchanged a glance. They both knew serial killers rarely had a point. At least not one that made sense to anyone but them. And although they only had one victim, if she tied to this second missing girl, they might be looking at a serial. Do Ella Reynolds and Lily Davis know each other? Porter asked Rodriguez. Rodriguez shook her head. Her parents only knew the name from television. We should check with Lily's friend Gabby, Porter suggested. What time did she leave for school? Rodriguez glanced at her notes. 7:15. Nash closed his eyes and crunched the numbers. That only allows about 12 hours from the time Lily disappeared to the time Ella was found frozen in the lake. Look at you doing math, Porter said, and snickered. If this is one guy, he's fast. Efficient, Nash said. Porter turned back to Rodriguez. Sophie, right? She nodded. Go back in and search the girl's room. Look for anything out of the ordinary. Get her computer, check her emails, save documents. Look for a diary, photos. You find anything at all, you call me. Find out her route to school. Does she walk or get a ride? With friends or alone? Got it? Rodriguez chewed on her bottom lip. What does this mean for Lily? Porter wasn't ready to go there. He turned back to Nash. Let's go wake up Isley. Chapter 5. Porter. Day 2. 4:18 a.m. The Cook County Medical Examiner's Office and morgue was off West Harrison in downtown Chicago. At this hour, Porter and Nash ran into a little traffic, and they found the parking spaces out front to be relatively deserted. The guard at the front desk looked up at them with groggy eyes and nodded a hello. Sign in, please. Porter scribbled Burt Reynolds on the clipboard and handed it to Nash, who wrote Dolly Parton before returning it to the desk and following him to the bank of elevators at the back of the lobby. Porter wasn't a fan of elevators, but he was even less a fan of several flights of stairs. The second elevator from the left arrived first, and he followed Nash inside before he could change his mind. Porter hit the button marked 3. Dolly was hot back in the day. Still is, Nash replied. A true gilf. Gilf? I'll explain when you're a little older, Sam. The doors opened on an empty hallway. Nash eyed the vending machine and gave it a pass, heading for the double doors at the end of the hallway. They found Tom Isley at his desk. He glanced up at them as they came in before returning to whatever he was reading. Porter expected him to say something about the time. Instead, he asked, "Have either of you ever seen the ocean?" Porter and Nash exchanged a look. Isley closed the book on his desk and stood. "Never mind. Not sure I'm ready to talk about this yet. I take it you're working on our girl?" Porter asked. Isley sighed. "I'm trying. We've been warming up her body since they brought her in here. She wasn't quite frozen. You understand? Just way below normal temperature. It's going to make time of death difficult to determine. Do you know the cause?" Isley opened his mouth, prepared to say something, then thought better of it. "Not yet. I'm going to need a few more hours. You're welcome to wait if you'd like." Before they could respond, he disappeared through the door leading to the autopsy room. Nash nodded at Porter. "Sounds like this might be a while." Porter fell into a yellow vinyl chair near Isley's doors, his eyes heavy with lack of sleep. Chapter 6. Porter. Day 2. 7:26 a.m. "Gentlemen?" Porter's eyes fluttered open, and it took him a moment to realize he was in Isley's office at the morgue. He had slid down in the yellow vinyl chair, his neck cricked from being at an odd angle. Nash was slumped over at Isley's desk, his head resting on a stack of papers. Isley picked up a medical text, lifted the book about 3 feet above the desk, then released. The book crashed down, loud and hard, and Nash snapped back in the chair, drool rolling down his chin. "What the—" "Chicago's finest, hard at work," Isley chided. "Follow me." Porter glanced up at the clock on the far wall. About 7:30. A little over 3 hours had passed since they arrived here. "Shit. Didn't mean to fall asleep," he mumbled. He pulled his cell phone from his pocket, 3 missed calls from Claire. No voicemail. Isley led them past his desk and through the double doors at the back of his office into the large examination room. Both Porter and Nash grabbed gloves from the box hanging on the wall near the door. Noises echoed in here. This was always the first thought that popped into Porter's head when he entered. Everything sounded different due to the beige tile on the floor and walls. The second thing that always hit him was the temperature. He didn't know what the actual temperature was in the room, but it felt like it dropped nearly 20 degrees. Goosebumps prickled the back of his neck, and a shiver ran over him. The third thing, the one he'd never get used to, was the smell. It didn't smell bad. Not today, anyway. But the room smelled strong. The heavy scent of industrial cleaners attempted to mask the underlying odor of something else, something Porter preferred not to think about. Fluorescent lights burned bright above him, glimmering on stainless steel cabinets. A large, round, surgical light arched over the examination table at the center of the room where the body they pulled out of the lake rested. Isley had closed the girl's eyes. Sleeping beauty. An electric blanket and forged large lamps sat off to the side. Isley caught Porter looking at them. "We got lucky. She wasn't in the lake very long, and her body was below the freeze line. If she froze through and through, we'd need to wait a few days before we could do autopsy. In her case, it only took a few hours to raise her body temp enough to proceed." "You haven't cut her open yet," Nash pointed out. "Doesn't look like you started at all." "You'd be surprised what a body can tell you if you know where to look," Isley replied. "I won't be able to open her up until tomorrow. She's still quite cold. If I warm her up too fast, we run the risk of crystallization and cellular damage. That doesn't mean she can't offer up some answers while we wait. Unlike you two, I've been busy." He ran his hand through her hair. "She's been talking, and I've been listening." "Okay, now you're creeping me out," Porter said. Isley offered a smile and took a step back from the table. "Would you like to know what I found?" "That would be lovely." He walked over to the side of the table and lifted her hand. The cold water was extremely preserving. With most bodies found in the water, they can be difficult to print. The skin tends to expand, and we have to reverse the effect before we can print. Like an extreme version of the pruning you should probably experience in the bath. I'm more of a shower guy, Porter told him. Isley ignored the comment. The near-freezing water kept her fingerprints completely intact, probably with through spring thaw. He lowered her hand back to the table, placing it gently at her side. The results came back about 2 hours ago. I confirm this is Ella Reynolds, the girl who disappeared 3 weeks ago. Porter sighed. He expected as much. But there was something deflating about hearing the words spoken aloud. What about a time of death or the cause? As I said earlier, time of death can be a bit tricky because of the icy water. At this point, I would have to say no more than 48 hours ago, but at least 24. I'm hoping to narrow that down once I can get a look at her liver and other organs, he explained. Help me to turn her over? Porter and Nash exchanged a look. Nash took a slight step back. For a homicide detective, he had an odd aversion to dead bodies. Porter took the girl's legs, and Isley held her shoulders. Together, they turned her over. Isley ran a finger along a long, dark mark running across her back. This is from the rope he used to hold her up in the water. The coloration tells me she was suspended post-mortem. Soon after, though. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so prominent. Particularly through that thick coat she was wearing. He nodded at her clothing, neatly piled on the stainless steel counter. Nash walked, picked up the red coat, and began going through the pockets. Did you see any identifying information on the clothing? The clothing isn't hers, is it? Isley said this more as a fact than as a question. Porter turned to him. Did you come to that conclusion? I suspected as much, but I'm not sure I'd be willing to call it a conclusion. Everything seemed like a tight fit on her. Under normal circumstances, I would chalk that up to bloating from the water, but since there was so little, it seemed strange. Her undergarments and jeans in particular were at least a size or two too small. She squeezed into them, but they're tight, uncomfortable even. Take a look at the hat, he said, gesturing at the counter. There are letters written on the tag, most likely initials. Nash set down the coat and picked up the white hat, turned it inside out. LD. It's a bit faded, but that's definitely what it says. Lily Davis, Porter said. Yeah, probably. Who's that? Isley asked. Another girl. Went missing sometime yesterday, Porter told him. So whoever killed this girl dressed her in the other girl's clothing? Looks that way. Huh. Porter asked. What about cause of death? I don't really see anything on the body. No wounds. No strangulation marks. At this, Isley lit up. Ah, yeah. And you're going to find this strange. How did she die? She drowned. Nash frowned. That doesn't sound so strange. We found her under the ice in a lake. Porter raised a hand. You said the mark on her back was post-mortem. Are you saying she was alive when he put her in the water? Oh no, she was dead at that point. I'm saying she drowned, and then he put her in the lake. He went over to a microscope on a raised table to his left. Take a look at this, he said, pointing at the device. Porter walked over and looked down into the eyepiece. What am I looking at? When they first brought her in, I was able to snake a tube down into her lungs, and I extracted water. That water. Porter frowned. Where are these specks floating in it? The edge of Isley's mouth curled up. That, my friend, is salt. She drowned in salt water? Precisely. Nash's face went from lost to confused, then back again. We're in Chicago. The nearest ocean is what, 1,000 miles from here? The Atlantic would be the closest, Isley told him. Baltimore, Maryland, about 700 miles. Porter's cell phone rang. He glanced at the display, then answered. Hey, Claire. Back from vacation? I called you about 12 times. You called me 3 times. So your phone is working, she replied. You should never ignore a woman, Sam. It won't end well. Porter rolled his eyes and walked slowly across the room. We're at the morgue with Isley. He confirmed the girl in the lake is Ella Reynolds. It also looks like she was wearing Lily Davis' clothes. Who's Lily Davis? He thought he'd told her about the second missing girl, then realized he never had. They hadn't talked since the park. He needed sleep. His head was a foggy mess. Can you meet Nash and me in the war room in 30 minutes? We all need to get up to speed. Sure thing, she said. Aren't you going to ask me why I've been calling you? Porter closed his eyes and ran his hand through his hair. Why have you been calling me, Claire? I found something on the park video. 30 minutes in the war room. We'll talk then. Grab claws. Chapter 7. Lily. Day 2. 7:26 a.m. Would you like a glass of milk? Lily Davis heard his voice before she saw him. Truly saw him. He spoke slowly, softly, only a breath, each word enunciated with the utmost care, as if he put great thought into what he wanted to say before releasing the words. He spoke with a slight lisp, the S in glass troubling him. He'd come down the stairs nearly 5 minutes earlier, the boards creaking under his weight. But when he reached the bottom, when he stood at the foot of the steps, he remained still. Shadows engulfed him, and Lily could make nothing out but the outline of a man. And this was a man, not a boy. Something about the way he stood, his broad shoulders, the deepness of his breaths, these things told her he was a man, not one of the boys from school. Not someone she knew playing some kind of sick joke, but a man who had taken her. Lily did want milk. Her throat was as dry as sand. She was hungry, too. Her stomach kept making little gurgling noises to remind her of just how hungry. She said nothing, though. She didn't utter a sound. Instead, she huddled deeper into the corner, her back pressing into the damp wall. She pulled the smelly green quilt tighter around her body. Something about the material made her feel safe, like being wrapped in her mother's arms. He'd been gone for at least an hour, maybe more. Lily used that time to try and figure out where she was. She hadn't allowed herself to be afraid. She wouldn't allow herself to be afraid. This was a problem, and she was good at solving problems. She was in the basement of an older home. She knew this because her house was older, and she remembered what the basement looked like before her parents brought in the contractors and construction crews to renovate it. The ceilings were low, and the floor was uneven. Everything smelled like mildew, and spiders thrived. Every corner and cranny had either an old web or a new web, and the spiders crawled everywhere. When her parents brought in the contractors at her home, they gutted the basement, leveled the floor, sealed the walls, and coated everything in fresh drywall and paint. That drove the spiders out, at least for a little while. Her friend Gabby lived in a brand new house, built only 2 years ago, and her basement was completely different. High ceilings and level floors, bright and airy. They carpeted, brought in furniture, and turned the space into a fun family room. Basements in old homes could never be fun family rooms, no matter how much work was done. You could cover up the moisture, even level the floors, drywall, and paint. But the spiders always came back. The spiders wouldn't give up their space. This basement had spiders. Although she couldn't see them from where she sat, she knew they were right above her, creeping in and out of the exposed floor joists. They watched her with 1,000 eyes as they spun their webs. He gave her clothes, but they were not her clothes. When she woke on the floor, wrapped in the green quilt, she quickly realized she had been stripped nude and left there, in this cage. The stranger's clothes folded neatly and left near her head. They didn't fit. They were at least a few sizes too big. But she put them on because she had nothing else. Because they were better than the green quilt. Then she wrapped herself in the green quilt anyway. She was in a dimly lit, damp basement. More precisely, she was in a chain-link enclosure set up in a dimly lit, damp basement. The enclosure went from floor to ceiling, and the pieces were welded together. It was meant to be a dog kennel. She knew this because Gabby's family owned a dog, a husky named Dakota, and they had a very similar, if not the same, kennel in their backyard. They bought it at Home Depot, and she and Gabby had watched her father put it together over the summer. It didn't take him long, maybe an hour, but he hadn't welded it. When Lily stood up, wrapped in her green quilt, and ran her fingers over the various pipes and thick metal wire that made up her cage, she sawed out joints, remembering how Gabby's father assembled his, and then her heart sank as she found the bumpy welds. The gate at the front was locked tight, with not one padlock, but two. One near the top, and the other near the bottom. She rattled the gate, but it barely moved. The entire structure had been bolted down into the concrete floor. It was secure, and she was trapped inside. "You should drink something. You need to be strong for what is to come," the man said, his voice catching for a second on the S in something. Lily said nothing. She wouldn't say anything. To talk to him would give him power, and she wasn't ready to do that. He didn't deserve anything from her. The only light came from what was probably an open door at the top of the stairs. He stood perfectly still at the base. Lily's eyes fought with the darkness, slowly adjusting. He remained out of focus, though, a darker shadow among other shadows, an outline against the wall. "Turn around. Face the back wall, and don't turn back again until I say it's okay," he instructed. Lily didn't move, her posture firming. "Please, turn around." Softer, pleading. She gripped the quilt and pulled it tighter around her small frame. "Turn the fuck around!" he shouted, his voice booming through the basement, echoing off the walls. Lily gasped and took a step backward, nearly tripping. Then, all went quiet again. "Please don't make me shout. I prefer not to shout." Lily felt her heart pounding in her chest. A heavy thump, thump, thump. She took a step back, then another, and another after that. When she reached the wall, the back of her cage, she willed her feet to turn around and faced the corner. Lily heard him as he walked closer, the living shadow. Something about his gait was off. Rather than steady steps, she heard one foot land, and another slid for a second on the concrete floor before it, too, fell into place, repeating again with the next step. A shuffle, or a limp, a slight drag of the foot. She couldn't be sure. Lily forced her eyes to close. She didn't want to close them, but she did anyway. She forced her eyes to close so she could concentrate on the sounds, picture the sounds behind her. She heard the jingle of keys before the telltale click of a padlock. It sounded like the top lock. Then the other a moment later. She heard him slip both locks from the gate, then lift the handle and open the door. Lily cringed in anticipation of what would come next. She expected his hand on her, a touch somewhere, or a grab from behind. That touch never came. Instead, she heard him close the gate and replace the locks, both clicking securely back into place. His uneven shuffle away from her cage. "You can turn back around now." Lily did as he asked. He returned to the stairs, lost to the dark again. A glass of milk sat on the floor just inside the cage, a thin bead of water dripping down the side. "It's not drugged," he said. "I need you awake." Chapter 8. Porter. Day 2. 7:56 a.m. "I'll see you in there. I need to hit the head," Nash said as they stepped off the elevator at the basement level of Chicago Metro headquarters on Michigan Avenue. Nash took a right down the hallway and disappeared behind the bathroom door. Porter went left. After Bishop escaped, the feds had stepped in and taken over the 4MK manhunt. Porter had been on medical leave at that point. But from what Nash told him, they initially tried to take over the war room. Nash used his incredible charm and threats of violence on the interlopers and banished them to the room across the hall known primarily for the odd odor that permeated it, which seemed to come from the far left corner. Since that point, they coexisted with the civility of North and South Korea. The lights in the FBI room were off. Porter waited for the sound of Nash locking the restroom door, then tried the door to the Fed's room. Open. With a quick glance back down the hall, Porter slipped inside. He left the lights off. 6 eyeballs. 7 victims. 8, if he counted Emery. His subconscious was trying to tell him something. He crossed the room to the 2 whiteboards at the front and studied the victims' photographs. The familiar faces looked back, their unknowing smiles captured forever in a moment of happiness. In those final moments on the 11th floor of 314 West Belmont, Bishop pled his case. He laid his cards bare, so proud in the twisted logic of his plan. "These people deserve to be punished," he told Porter. And it was true. Each of his victims did something horribly wrong, something worthy of punishment. But he didn't go after them. Instead, he took their children. He made the children suffer in deaths so their parents would suffer forevermore in life. Each of these girls died, not because of something she did, but because of something a member of her family did. Each of these beautiful, young faces snuffed out to pay for another's crimes. Porter stepped closer to the first board and ran his fingers over the photo of Callie Trammell, Bishop's first victim. 20 years of age, taken March 15, 2009. Bishop's first victim was 4MK. Plazowski was always quick to point this out. So thorough and sure in his methods, the pattern strongly suggested he'd killed before. Developed a technique after honing a practice over years. He was too sophisticated to be a first-timer, and the thought of someone like him existing out there, taking lives, leading up to this. If this was his beginning as 4MK, Porter couldn't imagine where he came from. The diary gave him some insight, but not enough. Only a glimpse. A quick look through an open curtain before Bishop dropped the fabric back into place. Callie Trammell's parents reported her missing that Tuesday. They received her ear in the mail on Thursday. Her eyes followed on Saturday, and her tongue arrived the next Tuesday. All were packaged in small white boxes tied with black strings, handwritten shipping labels, and 0 prints. He never left prints. 3 days after the last box arrived, a jogger found her body in Almond Park, propped up on a bench with a cardboard sign glued to her hands that read, "Do no evil." Porter and his team had picked up on his MO by that point, and the sign confirmed their theory. Do no evil turned out to be the key to Bishop's focus, something they realized with 4MK's second victim, Ellie Borton. She disappeared on April 2nd, 2010, more than a year after his first victim. Porter's team court the case for missing children when her parents reported receiving an ear in the mail. When her body was found a little over a week later, she held a tax return in her grandmother's name covering tax year 2008. After some digging, they found out the grandmother had died in 2005. Matt Hosman, in Financial Crimes, discovered that Ellie's father filed tax returns on more than a dozen residents of the nursing home he managed, all deceased. Bishop killed Ellie Borton, only 23 years old, because of crimes committed by her father. When 4MK's motive became clear, they went back and looked at Callie Trammell's family and discovered her mother had been laundering money from the bank where she worked, upward of $3 million over the previous 10 years. Porter stepped to his right and looked at the third photograph. Missy Lumax, June 24, 2011. Her father sold kiddie porn. Susan Devereaux's father swapped fake diamonds for real ones at his jewelry store. She was victim number 4. May 3rd, 2012. Number 5, Barbara McKinley, 17 years old. She disappeared on April 18th, 2013. Her sister had hit and killed a pedestrian 6 years before, and Bishop killed Barbara as punishment. Allison Kramer's brother ran a sweatshop full of illegals down in Florida. She was number 6, disappearing on November 9, 2013, at only 19 years of age. Jody Bloomington followed only a few months later. On May 13, 2014, she went missing at age 22. 4MK killed her because her father imported coke for a cartel. The very last photo on the board was of a girl Porter knew well. The only one he actually met. The only one not to die. Emery Connors, 15 years old, taken in November of last year. Although she lost an ear and spent days in captivity, Bishop didn't kill her. Most likely he would have, if Porter hadn't found him first. At least, that was how the papers printed it. Porter knew damn well Bishop let her live. He also knew that Bishop had let Porter find him. He wanted the chance to explain himself, explain his purpose, his manifesto, before killing Arthur Talbot and disappearing. Talbot, who turned out to be Emery's father, was the worst criminal of the lot. And although Bishop had kidnapped Emery, he ultimately punished Talbot by mutilating the man before pushing him down an elevator shaft. He killed him and spared Emery. Emery went on to inherit her father's billions, his untimely death triggering a clause in his will, a condition left by her mother years prior. Emery lived, and Bishop eluded capture. 6 eyeballs. Porter stared up at the photos of 4MK's victims. 7 deaths. 1 girl freed. Anson Bishop had managed to integrate himself into Porter's task force when he posed as a CSI photographer back in November. During his first briefing with the team, they reviewed each of 4MK's past victims, tried to bring him up to speed while searching for Emery. He listened to them with attentive ears, soaking in what they knew, pretending all this was new to him. Porter often looked back on that moment, searching for anything that should have given away his true identity. But there was none. Bishop no doubt stared up at this board with a feeling of great accomplishment while portraying just the right amount of horror on the outside. Just the right amount of interest. He asked the right questions and refrained from embellishing on the information provided. Porter imagined this was extremely difficult for him. During the last confrontation at Belmont, Bishop bubbled over with the need to share what he knew, to explain himself. That urge must have been overwhelming as he stood looking at these boards as he heard what they knew about each victim. Bishop made several points, though latched onto a few details. Porter closed his eyes and thought back on that day, on his words. He recalled Bishop pointing out information access. Find out who had access to information on all these crimes and work back from there. That had been a moot point, though, because ultimately they discovered that it was Talbot himself who knew of all these crimes, and Bishop had pilfered the information from him. He mentioned the dates, pointed out 4MK was escalating. This was true. But if a reason existed, they never determined what it was. They believed 4MK was dead at that point. Only finding Emery mattered. Then there was the hair color. Porter recalled how Bishop fixated on the photo of Barbara McKinley, the only blonde. An anomaly, he called her. The only blonde among a group of attractive brunettes. He went on to ask if any of the girls had been sexually assaulted. They had not. He also asked if 4MK had any male victims. Specifically, he asked if any of the girls had brothers. Then said something like, "If we assume half these families had at least one son and he grabbed their children at random, 1 or 2 male victims should have presented. That didn't happen. There was a reason he took the daughters over the sons. We just don't know it." Porter believed 4MK took the female victims simply because they were easier to control, less likely to fight back. 6 eyeballs. 7 dead girls. Porter returned to the photo of Barbara McKinley, punished because her sister killed someone in a hit and run. McKinley was the only girl to really hold Bishop's interest during their briefing, the only one he had honed in on. Porter could still picture him, tapping on her photo, the wheels of his mind racing. Porter glanced over at the door, listening for anyone in the hallway, but heard no one. A table stood against the wall on his left, stacked high with file boxes, everything they collected on 4MK. The third box from the left had the words "victims" written on the front with red marker, Porter's own handwriting. He crossed the room, removed the lid, and shuffled through the contents until he located Barbara McKinley's file, the name also written in his handwriting. These were his files, his team's files. They did not belong to the FBI. Fuck it. Porter wrapped the file in his coat, then replaced the lid on the file box and crossed the room to the door. When he was certain the hallway was still deserted, he slipped out of the room and pulled the door quietly shut behind him. He ducked into the war room at the end of the hall and flicked on the overhead fluorescence. "I was beginning to think you took the morning off," Special Agent Stuart Diner said. He was sitting at Nash's desk, his feet up, poking away at the tiny screen of his phone. Porter hoped an indoor breeze would catch the man's delicate comb-over. No such luck. Chapter 9. Porter. Day 2. 7:59 a.m. Porter stared at Diner. "We caught a body and a second missing girl. I've been up all night. What do you want?" "Has he been in here the entire time?" "Yeah, great job on keeping a lid on that." Diner tossed a folded copy of the Chicago Tribune over to Porter's desk. Porter glanced down at the headline. 4MK back and taking our daughters? This was followed by a photo of Emery Connors walking on the sidewalk, head down. Both the story and photo were above the fold main headline. Below the fold were 2 other shots, a telephoto lens capturing the scene at the Jackson Park Lagoon and other of the Davies house. Diner stood and walked around to the side of Porter's desk, pointed at the paper. "They named both Ella Reynolds and Lily Davis in here." "How is that possible?" "We haven't released anything. I just met with Lily Davis' parents a few hours ago." Diner shrugged. "One of your crack team of investigators has loose lips." "That's ridiculous," Porter muttered, skimming the text. The story mentioned the body found at Jackson Park Lagoon and speculated that she was most likely missing teen Ella Reynolds. The reporter also revealed that quick on the heels of this discovery, another girl vanished. Lily Davis was last seen leaving for school yesterday, but she never got to class. The remainder of the story detailed 4MK's past victims and implied that Anson Bishop was forced to change his MO after his botched arrest. "What's that nutsack doing in here?" Nash said from the doorway. Porter held up the paper. "Delivering the news." Nash walked over and dropped his coat onto the chair Diner had vacated. He brushed a piece of lint from the man's shoulders. "Nice to see you exploring your career options. If you behave, maybe after school today we can go down to Walmart and pick out you a nice bike so you can expand your route." Porter dropped the paper onto Nash's desk and pointed at the photos of the lagoon and the Davis home. "This isn't Bishop. It's completely irresponsible of him to go out on a limb and say it is. They're just trying to sell more papers, Diner said. How can you be so sure? Maybe Bishop decided to change things up, just like they say. Serial killers don't change their MO. You know that. Their signature is fixed. Diner shrugged. Bishop is no ordinary serial killer. Each of his murders was part of an elaborate revenge plot, a plot he wrapped up when he killed Talbert. Maybe he planned to retire after that and quickly realized he still had taste for young girls. When he couldn't keep it under control, he grabbed Ella Reynolds. He finished up with her and snagged Lee Davis. Diner started for the door. You take a step back and look from a little distance and it'll make sense. Porter dropped his coat onto his desk, Barbara McKinley's file still wrapped inside, his heart pounding. That guy's a tool, Nash said. Heard that, Diner shouted from the hallway. If you're wrong and they are at 4MK's Vicks, then you need to kick them over to us. The other guy's a little better, Porter said. His partner. Stool? Drool? Mule? Poole. Frank Poole. Also a tool. The whole room full of them. Hey, see what I did there? Nash reached for the door, ready to slam it, when Claire pushed past holding an iPad. Claus was right behind her, with 3 white boxes, perched precariously on top of his laptop. Little help here, he said. Nash plucked the top box off and carried it back to his desk. Don't go too far with those, Claus implored. They need to last me for the week. What is it? Porter asked. 3 dozen from that new place down the block, peace, love, and little donuts, Claire told them. The little bugger was going to hoard them back at his desk until I explained the virtues of sharing with his co-workers. Claus snickered. You said if I didn't bring them down here, you'd send a mass email to the department telling everyone I had these in my desk. I couldn't leave them upstairs undefended with all those vultures. They'd be gone in a minute. And there's only 18. 6 in each box, not 12. Nash opened the box he pilfered, and his eyes grew wide. My baby Jesus, these are beautiful. Porter grabbed the second box from the pile and settled at his desk. Claire grabbed the third. Hey! Claus cried out. Those are mine! Why are they so small? Porter asked, his mouth full of cream filling. Claire plucked out a donut from her box and held it up. It was covered in Oreo crumbles. They're gourmet. I do air quotes, but my fingers are busy. They make them small and sell them as artsy-fartsy fancy food for twice the price of regular donuts. If they didn't taste so damn good, they'd never get away with it. But these little guys are heaven. I can feel my ass getting bigger with each bite, and I don't care. Claus settled into his usual desk next to the conference table. He placed both palms on the metal top and took a long, soothing breath, his face turning red. Okay, you can each have 1. Only 1. I may have eaten 4, Nash said, wiping the culinary evidence from his lips. His eyes fell on the decimated box before him. And I'm keeping the rest. 10 minutes later, all 3 boxes were empty, with the exception of 1 strawberry frosted donut. Porter felt the sugar kick in. He stood up, walked over to the single remaining whiteboard and wrote Ellen Reynolds at the top. It's Ella Reynolds, Nash told him. Porter grunted, wiped away the first name with the back of his hand, replaced it with Ella. Okay, what do we know? Claire said. Ella Reynolds was reported missing on January 22nd and found yesterday, February 12th. Her body was discovered frozen under the ice at Jackson Park Lagoon. She wasn't frozen, Nash broke in. Not entirely, anyway. That's what Isley said. But the lagoon was. Yeah, sorry, Claire said. According to the park, the lagoon was completely frozen over by January 2nd, 20 days before she went missing. Also, I have something on video we want to watch after we update the board. Porter nodded. When found, she wasn't wearing her own clothes, but clothes believed to belong to our second missing girl, Lily Davis. He wrote her name on the board, then went back to Ella's column. Ella was last seen getting off her bus about 2 blocks from her house in a black coat near Logan Square, approximately 15 miles from where she was found. I think we can safely say the unsub staged the scene at the lagoon to appear as if Ella's body had been there for weeks, which would be impossible if her clothes turned out to be Lily's. Nash got up from his desk and went to the conference table in front of the whiteboard, taking a seat. What's the point of that? He went through a lot of trouble to put Ella under the ice, but then he dresses her in Lily's clothes, giving us a firm date on the timeline? It doesn't make sense. It makes sense to him, Porter pointed out. All of this does, including this. Porter wrote, drowned in salt water beneath Ella's name. Are you serious? Plaz said. Isley said he found salt water in her lungs and stomach. He's fairly certain cause of death was drowning, Porter told him. Drowning? Claire repeated. In salt water? Nash added. The nearest ocean is about 700 miles away. We'll need to check out local aquariums and aquarium supply houses, Porter said. I think we can rule out a trip to the coast. This timeline is too tight. Claire was shaking her head. I haven't slept enough to deal with this. I think we're all running on fumes, Porter agreed. What do we know about the second girl, Lily Davis? Nash opened his small notebook. Parents are Dr. Randall Davis and Grace Davis. Her best friend is Gabrielle Deegan. She goes to Wilcox Academy. She was last seen wearing a red coat, according to her mother, a pair of red nylon diamond-quilted hooded parka. She also has a white hat, white gloves, dark jeans, and pink tennis shoes. She never made it to school yesterday, which means she was most likely taken on the morning of February 12th. Her mother said she was leaving for school. That was about 7:15 in the morning. Classes start at 10 to 8, and she's walking distance to the school. Does she walk with anyone to school? Porter asked. Nash shook his head. Her mother said the school is only 4 blocks, so she goes alone. Claire took a seat next to Nash. Assuming she went straight to school, which we can't assume, she might have run into a friend on the way, gotten into their car. I know it's only a few blocks, but I used to do that all the time when I walked to school. When you're that close to campus, the drivers and walkers tend to converge in the parking lot, and many of the students hang out there waiting on that first bell. May I come in? The three of them looked up. Sophie Rodriguez stood at the door. Porter noted she was wearing the same tan sweater she had on at the Davies house. Most likely she hadn't gone home yet, either. Please, he said. Take a seat. We're running through everything. Sam? Klaus said, his eyes giving her a once-over. Remember what happened last time you invited a stray into the clubhouse? Claire smacked his shoulder. I've known Sophie for almost 4 years. She's been vetted. She motioned to the chair to her left. Sophie set her bag down by the door, removed her coat, and took a seat studying the board. I know you're all working this from homicide, and Lily is just missing at this point, but we have an obvious connection. Probably best for us two to work together, at least for now, until we have a handle on what's going on. Welcome to the team, Sophie, Porter said. Nash gave him a weary look, but said nothing. Sophie studied the faces in the room. Ella was one of my girls, too. You always hope for the best, but when they don't turn up for more than 48 hours, it usually means they're a runaway or something worse. Both of these girls have solid home lives, so I think my heart was telling me it was something worse. When you told me about the clothes, I guess you confirmed it for me. I'm just hoping we find Lily in time. Did you show the clothing photos to Lily's parents? Porter asked. He had emailed them to her from the morgue. Sophie nodded. Her mother confirmed they belonged to Lily. She said she wrote the initials on her hat herself. Porter wrote, "Found in Lily Davis' clothes" under Ella Reynolds on the board. Then he turned back to her. What else can you tell us about Ella? Sophie studied the board for a moment. I walked the scene a few weeks back, right after she disappeared. The bus lets her off about 2 blocks from her house, near Logan Square, but her parents told me she would sometimes go to Starbucks on Kedzie to do her homework. I took both routes. It took me 4 minutes to walk from the bus stop to her house, 7 minutes to walk from the bus stop to Starbucks, and 9 minutes for me to walk the route from Starbucks to her house. The entire area is very public. There's people everywhere. I don't see how someone could have grabbed her without being seen. Nash asked. Did you talk to the manager at the Starbucks? Sophie nodded. He recognized Ella from the photo I showed him, but he couldn't tell me if it was in on a particular day. She typically pays with cash, so I couldn't reference debit or credit card receipts. Any security cameras? There is one, but it recycles daily. They don't store the footage. By the time we got there, it was gone. Claus cleared his throat. Maybe I should take a look? I've never known a security system that really erased the previous day's footage. If the system is hard drive based, fragments may still exist, even if the manager thinks the footage is gone. Porter nodded and wrote, Starbucks footage, 1 day cycle. Claus on the board. What else? We searched her computer and email, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary, Sophie replied. Her phone disappeared with her. It last connected to the tower near Logan Square and dropped off 4 minutes after the bus's scheduled stop. Claus? Claus was already nodding, making a note on his laptop. I'll take a look at that too. Porter turned back to Sophie. Did you find anything in Lily's room? Nothing out of the ordinary. Lots of clothes strewn about, nothing hidden in any of the drawers or under the mattress, the typical places. There was a photo taped to the mirror of her and another girl. Her mother said it was her friend, Gabby. Her father said she had both a cell phone and a laptop, but neither were in her room. Her mom told me she would have taken them to school, said she was carrying her backpack when she left. She paused for a second, reading a text message on her phone. My office pinged her cell, but it was off. The results just came back. The last tower it hit was near her house. It went dark at 23 after 7. That's only about 8 minutes after she left home. Claus, see if you can pull anything from her social media accounts or email, Porter pointed out. On it, Claus replied. Sophie pulled a folder from her bag and spread the contents on the table. She had pictures of both girls. Ella and Lily have a similar look, which would suggest an attraction or sexual motive, but the ME said there was no sign of assault with Ella. I'm not willing to write off that as a coincidence just yet. Good point. May I? Porter said, pointing at the photos. Sophie handed the pictures to him, and Porter taped them to the board. How old is Lily? 17, Sophie replied. Both have blonde hair, roughly shoulder length. Eller had blue eyes. Lily has green. They're 2 years apart. Where did Eller go to school? Porter asked. Sophie flipped through her notes. Calvin Park High. She was a sophomore. Any reason to believe they knew each other? None that I'm aware of, she replied. Different schools, different social circles, 2 years apart. Neither drove. What about the gallery? Porter asked. Could they have met there? I haven't been to the gallery yet. They don't open until 10. Porter scratched at his cheek. I'd rather you and Claire walk to school than maybe interview her friend, Gabrielle Deegan. Nash tends to scare the children. Nash smiled. I can't help if I'm intimidating. Porter nodded at him. You and I will check the gallery. Love me some art. I'll text you the address, Sophie said. It's on North Halstead. Porter glanced back at the board. What else? The group fell silent. Should we watch the video? Claire asked. Yeah. Fire it up. Claire tapped at the screen of her iPad and set it in the middle of the table. The image was frozen. A horrible angle on a narrow blacktop road. The timestamp indicated 8:47 a.m., February 12th. Claire pressed play, and the timestamp moved forward in real time. 2 cars rolled past, a yellow Toyota and a white Ford. When a gray pickup truck came into view, Claire hit pause. I'm going to advance slowly, she said, and the image moved forward a few frames at a time. When the back of the truck came into view, Porter understood. Freeze there, he said. The pickup truck was towing a large water tank, the kind belonging to pool cleaners. There's no pool in the park. And pool service during the dead of winter is not in high demand, Claire said. I think that's how we got the water in. Do you have any other angles? Porter asked. Claire shook her head. That's the only camera. Claus leaned in. Not much I can do with it. The image is clear. The angle just sucks. Roll back a few frames, Porter suggested. Claire pressed rewind. The image reversed one frame at a time with each touch. Stop, Porter said. What's with that glare? And why such a horrible shot? The camera pointed at a severe angle, nearly straight down. Normally, they either pointed up a road or down a road. The best possible angle to capture cars either approaching or leaving. They froze the shot that captured the most of the truck's windshield, but a bright white glare obscured their view inside. Porter could make out the shape of the driver, but nothing that would help them identify the person. Claus, do you think you can enlarge this and clean it all up? Claus chewed on the tip of his thumb. Maybe. Tough to say. I'll give it a shot. The park manager said they rarely review the footage. The camera is there as more of a deterrent than anything. At some point, either it got loose and pointed down towards the ground, or someone loosened it and purposely pointed that way. He had no idea when or how it happened, Claire explained. He said the camera used to point down the road to capture the cars and their drivers as they approached. Porter turned to Claus, but Claus waved him off before he could speak. Yeah, I know. I'll go back through the old footage and see if I can determine when it happened, on the off chance we capture our sub smiling at the camera holding a wrench. Sometimes they slip up, Porter pointed out. Yep. This is good. At the very least, we should get a make and model on the truck. If we cross-reference that against the pool cleaning company, we may get lucky. Porter turned back to the board. Anything else we can add? Again, the room went silent. Porter capped the black marker and took a seat at the conference table. I want to get a better handle on the abductions themselves. This unsub works fast and appears to have no trouble taking these girls from public places. That means he either blends in well or possibly gets to know them in advance so they don't feel threatened by him. He couldn't pull them kicking and screaming off the street into this pickup truck without being noticed. So somehow, he convinces them to go willingly. He may have access to other vehicles, Nash suggested. Public Works or a utility company van, something that disappears in the background. Claus flipped his laptop around so the others could see. The screen had a detailed map of Chicago and the surrounding areas. There was a red dot near Logan Square, one at Jackson Park, and a third on King Drive in Bronzeville. We've got a distance of about 10 miles between the two abduction sites. In a city this big, that is a sizable hunting ground. Jackson Park, where Ella was found, is actually closer to Lily's house than Ella's own. Porter studied the map for a moment. So, Lily was abducted close to where Ella was found. That may be important. Ella drowned in salt water? Sophie was frowning up at the board. That doesn't make any sense. What about a saltwater swimming pool? Claus suggested. That would fit with the truck. Is that a thing? Nash frowned. Claus was nodding. I've got an aunt in Florida who has one. She's allergic to chlorine. They're low maintenance too, no chemicals to measure out. There can't be many around Chicago. Think you can run a list? Porter asked. Claus said. Maybe I can put something together through building permits. Porter studied the faces around the table. With the exception of Sophie Rodriguez, he had known them all for years. He retrieved the newspaper from Nash's desk and set it on the conference table. Watch your back for reporters. Somebody is snooping around a little too close to camp, and they're not afraid to speculate. Claire flipped the paper around so she could read the headline. You don't think one of us talked to the press, do you? Porter shook his head. I think they'll print anything to sell papers. And if they can't get one of us to talk, they'll make something up. When we're ready, I'll make a statement. Until then, aside from the Amber Alert on Lily, we're on a press lockdown. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group. Sophie was first to speak. Is anyone going to eat that last donut? Plaza's head dropped to the tabletop, and he let out a sigh. "Take it." Chapter 10. Porter. Day 2. 9:08 a.m. "Sam, you don't have to do this." "Yeah, I do." He rang the Reynolds' doorbell. They had driven straight here from the police headquarters, lights blazing. Porter raced through at least 3 reds. Nash shuffled his feet beside him on the stoop. The department was in a uniform. Porter rubbed his hands together. The cold was slowly killing him. With the wind chill, the temperature hovered at the 3 degrees. It's after 9. They may have already seen the morning paper. It's probably all over the morning news, too. Porter rang the doorbell again. The curtain over the glass window to the left of the door moved aside briefly, fell back into place. Someone worked the deadbolt. The door opened a few inches. A woman in her mid-40s peeked out, her eyes red and dark, the skin around them sunken with lack of sleep. Her brown hair looked oily, unwashed for days. She wore a thick brown sweater and jeans. "May I help you?" Porter unfolded his badge case. "I'm Detective Porter, and this is Detective Nash with Chicago Metro. May we come in?" She stared at him for a moment, as if the words took a second to register. Then she nodded and opened the door while staring past them to the street. "I think the cold finally scared away the last news van. They were still out there last night." Porter and Nash stomped the snow from their feet and stepped inside, closing the door behind them. The heat wrapped around them, stifling compared with outside. Porter didn't care. He could stand in a fire pit for an hour, and his fingers would still be numb. He cleared his throat. "Is your husband still home?" Mrs. Reynolds shook her head. "He's not back yet." "Did he go somewhere?" The woman took a deep breath and sat on the arm of a leather sofa behind her. "He's been driving around, looking for Ella since the day she disappeared. He comes home long enough to eat and get a few hours of sleep, then just goes out again. I went with him the first few times, but it felt so futile. Driving up and down random streets like we're gonna spot her darting between houses or something, like a runaway dog. I can't tell him not to go, though. Would break his heart. We tried staying home last Tuesday, and we both climbing the walls. He went back out again last night after dinner." "It helps to stay active," Nash said. She looked at him, her face blank, then went on. "For the first week, I did nothing but make phone calls. All Ella's friends and our family, our neighbors, anybody I could get to pick up. Shelters, hospitals, morgues, sailing here, trapped in this house. It feels so helpless. What else can I do? We've got posters hanging everywhere. They look good they do in this weather. Nobody's outside unless they need to be." Porter took a deep breath. "There's no easy way to say this." Mrs. Reynolds raised her hand, silencing him. "You don't have to. I saw it on the news this morning. The television hasn't been turned off in 3 weeks. I dozed off on the couch, and when I woke up last night, they were running the footage at the park. They never came out and said it was Ella. Only that a girl's body had been found in the lagoon. A mother knows, though. I guess I've known for weeks. I think I saw you on TV. You look familiar." "I'm so sorry." She nodded and blotted at eyes that looked like they'd shed their last tear 2 weeks earlier. "My Ella wouldn't run away. We knew that from the moment she went missing. I think I lost a little bit of hope with each minute after that. A girl can't just disappear in today's world, not with cameras and the internet everywhere. A girl disappears completely, and you gotta know Something bad happened. She took a deep breath. How did she die? We think she drowned. We're still waiting on the full report. She drowned in the lagoon? Porter shook his head. No. Someplace else. She drowned and was placed in the lagoon. You mean she was drowned? Somebody did this to her, right? I'm afraid so. Mrs. Reynolds' eyes drifted to the floor. I want to ask you if she suffered, but I think I already know the answer. And I'm not sure I really want to hear it out loud. I mean, somebody took her weeks ago. Do you know when she drowned? Do you know what this monster did to my baby in all that time? Nash's eyes had also drifted to the floor. At this point, we don't know much more than that. We had hoped to tell you before I heard it somewhere else. It's very noble of you, but those reporters, well... Do you have a way of reaching your husband? Maybe we should call him. Tell him to come home. Again, her gaze went blank as these words sank in. Porter had seen this before. The disconnect. People who are greatly traumatized sometimes separate slightly from reality. They watch the events around them rather than live within them. Mrs. Reynolds nodded and pulled a cell phone from the folds of the blanket on the couch. After a few seconds, she mouthed voicemail, then looked to the floor as she left the message. Floyd, it's me. Please come home, honey. The police are here. They found her. Our baby. She disconnected the call and dropped the phone back onto the couch. A back door slammed, and a little boy came marching into the living room, leaving a snowy trail behind him on the kitchen floor. Bundled in a navy blue snowsuit with a floppy yellow hat, scarf, and black gloves, he couldn't have been more than 7 or 8. Mama? Somebody built a snowman in our yard. Mrs. Reynolds glanced at him, then turned back to Porter and Nash. Not now, Brady. I think the snowman is hurt. What? He's bleeding. Chapter 11. Lily. Day 2. 9:12 a.m. Lily had been alone, and now she wasn't. The man came down the steps and just stood there for maybe 2 minutes, watching her. He held something in his hand, but she couldn't make out what it was. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, deliberate, and practiced in its delivery. You didn't drink the milk. Lily had not drunk the milk, and she wouldn't. She wouldn't eat or drink anything this person planned to offer her. She would sooner starve to death than accept something from him. Why not? She didn't answer. She only pulled the quilt tighter around her body as she pressed into the far corner of the cage. This doesn't have to be unpleasant. Not unless you want it to be. I prefer you to be comfortable and relaxed, he said. Are you warm enough? Against the wall to her right stood the HVAC system and water heater for the house. The unit had run on and off since she woke here, but was silent now. The vent in the side pointed directly into her cage and was, in fact, very warm. She wasn't about to tell him that, though. If you get too cold, be sure to let me know. He stepped from the shadows at the base of the stairs and approached her cage. Funny, she thought, how she quickly grew to consider this her cage. From the inside, it seemed to offer her safety from the threat outside. As he stepped closer, she was grateful for the chain link and metal bars separating them, the protection they offered. Her free hand reached around behind her, her fingers wrapping around the chain link mesh and squeezing, the cold steel digging into her skin. As the man stepped into the light, she got a good look at him. His skin was incredibly pale, the color of paper. She could make out the web of veins at his neck, tiny roadways on his cheeks and forehead. He wore a black knit cap pulled down tight on his head, covering his hair, if he had any at all. His eyebrows were thin, barely there. When she saw his eyes, she wished she had not. The way he peered at her, a deep gaze from behind cloudy grey. They were the eyes of an old man, lost behind cataracts and film. He didn't look old, though. Maybe 30 at the most. The eyes did not fit. They weren't natural. The right eye seemed darker than the left, bloodshot. Lily wanted to look away, but didn't want to give him the satisfaction. She wouldn't show weakness.
I apologize for my appearance. I haven't been well. Today is a good day, though. I promise you it's not contagious. Please don't be frightened,
he said, the lisp evident. Lily squeezed the chain link, welcoming the pain it brought, the distraction. She set her jaw firm and defiant. The man's mouth hung open slightly. She heard a slight wheeze with each drawn breath.
I'm going to let you out, and you're going to do as I say.
His eyes flicked to the object in his right hand. A stun gun. He said nothing of it. Lily knew they weren't fatal. She wondered just how much they hurt. Would she be able to push past him and get up the stairs, even if he shocked her? With his left hand, he slipped the key into first the top padlock, then the bottom, sliding each from the door and hanging them on the chain link. Then he lifted the latch and pulled open the door. Lily remained still, her fingers tightening on the back of her cage.
Please come out,
he said quietly.
I could shock you and take you out, but then we would have to wait or possibly start over. It's best that you stay. Just do as I say.
His eyes bore into her. Those cloudy eyes. There was a bandage on his right hand near the wrist, dirty, stained with dried blood.
Out! Now!
He screamed. Lily jumped and drew in a deep breath.
Why do you make me shout? Please, don't make me shout. I don't want to be loud. I don't want to be mean. Just come out so we can begin, please. The sooner we start, the sooner it'll be over.
She didn't want to. Lily knew she shouldn't, but she forced herself to stand and walk toward the man, toward the door of the cage, her eyes looking over his shoulder at the stairs behind him, at the light pooling toward the top.
Others have tried to make the stairs, but nobody ever has. You can try if you like, but it will only lead to a shock and delays. We would have to start over, but we would start over. It's best that you just do as I say,
he said again, in the most reassuring of voices. She felt his hand on the small of her back through the quilt, guiding her, nudging her, toward a large, white freezer against the wall with the stairs. He lifted the lid. Lily expected a rush of icy cold air. They had a similar freezer at our house. Instead, warm, humid air rose from inside. The freezer was filled with water. She took a step back, tried to push away from him, but the prongs of the stun gun against her back held her still.
The water is nice and warm. Go ahead and touch it.
Lily watched her hand reach for the water, operating with a mind all its own. She dipped her fingers into the water. It was warm, far warmer than the air.
You'll want to take off your clothes. It's better that way.
He said this so nonchalantly, casually, a conversation between two old friends.
I'm not...
The words slipped out before Lily realized she spoke. She capped them off and shook her head. Her hands gripped the quilt and pulled it tighter around her small frame. She wanted to step away from the water tank, but he was standing behind her. His warm breath drifted over her neck. His left hand fell onto her shoulder and tugged at the quilt. Lily screamed, the first real sound she'd made since waking here. She screamed as loudly as she could, the sound so powerful it felt like a knife grating at the inside of her throat. It echoed off the basement walls and cried back at her in a voice that wasn't her own. This voice sounded like a terrified little girl, like someone who'd lost control, someone who'd given up, someone she didn't want to know. The metal prongs of the stun gun bit into her neck. 2 cold metal teeth followed by a pain so intense it sliced at every inch of her, a blade cutting from her toes to her fingertips. Her eyes rolled back into her head and her legs gave out from under her. Lily's scream died away in an instant as silence enveloped her. She awoke on the floor, lying atop the quilt. The man was tugging her panties down. He had removed all her other clothes. Lily tried to reach for the edge of the quilt to cover herself, but her arm wouldn't work. She stared at her fingers, still twitching.
I didn't want to stalk you. I don't want to hurt you. Please don't make me hurt you again,
the man said.
You can have the clothes back when we're done. It's better this way. You'll see.
Lily understood what would come next, and she tried to mentally prepare herself. The man wrapped one arm around her back and the other under her knees and lifted her from the ground. Although he appeared sick, he was surprisingly strong. He lifted her over the freezer filled with warm water and gently lowered her inside. Lily was 5'2". Her toes brushed the far side as her legs drifted out, flattening. He held her up at the shoulders, keeping her face above the water.
Warm, isn't it? Nice.
The warm water was oddly comforting. It felt like slipping beneath the surface of a pool, allowing the water to hold you as they drift along. Lily noticed the feeling returning to her fingers, her arms, the warmth massaging her limbs back to life.
Close your eyes. Relax,
he said in a soothing tone, his lisp barely catching. Calm.
Taking a deep breath. A nice, long breath.
Lily did as he said, not because he told her to, but because she wanted to. She allowed her lips to part and pulled in the basement air, allowed it to fill her lungs, a breath like those she learned in yoga class, a cleansing breath, deep and full.
Now, let it out slowly. Feel the air leave your body,
he said in a whisper.
Feel every bit of it.
Lily released them. The man pushed at her shoulders and plunged her into the water with such force her head banged on the bottom of the tank, her legs kicked and her arms flailed. Her fingers caught at the top edge for 1 second before the smooth plastic slipped from her grasp. Lily could hold her breath for a long time, almost 2 minutes the last time someone timed her, but that only worked when she filled her lungs with fresh air first, when she was prepared. She hadn't filled her lungs, she'd emptied them, just as the man asked, and when he pushed her beneath the surface, she inhaled instead, her body's attempt at grasping for air. Instead of air, she gulped down water and immediately coughed, expelling it even before her head hit the bottom, expelling the water only to inhale more. The water filled her throat, her lungs, resulting in a pain so severe, Lily thought she might implode. When she stopped kicking, when she stopped flailing, the pain went away. And for one brief second, Lily thought she would be okay. She thought her body had somehow found a way to survive on water, and she went still. She saw the man looking down at her from above, with those gray, bloodshot eyes, his mouth agape. He was distorted through the water, but she could see him. Then, everything went black, and she saw nothing at all. Chapter 12. Claire. Day 2. 9:13 a.m. Claire and Sophie Rodriguez pulled up to Lily Davis's house on South King Drive and parked Claire's green Honda Civic behind 2 news vans. Both had their satellite antenna raised, but there was no sign of the reporters or the camera operators. A light snow filled the air, leaving the sky a hazy white. "It's colder than a witch's tit out here," Claire said, rubbing her hands together. "I never understood that expression," Sophie replied, eyeing the vans. "Witches get no love?" "Oh, I know that feeling." Claire glanced over at her. "What happened to that guy you were dating? James? John? Joe?" "Jesse. Jesse Grabber." Claire chuckled. "Really? That's his name? Grabber?" Sophie rolled her eyes. "I'm sorry, it's a bit high school to make fun of a name, but come on. Grabber? No sneak attack down at Lover's Lane with a name like Grabber." "Well, he was anything but. I think that was part of the problem. I was hoping for a little something, but he was nothing but a gentleman. All the way on through date number 4, I got nothing but a peck on the cheek. Girls got needs. Like witches." Sophie nodded. "Like witches." "I'm still not warm." Claire frowned. "Me either." "Witch tit." "Witch tit," Sophie shivered. Claire shuffled in her seat, looking up and down the street, then pointed at the gray stone beside them. "That's Lily Davis's house, right?" "Yeah. 748. "And her school is where?" Sophie pointed out their window. 4 blocks east of here. Can nearly see it." The snow shifted from tiny flakes to something a little larger than Claire's favorite breakfast cereal, and her body gave an involuntary quiver. She zipped her jacket all the way up, wrapped a heavy knit purple scarf around her neck, and donned a fluffy pink cap. When she turned back to Sophie, the woman had done the same. "You look like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man." Sophie smirked. "You look like Willy Wonka's long-lost sister." "Perfect. Let's do this." Claire tugged at the door handle and stepped out onto the sidewalk. The snow was about 2 inches deep and still coming down, flying at her at an angle. She jogged in place for a second as Sophie rounded the car, her breath leaving a white plume in the air. The 2 women started walking east on 69th Street, hunched against the snow. They crossed Vernon Avenue, and Claire stopped, staring ahead. "If I wanted to grab a girl, that seems like a good spot." She stared at the dark tunnels 1 block up where the Skyway crossed over 69th Street, 3 lanes of traffic running in each direction. At approximately 15 feet per lane, that meant she was looking at a space about 100 feet wide, with only a small break at the median in the middle. Although 3 lights burned under each section, they offered little to break up the gloom. Claire looked up at the sky, searching for the sun. "What time is sunrise?" Sophie tilted her head, a line appearing between her brows. "About 7 or so." "So, our girl made this walk about 2 hours earlier in the day, a little after the sun poked out. If it came out at all. This stretch is fairly deserted now, but that may be different closer to school time. Still, though, someone could easily park around here, maybe feign a breakdown, and then grab her when she walked by. The tunnel would be my bet. Everything else is fairly wide open." They had reached the start of the underpass. Sophie pressed a hand to the concrete. "This is a good neighborhood. There's not a bit of graffiti on these walls and no sign of homeless activity. Can't imagine someone could
stand around very long without getting noticed. They followed the sidewalk under the skyway, their footfalls echoing off the walls. When they came out the other side, Sophie pointed. There's her school. Wilcox Academy was a private school housed in what appeared to be a repurposed factory or warehouse building. The red brick facade was immaculate. It could have been built a year ago. The parking lot beside it was posted faculty only and was full. A public lot sat across the street, most likely utilized by the students. Claire pulled open the large glass door, and both women stepped inside, a wave of heat wafting out. This makes you want to hop back in the car and drive straight to Florida. Can I help you? Claire turned to find an elderly security guard sitting at a table to their left. She took a step forward, and a buzzer went off. The guard pointed towards the entrance. Metal detector built into the doorframe. Claire showed the man her badge. I'm Detective Norton of Chicago Metro, and this is Sophie Rodriguez with Missing Children. We're investigating the disappearance of one of your students, Lily Davis. The security guard's smile fell away. Heard about that on the way in. I'm so sorry for her family. She's a good girl. Sophie's head tilted slightly. You know her? He nodded. This is a small school. Only about 200 kids total. I see each of them every day. Hard not to get to know them. I'm former Pittsburgh PD. Retired about 6 years ago. If there is anything I can do to help, I'm here for you. What can you tell us about her? Claire asked. Like I said, never gave me any trouble. Usually got here around 7:30 or so. Many of the students hang out across the street there in the lot until the first bell. But not her. She'd try and beat the crowd and get to class. Not too many friends. He waved a hand. Don't get me wrong, she was well-liked, just a bit of an introvert. Could always tell there were big plans cooking behind her eyes. Always thinking that one. Sophie glanced out the window at the cars across the street. Did she ever ride in with anyone? He shook his head. If she did, I never noticed. If I saw her outside, she was usually coming up the walk the same way you did. Claire pulled off her hat and scarf. What about Gabrielle Deegan? Do you know her? The corner of his mouth turned up, and he brushed at his chin. Gabby can be a bit rough around the edges, but she's a good girl too. The two of them are together a lot. A bit of a yin and yang thing there. What do you mean? He looked down the hallway, then turned back to them, lowering his voice. I have to be a bit hard on her, you know? Being the law here. But I see her for what she is. Just a girl looking for some attention. She's not fooling me none. She'd never admit it. In fact, I bet she'd outright deny it. But I think she may be one of the smartest students here. I think she acts out because she's bored, not because she's a troublemaker. She'll come into her own one day. Until then, it's my job to steer her away from big trouble and let her get away with a bit of little trouble. Find that balance. Every class has at least one. Do you know where we can find her? I'll call upstairs, see if I can get someone to bring her down for you, he replied, reaching for the phone on his table. Watch your wallets and jewelry, he winked. Chapter 13. Porter. Day 2. 9:14 a.m. Porter and Nash stood at the Reynolds' back door, staring out into their yard. About 50 feet out, toward the left corner under a large birch tree, a snowman stared back at them. The beady black eyes glistened under a stovepipe hat. The snowman was tall, at least 6.5 feet, maybe more. The body thick and wide, glistening with ice, a red rose at his snowy lapel. The arms were fashioned from the tree branches, each capped with a black glove. The right hand held the handle of a wooden broom. Corncob pipe jutted from the corner of its makeshift mouth, and dark blood trickled down from an icy neck. Snow fell, filling the air with a white haze. The scene was so odd,
So picturesque. Porter felt he was looking at a page of a childhood storybook, not a real yard. There was a swing set off to the far right, and woods behind the yard. "Nobody in your family made that?" Nash asked. Mrs. Reynolds had her arms wrapped round her son. "No." The single word escaped her lips, but she didn't take her eyes off the stranger in her yard. Porter tugged at his zipper and reached inside his coat, retrieving his Glock. Brady's eyes went wide. "Whoa. Is he going to kill the snowman, Mom?" "I'm not going to hurt the snowman. I'm worried he may try to hurt me," Porter said quietly. "Did you see anybody else out there? Anybody at all?" "No, sir." "How about you and your mother go back into the living room for a few minutes? Think you can take care of your mom while my partner and I check this out?" Brady nodded. Porter looked from the boy to his mother. "Go along now." When they were gone, he turned to Nash. "Stay here and keep a bead on those trees back there." Nash withdrew his own weapon, his eyes scanning the woods. Porter stepped out of the back door, into the falling snow. From somewhere in the back of his mind, an old children's song began to play. Small footprints littered the newly fallen snow, crisscrossing the yard near the door, then petering down to a single set ending at the snowman. Porter followed the footprints as best he could, taking small strides so he could place his feet where the child had rather than create another trail. Snow had fallen most of the night, a few inches at least, but it seemed inconceivable that someone could build such a thing without leaving any tracks. His eyes drifted to the broom perched in the snowman's hand. He supposed it was possible that whoever did this used the broom to sweep away their tracks, but that didn't explain how they got the broom back into his hand without leaving a final trail. Porter also noted that their yard was fenced, a 4-foot chain link. The gate leading to the front yard was open. Porter saw a faint trail leading from the gate to the snowman. Not footprints, more of an indent, as if something heavy had been dragged from the front of the house to the back, to here. He stood in front of the snowman. It towered over him by nearly a foot. From this angle, the smile upon its face, made from tiny pieces of a broken branch, looked more like a smirk. Porter remembered building hundreds of these as a kid, pushing the snowball along until it became a snow boulder, too heavy to push at all. Normally, a snowman is constructed by starting with a large snow boulder at the base and placing another smaller one on top of that to form the torso, then another at the very top to take the place of a head. This snowman was not constructed that way. The snow on this snowman had been packed in place. Someone took the time to sculpt the snow into the shape of a snowman, rather than use the far faster traditional method. All of these thoughts rushed through Porter's mind in an instant as he glanced over the creation from top to bottom, his eyes finally landing on the dark red at the neck, dark red seeping through the white like a giant snow cone. Porter snapped a branch of a nearby oak, and using the splinted end, carefully plucked at the snow beneath the darkest red spot, where it congealed at the base of the neck. Whoever built this had sprayed the snow with water as they worked, causing it to harden into ice. Another trick Porter learned as a child. If made properly, a snowman would be sturdy as a stone statue, standing tall for the remainder of the winter. If you failed to harden the snow, chunks would break away with the first sun. By mid-afternoon, half your work would be piled at the ground. Porter used the stick to break through the ice and to scrape away the packed snow, digging deep enough to reveal the torn neck of the man beneath. Chapter 14. Lily. Day 2. 9:15 a.m. It hurt. It hurt so bad. Lily's body convulsed in one big spasm as her lungs fought to expel water, to cough it out. She inhaled in a quick gasp, even though she didn't want to. She didn't want to breathe in more water. She didn't want to die. She did inhale, though. The motion, as involuntary as listening, and this time, her lungs filled with air. She coughed again, ridding her lungs and throat of more water. This was followed by another gasp. She was cold. So cold. No longer in the water, but lying on the concrete floor. Her eyes snapped open. The man was above her, his palms pressing down into her chest. As her eyes met his, he stopped. His eyes went wide, and he leaned in, his stale breath rushing over her face.
What did you see?
Lily gulped another breath of air and swallowed. Then another after that.
Slow down. You'll hyperventilate.
He reached for her right hand and pressed his thumb into her wrist.
Your pulse is still a bit irregular, but it will even out. Lie still. Breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. Calming breath.
Lily forced her breathing to slow, doing as he said. Sensation returned to her fingertips, to her toes. She was so cold. She began to shiver uncontrollably. The man reached for the quilt and draped the sour material over her body.
Your body temperature began to drop the moment you died. It will return to normal in a moment. What did you see?
She tried to blink away the haze from her eyes, but it hurt to try and keep them open. The thin light seemed incredibly bright, hot, burning. When she pinched her eyes shut, she felt a light slap at her cheek.
Died? What did you see?
He asked again. He rubbed her arms through the quilt, the friction slowly warming her.
I died?
She coughed again, the words scratching at her throat with the last bit of water.
You drowned. Your heart stopped for 2 full minutes. Before I brought you back. What did you see?
Lily heard the words, but it took a moment for them to sink in. Her brain was sluggish, thoughts moving slowly, groggily. Her chest hurt. There was a deep pain in her ribs. She realized he had probably performed CPR to expel the water and kickstart her heart.
I think you broke my ribs.
He grabbed her shoulders and shook her limp body.
Tell me what you saw. You have to tell me now before you forget. Before it goes away.
The pain at her chest burned like a knife gouging her belly. Lily shrieked. The man released her, pulled back from her.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You just have to tell me. And this will all be over. Just tell me.
Lily thought about it then, her mind jumping back to the moment she plunged beneath the water, the moment she... Had she really drowned? She remembered breathing in water, consciousness pulling away. She remembered blackness. She remembered nothing.
I didn't see anything. I think I passed out. You were dead.
Her words drifted off. She didn't remember anything at all. He was staring down at her, his bloodshot eyes wide and wild, spittle dripping from the corner of his mouth.
I remember blacking out, and you waking me, nothing else. You must remember something.
Lily shook her head.
Nothing.
He released her shoulders and sat back, his back pressed against a large freezer. He pulled off his neck cap and scratched at his head in frustration. Lily gasped. There was an enormous fresh surgical incision running across his bald head. It started above his left ear and trailed around to the back of his head. It was stitched together with black thread, the flesh raised and purple. He pulled the cap back down, covered up, and stood, favoring his right leg. Reaching down, he pulled Lily to her feet. The blood rushed from her head, and she swooned, her vision going white. He held her still until she could stand on her own. Then led her back to the cage, guiding her inside. He tossed her clothes in behind her and slammed the door, then clicked both locks back in place.
You can get dressed. We'll try again in a few hours. You will remember next time,
he told her. He started for the stairs, his right leg dragging slightly behind him.
Drink the milk. You'll need your strength.
Lily eyed the glass, now warm. A fly had landed in it and drowned. Chapter 15. Claire. Day 2. 9:17 a.m. The security guard had ushered Claire and Sophie to the far corner of the school's lobby, then made a few phone calls. There was a small sitting area with a black leather couch, 2 matching chairs, and a small sign that read, "Free Wilcox Wi-Fi. Password available at security." Claire studied the leaf of a large potted tree. How do they keep that alive indoors? There's no light. Sophie glanced over. A ficus? They're like the weeds of the tree wall. They'll eat up whatever light you can cast on them. This one is probably sucking up the fluorescence overhead and whatever it can pull from the windows by the door back there. It's like a franken tree. Looks completely healthy on a diet of artificial junk. I wish I could do that, Claire replied. The one next to it is a philodendron. They're easy to maintain too, just water whenever the dirt feels dry. I've got a few at home. They're near impossible to kill. Claire glanced over. Oh, I could kill it. My plant love leaves nothing but brown branches and shriveled blooms in its wake. I'm not fit to be a plant owner. They heard footsteps from above and glanced up to see a teenage girl coming down the stairs with a purple backpack slung over her shoulder. Not very tall, about 5 feet or so, with shoulder-length brown hair and pink highlights. She slowed as she saw them, eyeing them warily. "Gabrielle Deegan?" Claire said, looking up at her. The girl nodded, descended the remaining steps, and rounded the corner to the sitting area. "Are you looking for Lily?" "We are," Sophie said, gesturing toward one of the empty chairs. The girl glanced at the security guard, who offered a reassuring smile, then plopped down into the seat. Sophie and Claire sat opposite her on the couch. "I'm Sophie Rodriguez with Missing Children, and this is Detective Claire Norton with Chicago Metro." Claire noted that Sophie didn't mention she was with Homicide at Chicago Metro. "Gabby. Call me Gabby. Nobody calls me Gabrielle but that guy over there." She nodded at the security guard. "Captain, law and order. I should be out looking for Lily. He's got these doors locked up tight in his daughter's chastity belt." Claire exchanged a glance with Sophie, trying not to smile. "Do you have any leads?" Gabby wore the traditional school uniform, but Claire noticed her white blouse was untucked and her skirt looked like it had been hemmed up an inch or two from the norm. Her ears, eyebrow, and lip all had piercings, but she wore only a single set of small matching silver loops at each ear. No doubt dress code prohibited anything else. Someone seeking individuality in a sea of the same would not be doing so here. Every time Claire entered one of these private schools, she recalled the scene from The Wall, with all the identical students marching in unison into a giant meat grinder. "She's been gone a full day," Gabby went on. "She could be lying in a ditch right now or tied to a bed with some crazy psycho telling her to call him daddy while he jokes off on her chest. If that 4MK guy took her, who knows what he's doing to her. You need to find her." "When was the last time you spoke to her?" Claire asked. "Wednesday night. She was working," Gabby said. "She texted me from the gallery." "What did she say?" "She didn't say anything. She just sent me a picture of a new Mustang, cherry red. It was gorgeous. Her dad said he'd buy her a car when she graduates next year, so we've been doing this thing where we send each other pictures of cool cars when we find them. She's not sure what she wants yet, but her dad said if she graduates with straight A's, he'll buy her whatever. He's a doctor, so I think he's serious. I told her she should get a Maserati, but she doesn't want to take advantage of him. She's trying to find something cool but still affordable. I keep telling her to break the bank if she can, so she sent me the Mustang pic and I sent her this one." She held up her phone. Claire leaned in closer. "What is that?" "A Tesla Roadster. They don't make them anymore. But it's a way cool car, fully electric and can do 0 to 60 in 2.7 seconds. You'll even get a few hundred miles per charge."
They stopped making them in 2012, but the specs are much better than anything else out there, even the new electric cars. You can find them for around 70,000 now, even though they went as high as a few hundred when they first came out. Claire thought about her 7-year-old Honda Civic parked down the street and made a mental note to call her dad and ask for a car. Apparently, that route was much more fruitful than saving pennies followed by a visit to the buy here, pay here lot. May I see that? Gabby handed her the phone. Claire scrolled through her text messages. No actual words were exchanged with Lily, only photos of cars over the past few weeks. Gabby went on. She was hoping to get her license soon and maybe talk to her dad into buying the car earlier. She had straight A's since finger painting in grade school. That's not going to change between now and graduation. We thought it would be cool to drive to school every day, even though it's only a few blocks. Claire returned the phone to her. Do you have a license? Gabby shook her head. I don't really need one, not now anyway. I get along fine on the bus or the train. Parking in the city can be a bitch. I figured riding in someone else's car was the way to go. She offered a wry smile. Particularly if it's a Tesla Roadster. Have you ever done that? Sophie asked. Ridden in somebody else's car? Gabby shifted in her seat and scratched her elbow. Sometimes, if the weather's bad. We always see somebody we know on the 69th. If it's raining or snowing heavily, we might catch a ride. What about yesterday morning? Think Lily caught a ride with someone? Claire asked. Gabby thought about this for a second. It was snowing pretty good, so I guess it's possible. We're going to need a list of everyone who might have given her a ride. Do you think you can do that? Sophie asked. Gabby chuckled. You think one of the boys here took her? Not a chance. She kicked their ass before they got their pecker out of their pants. Sophie tilted her head. Would she get in a car with a stranger? No. Then Sophie let the word hang out. Gabby leaned forward, twisting her fingers together. Right. Before school, 69th is full of students, driving and walking. If someone tried to pull her into a car or something, somebody would have seen her. What about if she got into a car with someone she knows? Claire asked. Think somebody would notice that? Gabby sighed. I don't know. Maybe? Think you can make that list for us? Anyone you can think of who maybe have given her a ride? Gabby nodded and pulled a notepad out from her backpack. Chapter 16. Porter. Day 2. 10:26 a.m. They found Floyd Reynolds within the body of the snowman. A deep gash in his neck. Someone had tied him to the metal pole of a large bird feeder, then built the snowman around him, slowly covering him in ice and snow. Porter and Nash watched in awe as CSI painstakingly removed the snow in bits and pieces, carefully bagging and tagging each one for analysis back at their lab, slowly revealing the man beneath. This took time. A lot of time, Nash said under his breath. A few hours at least. Porter agreed. How can he do something like this completely unnoticed? Porter motioned around the yard. We've got nothing but a tree line at the back here. Hedges to the right blocking the view from the neighbors. A wood fence on the left. For someone to really see what was going on back here, they'd have to come through the gate at the front yard. This isn't visible from the street. Mrs. Reynolds is preoccupied. And the boy was probably in bed by the time he got started. Nash added, thinking aloud. Porter's gaze fell to the ground. He started for the front yard. Nash followed a few paces behind him, careful to duplicate his steps and avoid multiple tracks. He did this more out of habit than necessity. CSI had already searched the snow and found nothing. Porter pushed through the gate, paused for a second, then went to the silver Lexus LS parked in the driveway. The car was parked at the side of the house, not visible from the front door. Mrs. Reynolds thought her husband had left, but most likely he'd never gotten the car in gear. The unsub opened the rear door and slipped into the car behind the driver's seat. He was hiding back here when Reynolds came out. Probably ducked down in the back. There's a motion light up there. Mrs. Reynolds said her husband left after dinner.
so it was probably dark out. He would have tripped the light. Only place to hide is the back seat. He waited for Reynolds to get in, maybe get the seatbelt around him, and close the door. Then he came up and got something around the man's neck. Something like a piano wire, judging by the way it cut into his throat. As Porter spoke, he climbed into the back of the car and acted everything out, moving in slow motion. He looked to the back of the driver's seat. We've got a shoe print here in the leather. Looks like he tried to wipe it away and missed part. He must have put a foot against the back of the seat for leverage. CSI said it's a size 11 work boot. I don't know the make, Nash said. Takes a lot of strength to kill a man like that. He'd be thrashing about, fighting back, trying to work his hand under the cord. Reynolds' movement would be highly restricted. The steering wheel would see to that. He might have tried to get the door open, but most likely both hands went to his neck. The power position is in the back seat. Reynolds wouldn't have been able to get the cord off, even if he were the stronger man. The leverage and angles all work against him, Porter said. Porter climbed out of the back seat and opened the front door. The blood splatter on the windshield and dashboard fits. The steering wheel and door were covered in black fingerprint powder. Aronsup kills him, climbs out, reaches into the front, takes Reynolds by the shoulders, drags him out, drags him all the way to the back. Again, Porter mimics the movement, his back hunched, hauling an invisible body through the snow, until he reached the remains of the snowman. Reynolds' body was completely visible now, all the snow and ice removed. Porter looked at the props on the ground. The stovepipe hat, the black gloves, and the broom. He must have used the broom to sweep away what he could of his tracks. Last night's snow did the rest. We think he walked off into the woods, one of the CSI officers said. It was the same woman Porter and Nash had met at the Jackson Park Lagoon crime scene. Porter nodded in agreement. That's how I would have left. You're Lindsay, right? Yes, sir, Rolfe replied. She pointed at the ground, leaving into the trees. The snow isn't as thick under the trees, but he brushed it anyway. Looks like he used a branch or something. Something not as effective as a broom. We've got a faint trail. Comes out 1 block over the Hyacinth Street. Probably parked his own vehicle there. Any tire tracks? Rolfe shook her head. Nothing to identify the Umsted's vehicle. 2 uniforms are going door to door to see if anyone saw a car parked there last night. Porter's phone rang. Glanced down at the display. It's the captain. You gonna answer? Nope. Nash frowned. Balls. You know what that means? Porter's phone went silent. A moment later, Nash's phone rang. Double balls. Tell him we're still at the scene. We'll come in as soon as we wrap up here, Porter said. Nash sighed and answered the call. Behind them, a woman screamed. Porter turned to find Mrs. Reynolds standing at her back door. Christ, I told him to keep her and the boy in the living room. She shouldn't see this, he said. Nash shrugged his shoulders and walked away from the house, his phone pressed to his ear. Chapter 17. Claire. Day 2. 10:26 a.m. Claire fell back in the squeaky-wheeled office chair and picked at the cracked green lever on the armrest. She reached for a coffee cup and brought it to her. Empty. Damn it. Do you want another refill? She asked Sophie. Sophie glanced up from the sheets of a notebook paper in her hands. I'm good. We've got 2 more left. Let's wrap this up so we can get out of here. After they spoke to Gabby Deegan, the security guard had escorted them to the second-floor administration office and introduced them to Noreen Alton at the front desk. She'd looked up at them with a forced smile from behind glasses thick enough to leave the top of her nose red with their weight. Claire felt a headache coming on, just watching her eyes strain. After identifying themselves, they'd sent her off on 2 tasks, round up the students on all the rather extensive list Gabby provided them, 16 names in all, then check the attendance records for the 12th. They were looking for anyone who didn't make it to class that day, any class. On the off chance, a student picked up Lily and left with her. While the woman plugged away at her homework assignment, Claire and Sophie had begun interviewing the students lining up in the hallway outside the office. Now they were 14 down, 2 to go. So far, none of the students remembered seeing Lily that morning, either walking to school or in the building. Who's next? Sophie glanced down at Gabby's notes. Malcolm Leffingwell and Leo Gunia. Want to flip for it? Claire tilted her head back in the chair. Leo! Sophie giggled. Jeez, Claire. Do you have to shout every name? I love the way kids jump when they hear their name shouted out from the admin office. Every bad thing they've done since wetting their first diaper runs through their head. See? Look how white that kid's face is. Sophie glanced up at the boy coming through the door. You're a damn sadist, woman. Just keeping them on their toes. Leo Gunia wore the same white shirt, navy pants, and blue striped tie as all the other boys they had spoken to. His black hair was neatly cropped, and he had the slightest amount of stubble growing under his chin. Claire suppressed a smile. Why is it all teenage boys think they can grow some form of facial hair? She had yet to meet one who actually could. Instead, they had these bitty shadows and patches of peach fuzz. She was tempted to send each one on his way with a razor and a bottle of testosterone. Please take a seat, Leo. Sophie explained who they were and why they were there. Leo held their gaze, nodding as she spoke. The whole school is talking about it. Really? What are they saying? Sophie asked him. The boy shrugged. Only that somebody might have taken her on her way to school the other day. That 4MK guy. It wasn't 4MK. Claire told him. He shrugged again. Well, somebody then. Did you see her that morning? The boy didn't say anything. His eyes fell to the floor. He shuffled his feet. Leo? I should have stopped. It was so cold out. She must have been freezing, but I had to get to class early to try and prep for a test. I had to work the night before and didn't have time to study. Leo said quietly. Claire leaned forward in her chair. So you saw her? Where? On 69th, right before the overpass. He glanced up, his eyes watery. She was hunched over, walking against the cold. It was snowing kind of heavy, and I didn't see her until the last second. I don't know what happened. I thought about stopping. I think my foot even reached for the brakes, but that test came into my mind, and I looked at my clock, and I was already 5 minutes late. That meant I only had about 20 minutes to study. By the time I parked and got upstairs, probably less. Anyway, I saw her at the last second. I couldn't have stopped if I wanted to. I didn't have enough time to double back. I figured someone else would give her a ride. Claire glanced at Sophie, then back to Leo. Did you see anyone else stop for her? Leo lowered his head. No, I'm not sure. I would have noticed even if the car behind me did. I wasn't thinking, and with the snow, if I would have picked her up, she'd probably be okay right now. This is my fault. Sophie asked. What time was it when you saw her? Leo sighed. 7:30. You're certain? He nodded. I needed an A on an exam, remember? I was counting the seconds all morning. What did you score? Leo sighed again. B-. Claire took down Leo's contact information and gave him her card. They sent him back to class. Malcolm Leffingwell had not seen Lily all week. Noreen Oughton poked her head back in. That's the last of them? Claire stood up and stretched her back. Yes, ma'am. Any luck with the attendance records? Noreen pushed her heavy glasses back up her nose and skimmed a small notepad. We had 2 students out sick that day, both phoned in by their mothers, Robin Stats
and Rosalie Newhouse. Nobody late to first period, nobody unaccounted for. We have good students here. They wouldn't get mixed up in any shenanigans. Sophie nodded at the notepad. Do either of those girls know Lily? Noreen said, Well, let me think. Robin is a freshman. Rosalie is a junior. It's possible, I suppose, but I don't know for sure. We'll need to speak to both of them, too. Sophie told her. Noreen nodded. Claire fell back into her chair. It felt like they were spinning wheels. Chapter 18. Porter. Day 2. 10:31 a.m. Why does the captain want to meet us at my apartment? Porter asked. He had both hands on the steering wheel, his knuckles white. The red and blue lights flashed in the corner of his eye atop the charger, and the siren wailed behind the throaty engine. He was doing 81 on I-94. Beside him, Nash held the oh shit handle above the door with his right hand and gripped the seat with his left. He wouldn't say. I tried to get it out of him. His exact words were, Get Porter back to his apartment now. Porter pulled the wheel to the left and circled around a gas truck. Well, did he sound angry? Upset? Worried? Nash shrugged. He sounded like the captain always sounds. I couldn't get a read on him. Fuck! Porter slammed his hand into the horn and howled as a blue Prius pulled into his lane. Damn tree hugger. Is there something at your place I should know about? Why would he want to meet there? The Prius's right blinker came on, and the car pulled lazily into the next lane. The moment it passed, Porter dropped the charger into fourth and flew past, coming within inches of the car's protruding mirror. Sam? I don't know. Nash groaned. You don't know if there's something at your place I should know about? Come on, Sam. This isn't first grade. I'm your partner. You can tell me. Does this have something to do with Heather's death? Porter said nothing. He took the exit for Lakeshore Drive. Along with the captain's white Crown Vic, there were 3 vehicles Porter didn't recognize parked in front of his building. 2 black sedans and a van. All bore federal plates. He double-parked, blocking in the van, killed the siren, and left the lights flashing as he bounded from the car and up the steps with Nash behind him. There in the hallway at his door, Captain Dalton, Special Agent Diener, Agent Poole, and Special Agent in Charge Hurlis of the Bureau's 4MK Task Force. There were 2 federal crime scene techs Porter didn't recognize. Dalton saw them push through the door at the stairs and hurried over. What the fuck were you thinking, Sam? What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. Nash stood beside Porter. He said nothing. Dalton clicked through some images on his cell phone and held the small screen up to Porter. Did you take it because of this? Are you looking for her? Porter glanced at the screen. It was the note Bishop had left for him on the bed in his apartment, along with the ear of the man who had killed his wife. Sam, a little something from me to you. I'm sorry you didn't get to hear him scream. How about a return on the favor? A little tit for tat between friends. Help me find my mother. I think it's time she and I talked. B. Are you looking for her? Dalton repeated. Porter took a deep breath. I'm trying to find him. That's not your job, Dalton said, fuming. Have you been in contact with him? Has he reached out to you at all? No. Would you tell me if he had? Of course I would. Dalton dropped his phone back into the pocket of his thick brown coat. I want to believe you, but I'm not so sure I can anymore. Nash frowned at Poole. What are you up to? Poole raised his hands defensively but said nothing. Dalton's forehead furrowed. He didn't do anything. Security caught your buddy here on video sneaking into the FBI's office across from yours this morning. He was probably just turning the heat up for them. Always nice to come into a toasty office on a day like today, Nash replied. He jerked his thumb back at Diener. That pud tugger was sitting at my desk in our office this morning. We're all one big happy family down there,
Share and share alike. SAIC Hurless stepped forward. Our office is considered federal territory until we vacate. Trespassing is a prosecutable offense, local law enforcement included. I pulled the file on Barbara McKinley, Porter said. Dalton rolled his eyes. Hurless drew closer. Theft of federal property would be a separate but equally damning charge. I'll return the file as soon as I'm done. You'll return it now. Then we'll decide if you get to keep your badge, Hurless replied. Dalton's face went red. He turned to Hurless. The only person who will decide what happens with Detective Porter's badge is me. You're guests in my house. I can put you and your team out on the street with just one phone call. Hurless stepped closer. Let's be clear, Captain. We're here because you're a prize detective let a serial killer walk. That mistake will cost lives. There's a good chance it already has. You've got one girl dead and another missing. 2 crimes probably attributed to our guy, and you put the same clumsy detective in charge. Now, he's stealing files. How much blood do you want on your hands before you decide it's time to fix this? 4MK didn't take the girls, Porter said quietly. Enough, Dalton grunted. I want to know what else this man is hiding. Open the door, Hurless said. No fucking way, Nash blurted out. Unless you have a warrant, you have zero business in there. Hurless began ticking off items on his fingers. Federal trespass, theft of federal property, impeding a federal investigation, aiding and abetting a wanted federal fugitive. Notice the key word? Losing his badge is the least of your friend's worries right now. Dalton took Porter by the shoulder and led him back down the hall. You need to open that door. Why? You let them in. Let them take a sniff around, and the charges go away. You share whatever you got cooking in there, and this goes away, Dalton said. You don't, and I can't protect you. Screw them, Sam, Nash said. Porter glanced back down the hall at the men standing at his door. Poole met his eyes. All right. Sam! Porter offered a weak grin at his partner. It's fine. I really don't give a shit anymore. Maybe we'll help catch him. Dalton drew in a deep breath and steered Porter back down the hall. Porter pulled his keys from his pocket, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. Hurless and Diener pushed past him into the apartment, followed by the 2 crime scene techs. Poole went in next. His eyes dropped to the ground as he walked past Porter and the others. Porter followed, with Dalton and Nash at his back. A whistle from the bedroom. Holy hell, Hurless said. Oh, Christ, Dalton said, his breath catching as he stepped into the room. Nash said nothing. He stepped up behind the others, dragging his feet. What am I looking at? Hurless asked. Every mention of Bishop in the past 4 months. Worldwide. Porter replied. He stepped up to the map, located the yellow thumbtack he had placed at the Jackson Park Lagoon, and pulled it out, dropping it into the nightstand. Diener was watching him. What was that one? Jackson Park. I told you. He didn't take these girls. This is something. Someone. Different. Poole crossed the room and kneeled down the laptop, his eyes drifting over the text on the screen. Google alerts? Every mention of Bishop or 4MK online, Porter replied. Poole positioned the screen to get a better look, prepared to type, then turned back to Porter. May I? Sure. Porter watched as he scrolled back through the messages, scanning the subjects of each, then refreshing the screen to load the previous 50 repeating. When he reached the end, he looked up at the maps. Where do you think he is? I have no idea. Hurless started opening drawers, rifling through his clothes. Nash crossed the room and stood between him and Porter's dresser. You seriously gonna go through a man's underwear drawer? Step aside, officer, SAIC Hurless said. It's fine, Nash. Let him look at whatever he wants. I'm not hiding anything, Porter said. Hurless faced him. Where's the McKinley file? In my car, under the driver's seat. Porter tossed him the keys. Hurless tossed the key to one of the techs. He disappeared out of the front door toward the elevator. What other files are we going to find in here? Hurless asked. Porter crossed the room and sat on the edge of the bed. That's the only one I have. Because you put the others back? Because it's the only one I took. Poole stood up from the laptop and turned to him. Why Barbara McKinley? Porter thought about this for a second. Not sure he wanted to say anything. Then decided he wasn't helping anyone by keeping his thoughts to himself. A gut instinct. That's all. Something feels off about that case. Off how? Poole asked. Agent Diener snickered. Who cares? He's not Philip Marlowe. Gut instinct's only sub for evidence in old black and white movies and pulp books. Off how? Poole repeated. Porter ran his hand through his hair. She's the only blonde. 8 girls taken, and she's the only blonde. You're kidding with this, right? SAIC Hurless said. Poole stepped closer. He took the loved ones of the true criminals in his eyes. The McKinleys only had blonde children. He didn't have a choice. Porter shrugged. Maybe, but the crime doesn't fit either. Barbara McKinley's sister hadn't killed a pedestrian. It was an accident. All the other crimes, everyone else he decided to punish, did something premeditated. Poole never thought about this. That's still thin. I never said I had something solid. Just a gut instinct. A hunch. Like your buddy said. Just my very own Philip Marlowe moment. Nothing more. Porter told him. If it played out, I would have told you. The tech returned, holding the McKinley file, and handed it to SAIC Hurless. He waved it at Porter. What did you find in here? Anything to back this up? I didn't get a chance to look, Porter said. It's been a busy morning. SAIC Hurless stared at him for nearly a minute. Neither man saying a word, then turned back to the 2 techs and the other federal agents. He waved his arm at the wall. I want photos of all this, then bag and tag everything, bring it all back. Turn over every inch of this place. You find anything at all having to do with this case, I want to know about it. He turned back to Porter and stood inches from his face. I find you're holding out. If this guy reached out to you and you're holding back, if you know anything at all, you're not telling me. I will not hesitate to lock you up. I don't give a shit what kind of seniority you may have or what your track record is. You're nothing but a fucking thief to me. A thief and a hack interfering with a federal investigation. Now's your chance to come clean. If there is anything at all you haven't told me, now or never. I hear about it in an hour, and you're done. Do you understand me? There's nothing else. The man let out a breath. Porter's eyes stayed on him. When SAIC Hurless finally turned away and crossed the room to root around in Porter's closet, Porter found himself looking at the photo of Heather on his dresser, her bright, reassuring smile, and he had never felt so alone. 1 hour and 4 file boxes later, they were finished. Porter's wall was once again bare, save for the tiny holes left by the tacks and the paint damaged by roughly removed tape. Agent Diener had the laptop under his arm and was slowly circling the room on the off chance something was missed. In the hallway, Porter heard SAIC Hurless mumbling something to Dalton but he couldn't make out the words. On his way out, Poole prepared to say something but then changed his mind. Porter watched him slip into the elevator, with the techs behind him lugging the last of the boxes. "Diner!" Hurless shouted out. "Let's go." Agent Diner pushed past Porter and went to the elevator, trailing the scent of an aftershave forgotten since 1992. The doors opened. Hurless said one last thing to Dalton and ducked inside, his eyes fixed on Porter as the doors creaked shut. Dalton came back into the apartment with Nash behind him. "I really don't know what the hell you were thinking, Sam. This is a clusterfuck." "It's not like he was hiding evidence," Nash pointed out. Dalton went red. "You keep your mouth shut. I seriously doubt all this was going on under your nose and you didn't know." Porter said. "He had no idea. This was all me." Dalton spun back to him. "Not only have you compromised the 4MK investigation, now you're impacting our efforts to find this new psycho-snatching girls. I can't afford to take you offline right now." "Then don't." Hurless took it to his assistant director, and the AD called our chief. "This is completely out of my hands." The captain's eyes fell to the floor. "I'm relieving you of duty. 1 week. You've got to get this shit out of your head. I find out you didn't drop it, and this will play out much worse." They agreed not to charge you, but the suspension is non-negotiable. "Captain, this is just a pissing contest. You can't let politics dictate your actions. Catching this guy has to be our priority. Nobody knows more." Dalton held out his hand. "Gun and badge." Porter knew better than to argue. He handed over his Glock and identification. Dalton dropped both into his jacket pocket, turned, and left the apartment. He pressed the elevator call button. "This new guy is nasty, Captain. He's escalating fast," Porter said. Without turning, Dalton replied, "Nash and Claire will handle it. I don't want to hear anything from you for the next 7 days. I do, and you'll get another 7. Do we understand each other?" Porter said nothing. "Do we understand each other?" The captain repeated. "Yes," Porter said. The elevator arrived, and Dalton stepped inside, his hand holding the door open. "Nash, here with me." Nash looked at Porter, but said nothing. Porter offered a slight nod. Nash stepped inside the car, the doors closed, and Porter found himself standing in the middle of his apartment, his heart pounding in his chest. The silence screaming. Chapter 19. Lily. Day 2. 11:36 a.m. Lily huddled in the corner of her cage. The thick blanket wrapped around her. She had gotten dressed, but she couldn't get warm. She couldn't stop shivering, even when standing next to the heater vent. She couldn't stop looking at the dark staircase in the corner of the basement or listening to the creak of old floorboards as the man moved around upstairs. A spider crept across the chain link a few inches from her foot, and she pulled away, pushing deeper into the corner. With each footfall upstairs, a tiny bit of dust rained down from the rafters, a thin fog in the gloomy light. Lily tried to pretend this was snow, and she was looking out of a window. She tried to pretend she was safely back in her room at home, but the illusion broke whenever the man cried out. He screamed. A lot. His words were incoherent, a muffled blast of nonsense, and they were followed sometimes by crying, other times by a pain-filled wail. But they broke the relative silence of the home and lingered on the air, somehow living in those tiny bursts of dust drifting down. Nothing preceded the cries. Lily's father once hit his index finger with a hammer while trying to help her build a birdhouse for school, and he let out a similar wail. But it hadn't lingered. Like he caught himself about the scream, realized his daughter was watching, and bit his tongue. The scream came to an abrupt halt, dying somewhere in his throat as his face flushed with red. The screams from the man upstairs did not drop off so suddenly. He would be silent for a really long time. No movement, or noise, at all. Then his voice would fill the house with the sharpness of a blade, then linger as they morphed into sobs. Lily didn't know what brought on his screams. She didn't want to know. She preferred he keep whatever it was upstairs. He had come down only once in the past hour. He emptied the bucket he had left for her waste, washing it in the utility tub before returning it to her cage. He then eyed the still full glass of milk with the fly floating on top, picked it up, and carried it back up the stairs, all without uttering a word. He looked sickly pale, though. When Lily met his gaze, she couldn't help but turn away, her eyes unwilling to look upon him. Somehow, that had caused him to stay a little bit longer. If she wasn't looking at him, he felt more comfortable looking at her, staring even. Who knew what thoughts ran through his head? When he came back again, Lily would lock her eyes on him and not turn away. Maybe say something about his wound. Maybe that would make him go away sooner. Lily knew plenty of boys like this. The confident ones had no problem glaring at her. Some made sure she knew they were watching. The shy boys? Though, they may look, but the moment she felt their eyes on her, the moment she looked over at them, they would turn away and lose themselves in something else, pretending she wasn't there at all. Her friend Gabby thought of it as some kind of game, always calling out the shy boys and making them feel all embarrassed whenever she caught one. There was one boy in their class, Zachary Mayville, notoriously shy. Gabby got partnered with him during science class last week, and just to mess with him, she unfastened 2 of the buttons on her blouse, just enough so her bra was visible when she bent down over the workbench. He turned bright red every time, looking but trying not to get caught looking. And Gabby managed to get through the entire hour with a straight face. Lily hadn't, though. She couldn't stop laughing, and nearly didn't get the assignment done. She had to. Lily heard footsteps on the stairs. The man appeared. He had changed clothes. Now he wore black jeans and a dark red sweater, and the same black knit cap from earlier. When he reached the bottom of the steps, he sat, and this time, he did stare at her. Only minutes earlier, Lily had told herself that she would stare back, that she would watch him with an intensity in her eyes, unflinching, unnerving. She would rattle him. She didn't, though. Instead, she looked away. She focused her gaze on the concrete floor and watched him from the corner of her eye. He sat there a long time, at least 20 minutes, his breath coming in short, wheeze-filled gasps. When he finally spoke, his voice was low.
I'm sorry if I alarmed you. Sometimes it hurts.
Lily wanted to ask him what he meant, but she didn't. Instead, she remained silent.
Sometimes,
He went on.
I feel like someone's got their fingers around my eyeball, and they're squeezing with all their might. Not enough to pop it, but almost. I have meds, but they make it hard to think, to focus. I need to concentrate right now. I need my wits about me.
Lily wanted to ask him about it, find out what was wrong, but kept her thoughts to herself. She wouldn't speak to him. He reached up and scratched at his cap, then stood.
It's time to do it again.
Chapter 20. Claire. Day 2. 11:49 a.m. Claus gave his chair a push with his right foot and sent it spinning. No shit. Sam couldn't stop being a cop, not exactly a newsflash. Nash sat on the edge of the conference table, Sophie and Claire at the opposite end.
He should have told us. It's not like we could have covered for him, Claire said. Sounds like the captain didn't even give you a chance.
Nash pointed across the hall.
It's those ass clowns over there.
Claus gave his chair another spin. This has conspiracy written all over it.
What do you mean?
Nash asked.
Someone higher up is covering their ass. We should be working directly with the feds on this. Instead, they scooped up the investigation and cut us out. In what world does that make sense? I'll tell you, in a world where someone higher up wants to distance this department from the case. Who? Dalton? Maybe higher. The mayor was friends with Talbot. He took a lot of flack when that all went down. Then you got the press saying Sam let Bishop go.
Claire threw a pen at him.
Sam didn't let anyone go. He saved that girl.
Claus caught the pen and put it in his pocket. We know that, but it's a juicier story if he lets him go.
The mayor's bestie is a criminal. The lead detective lets the serial killer walk. It makes perfect sense for the feds to come in and lock everyone else out.
Claire turned to Nash.
Do you think he's in contact with Bishop?
Sam?
Yeah.
Nash shrugged.
Dunno. Would he do that? Sophie asked. Talk to that man on his own?
Nash shrugged again.
He's been playing things close to the vest since Heather died.
Who's Heather?
Sophie asked.
Claire tilted her head.
You didn't hear?
Sophie shook her head.
Sam's wife was killed in a convenience store robbery a few weeks before all this went down with Bishop. He probably shouldn't have been working, but he had been on the 4MK since the beginning. So when we thought he died, we had to bring him back in. 4MK was his case. They caught the guy who killed her, and then he escaped police custody. Bishop killed Talbot. Porter saved Emery. And he spent a little time in hospital recuperating. When he got home, he found a box on his bed. Inside there was a note from Bishop and an ear belonging to the man who killed his wife. Bishop got him.
Claire explained.
What did the note say?
Bishop asked Sam to help find his mother, Nash told her.
His mother? What does she have to do with all this?
Claire rolled her eyes.
We don't have time for this right now. I'll fill you in when we're back in the car. We need to keep moving, figure out how to proceed without Sam.
She turned back to Nash.
What happened at the Reynolds' house?
Nash loaded up the photos on his phone and slid it across the table to Claire and Sophie. Claus leaned in to get a better look.
The same guy who killed Etta Reynolds did this?
I don't believe in coincidences, Nash replied.
But why?
That's the million-dollar question. Sophie swiped back through the images.
That doesn't make sense. If the unsub is targeting the Reynolds family, why would he take Lily Davis? They don't know each other. There's no connection.
There must be a connection.
We just haven't figured it out yet. What do we know about the father?
Claire asked. Nash stood and went to the whiteboard. He wrote Floyd Reynolds and underlined it, then wrote wife, Leanne Reynolds, under it. He worked for Unimed America Healthcare. Has for the past 12 years. Sold blanket insurance and healthcare policies. According to his wife, he brings home about $200,000 a year before bonuses, and they have no debt aside from the American Express card they pay off every month. Plazowski whistled.
That's some nice scratch. I'm clearly in the wrong line of work.
We have Unimed, Sophie pointed out. They're the number 3 provider in the state, Nash told them before writing size 11 work boot print found on the board under unsub.
Where? Sophie asked.
On the back of the driver's seat in the Reynolds' car, a Lexus LS. Looked like the unsub tried to wipe it away but must have been in a hurry. Sam thinks he put his foot there for leverage when he strangled the father. Plaza's eyes turned toward the ceiling. Size 11. Would put him around 71.5 inches? About 6 feet tall.
How do you know that?
Sophie asked. The average person is 6.5 times taller than their shoe size. Any smaller or larger and their feet are out of proportion with their body, which means they'd have trouble walking, standing, balancing, Plaza replied.
Huh. Hang with me and I'll school you on all kinds of trivia. No, thank you, Sophie told him. Claire said, I'm not sure I buy the no debt thing. Maybe they don't have traditional debt, but what about something not so traditional? Like gambling or something he may have not shared with his wife. If you owe the wrong person money, I can see them making an example out of Reynolds' daughter. They wouldn't take him out, though, Klaus said. Do that and there's nobody left to pay. What about the wife? Maybe she owes somebody and they made examples out of her daughter and her husband, Sophie said. Women bet on the ponies, too. They have time for all that between all the cooking and the cleaning and baby-making, Klaus said, raising his notepad to shield his face from flying pens. He lowered the notepad a moment later to find Claire just staring at him. You are such a douche nozzle. Sophie was shaking her head at him. I don't like you much. Nash studied the board. That's actually a good point. Thank you, Klaus said, smiling triumphantly. Not you, asshat, Sophie, Nash said. Claire, ask Hosman to dig into their finances in case things are amiss in suburbia. On it. Is somebody watching the mother? Klosowski asked. Nash nodded. We left 2 uniforms there to keep an eye on her and their little boy. There were also 3 new vans outside when I left. I don't think they'll get much alone time in the near future. Probably a good thing. Claire was flipping through the images of Reynolds on Nash's phone again. This doesn't really feel like a collection hit. Those guys tend to work efficiently. A double tap to the head, no mixed signals. They don't build snowmen or spend hours positioning a body under the ice just right. Whoever this is, they're trying to send some kind of message. They're not afraid of getting caught either, Sophie said. They're spending a lot of time in visible places. Claire nodded. Somebody with nothing to lose has no fear, no remorse. They just act. That makes this guy very dangerous. Nash drew a line between Ella Reynolds and Lily Davis. These two are connected somehow. Klosowski's phone buzzed, and he glanced down at the display. We've got a make and model on the truck from the park footage. It's a 2011 Toyota Tundra. See if you can get a list of matches within a 100-mile radius of the city. Klosowski was already tapping at his phone. Yep. Any luck enhancing the image of the driver? Nope, Klosowski replied. I tried before I came down here. The camera is old and doesn't have the resolution. Nash went back to the board, crossed out the completed items, and studied the remaining list of assignments. This is getting long. And now we're down a man. Klaus set down his phone and raised his hand. Yes, Klaus? Nash said, pointing at him. Klosowski grinned. See what I did there? Remember when Bishop raised his hand? That's a callback. Do you have something to add? Klaus nodded. Yes, sir. I can go out in the field. I'd need to run to that Starbucks anyway to tackle their video footage. Nash glanced up at the evidence board. What about your other assignments? I'm not running a one-man show upstairs. I've got staff. I'll bring my laptop and they can feed information to us as they get it, Klaus said. Nash nodded. Done, ladies. Let's divide and conquer. You take the art gallery. They should be open by now. Klaus and I will hit Starbucks and tackle some of the other items on the list. At this point, we've got to assume Lily is still alive. We need a break. Claire stood up and stretched. Should someone check on Sam? Nope, Nash replied.
Chapter 21. Porter. Day 2. 12:18 p.m. Porter needed a Big Mac. Not only a Big Mac, but a large fry, chocolate shake, and an apple pie for dessert. He needed it so badly. The craving drove him to walk steadfast from his apartment 3 blocks down Wabash and directly into the nearest McDonald's, which was hopping this time of day. He ordered, took his meal to a small table in the back, and devoured every bit. 7 minutes later, he found himself staring at an empty tray, his stomach still rumbling. He desperately wanted to talk to Heather. The immense hole in his heart, once filled by the sound of his wife's voice, burned. Heather had been gone for 6 months now, and it felt like 6,000 lifetimes. People told him he would heal with time. The hole would grow smaller, fill with other loves, with life lived. It hadn't, though. Instead, the void only seemed to grow larger, and he found himself missing her more each day. Heather understood. Heather listened. Porter wanted to tell her about the past 6 months. He needed her advice. He needed the sound of her voice. "You kept me from venturing down the rabbit hole, Button," Porter said quietly. "Now I'm knee-deep and sinking fast." Last month, he cancelled her cell phone service. Until then, he called her regularly, sometimes 3 or 4 calls in a day, just to hear her sweet voice on the other end of the line. Enough distance to make it sound real, to make her sound real. Silly. He knew, but it was all he had. Her presence slowly faded from his life, no matter how tight he held on. Her body may have died suddenly, but her spirit lingered. Porter held that spirit's hand with all his might, unwilling to let go at first, finally coming to the realization that he had no other choice. That was the night he turned off her cell phone, and when he called her the next morning, it wasn't her voice that answered, but instead a robotic operator telling him the number was no longer in service. At that point, her hand slipped from his, and she was gone. He would kill to have her back, even if only for 5 minutes. To have her back, to hold her, to ask her what to do next. "I love you, Button," he said quietly. With a deep sigh, Porter stood up, gathered his trash, and dumped everything into the overflowing can at the door. He stepped out into the icy day, welcoming the numb of it. Then he wondered. 20 minutes later, Porter found himself standing in the lobby of Flare Tower on West Erie, a small puddle forming at his feet. He hadn't planned on coming here, and as he pushed through the doors, he considered turning right back around, but instead he found himself standing still, his eyes looking out across the lobby, but not really taking anything in. Dazed. "Detective?" Porter hadn't heard her walk up. He hadn't expected her to walk up. A building this size, there she was, standing in front of him. "Hello, Emery." The last time he had seen her was at the hospital shortly after she was rescued from 4MK. Bishop had placed her at the bottom of an elevator shaft in that building on Belmont, used her as bait to lure Porter in. She had been malnourished, gaunt, her skin pale. Her right wrist had been badly damaged by the handcuffs she used to restrain her, and Bishop had removed Emery's left ear. Yet, she still managed to smile that day. Her hair was longer now, her face fuller, color in her cheeks. "Detective, are you okay?" I'm sorry. I'm not really sure why I'm here. I meant to come and see you. You know, after. The things have been so hectic. The time got away from me," he said. "Let's sit." She took his hand and led him to some couches placed in front of a fireplace in the corner of the lobby. A log crackled, wrapped in thick flames, the heat reaching out and lapping at the air. Porter tugged off his gloves, his fingers nervously twitching together. "I probably shouldn't be here." Emery smiled. "That's silly. It's good to see you. I meant to stop by the station 12 times, but couldn't bring myself to go. Silly. I guess it's hard to find the words after something like that. The whole thing feels like a bad nightmare that happened to someone else. Like a movie I watched a few months ago.
and left the theater. I can't talk to my friends. They don't understand. Miss Burrow, either. She tried to coax the story out of me a few times, but I couldn't. It all made her very uncomfortable. She wanted me to talk for my own sake, not because she wanted the details. And I didn't see the point in burdening her with those details. It was my nightmare. There's no reason for her to suffer too. Have those thoughts in her head.
Did you see a shrink?
Emery laughed and shook her head. They sure wanted to see me. I don't know how many dozens of them reached out. I tried to talk to one, but I couldn't stop thinking she planned to write a book about whatever I told her. And the idea of walking past a book at the store, knowing this ordeal was carved into stone for others to read, the idea of all that shut me right up. I couldn't tell her anything.
I don't think they're allowed to do that.
She would have lost her license. I suppose.
Emery's hands rested in her lap. Porter could still see a faint scar on her right wrist, but for the most part, the surgeons had done a wonderful job repairing the damage. On her left wrist, a small figure-8 tattoo. Bishop gave her that too. She raised her right wrist and pulled back the sleeve.
They did a good job, right?
If I didn't know what happened, I'd never guess. It's barely noticeable.
I'm going back in next May. Their doctor says he can wipe it out completely, but we need to give it a chance to heal up first, she told him, rotating the wrist. I still don't have full motion, but it seems like it's coming back. Porter's eyes inadvertently went to her left ear, hidden behind her long chestnut hair. He caught himself, almost looked away, then figured he wasn't fooling anybody.
How's the ear?
A wide grin spread across her face. Want to see? Porter couldn't help but smile back. He nodded.
Is it gross?
You tell me. Emery pulled her hair back, revealing a perfectly natural-looking ear. Pretty cool, huh? Porter leaned in closer. Aside from a small scar visible at the base where doctors had attached the extremity, he couldn't tell it wasn't her original ear.
That's amazing.
Emery rolled up the sleeve of her right arm and showed him a small scar below her elbow. They grew it here, using cartilage from my ribs. It only took a few months. The surgery was about 6 weeks ago. The doctor said Bishop removed mine with near-surgical precision, so they had no trouble attaching the new one. Usually when they do this, the ear is torn off in some kind of accident and they have to try and piece the mess back together again. Guess I got lucky.
I think you're a very strong girl.
You want to know the best part?
What's that?
She turned her head and showed him her other ear. Notice something different between the two? It took Porter a minute, and then it came to him. Your right ear is pierced, your left one isn't? Yep, she beamed. The left was, but not anymore. I think I'm going to leave it that way. She held up her left wrist, showed him the small infinity tattoo. I'm on the fence about keeping this. I think a small reminder of what happened isn't necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes it's good to remember the bad. It makes other things seem not so terrible.
You are one remarkable, inspiring girl.
She let her hair fall back. Why, thank you, Detective. The two went quiet for a minute. Not an awkward silence, but something a little more comfortable. Porter found himself watching the flames as they wrapped around the logs in the fireplace, the wood slowly growing red and white. The crackle they produced was soothing, relaxing. This girl had lost her mother as a child, now her father, and yet she smiled. Porter wanted desperately to smile. He wanted to smile and mean it. As if reading his mind, Emery leaned in closer. He wasn't much of a father to me. I barely knew him. If not for the money, the way my mom drafted her will, I'm not so sure he would have wanted me around at all.
He was your father.
I'm sure he cared for you. Just had trouble showing it.
He was a horrible man, she said quietly. Not to me, but to so many other people. Porter considered telling her something to the contrary. Tried to build him up. Thought better of it. She was a big girl. She deserved the truth. It's important to remember he's not you. He never was. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she fought them back. That's not what the press says. They say it's worse now than ever. All his assets going to a kid, leaving nobody to run the business. Building inspectors shut down one of his skyscrapers last month, and the press blamed me. Nearly 4,000 lost jobs. Porter knew the building. Talbot had used substandard concrete in the construction. When the shortcut was discovered, he tried to retrofit the building and most likely pay off inspectors. But the project was shut down anyway. The building cost a little over $700 million, and it was set for implosion. Better to end it now, Porter supposed, than let construction complete and the thing topple over down the road. They're trying to sell papers. How could that be your fault? There's a lot of fighting going on at Talbot Enterprises, Emery explained. 3 of my father's senior officers are contesting his will. They're saying he drafted it under duress, that my mother forced him to leave everything to me. With all of them making grabs for the money, key decisions aren't happening, and things are falling apart. I'm not old enough to assume control, so Patricia Talbot stepped in as interim CEO, until somebody can take over full-time. Emery let out a sigh. She's suing me, directly. She claims my father didn't have the right to leave what he did to me, that everything rightfully belonged to her. Then there's Carnegie. Porter knew all about Carnegie, Talbot's other daughter. She regularly made the papers before Talbot died. Constant partying and arrests, a fixture on the Chicago social scene, and not a good one. She's been bad-mouthing me on social media and in every interview she does, whenever she gets the chance, Emery said. She calls me bastard bitch. She ends every message with hashtag bastard bitch. I've never met her, and she acts like she'd stab my eyes out with a pen in the street if we were to cross paths. With that, the tears did come, and Porter put an arm around her. After a minute or so, she wiped her eyes. I'm being so selfish going on about me. What about you? How are you doing? Emery asked. I heard about those girls. The papers say it's 4MK. That they wouldn't have been taken if it wasn't for you. The Tribune actually said you let him go, which is silly. I should know. It's not 4MK. No? Nope, Porter replied. Emery shook back the tears and forced a smile. You'll find them. You found me. Porter hoped to God she was right. Nearly an hour had passed. He had to go. Emery somehow understood. She rose from the couch, and when he did too, she wrapped her arms around him and squeezed. I can't talk to a shrink. Maybe we can talk sometimes, if you're willing to listen. I think I'd like that. Yeah, me too. When Porter left Flair Tower, the hole in his heart felt a little smaller. Chapter 22. Lily. Day 2. 12:19 p.m. No! No more! Lily screamed. The man reached for her anyway, his large hands tugging at the quilt wrapped around her. We must continue, he said. Lily scrambled across the damp floor, sliding, her feet slipping, trying to get a grip on the damp concrete. She found herself in the back corner of the cage, unable to go any further. Please stop! No place else to go. The man raised the stun gun and pointed it at her. He pressed the button, and Lily watched lightning jump across the 2 metal prongs, smelled ozone in the air. 1 more hour. Then we can do it again. I promise.
I promise.
She tried to say this, but she shivered so hard that only a handful of syllables actually came out. Fragments of words. If they did it again, this would be the fifth time. Wait, maybe the third time. She couldn't be sure. Her thoughts didn't want to come together. Her string of consciousness had a knot, something that kept her brain from working properly. White flakes whirled across her vision, making it difficult to see what was happening around her. A snowstorm in the basement. That's what it looked like. A whiteout of haze and gray. He reached for her through the snow, the fingers of his left hand outstretched.
Now, wear close.
His other hand, the one with the stun gun, drew within an inch of her, the gun nearly touching her neck. Lily couldn't take the pain of another shock. It felt like fire, chewing at her bones, gnawing away from her inside out, a pain worse than dying. She knew what that felt like now, too. To die. He thrust the stun gun at her face, pressed the button again near her eye. "Okay!" she shouted. At least, she tried to shout. Only the sound of the letter K left her throat, from somewhere behind chattering teeth. The man pulled back, if only slightly. His free hand scratched at the knit cap, at the festering incision beneath. Lily tried to stand, but her feet failed her, her legs folded, made of jelly now. He reached in and offered a hand. His nails were bitten to the quick, the tips of his fingers red and puffy. Lily's fingers wrapped around his palm felt cold, clammy. She didn't want to touch him, but she knew she couldn't stand on her own. Not now. And she had to stand. She had to do this, winningly, or it would only hurt more. He would make it hurt more. He led her from the cage, Lily putting most of her weight on him to stay upright. When they reached the water tank, she looked at him. She looked deep into his cloudy, lifeless eyes.
30 minutes. Please, just let me rest. We're too close.
Lily stared at him for a long time, the seconds ticking away like hours. Finally, she nodded. Lily released her hold on the quilt around her neck, and the tattered material fell to the ground, pooling at her feet. She hadn't gotten dressed again after the last time. Not after he said they would do it again in a few minutes. Instead, she only curled up with the quilt, the soft green quilt. Her quilt. She curled up with the quilt in her cage and waited. She saw the clothing he gave her, his daughter's clothing. He had told her, folded neatly in her cage, just inside the door. He put the clothing away some time after she dumped the articles on the floor beside the tank. Lily had thought they were alone in the house. The last time, an hour or so ago, Lily screamed for his daughter, but there had been no answer. She pictured a girl her age sitting alone in a small bedroom upstairs, her hands over her ears, unwilling to accept what her father was doing down below. How could she? How could anyone? At first, Lily refused to believe the girl knew what was happening, but soon she realized she must. The house wasn't that big. Lily's own house was much larger, and she was certain she'd hear cries from the basement. This girl, this man's daughter, she understood all too well, and she did nothing. "Get in," the man said. Lily looked down at the water. She knew it was warm, warmer than the basement, soothingly warm, comforting. But she feared it more than anything else in her entire life. More than the anger of her parents or the pain of a horrible injury. More than this man beside her. It was death.
"Get in now," he said.
Lily took a deep breath, but it did little to stem the quivers passing through her body, the weakness building deep within and slowly taking hold of her. She took a deep breath, placed a hand on the edge of the large freezer, and climbed over the side. Then she sank into the water and lay down, the man holding her head above the surface at her shoulders. When her ears dipped below the waterline, she lost all the sounds of the basement and heard nothing but her own breathing, the echo of her pounding heart, even the sound of her eyelids snapping shut and open again. The man lifted her up just a little, enough to bring her ears back into the air.
"Remember this time," he said. "Remember it all."
"I will," Lily said. The man shoved her beneath the surface, pressing her weakened body against the floor of the tank. Lily didn't try to fight him this time. She didn't even suck in one last breath. Instead, she inhaled the water. She choked back the pain as fluid filled her lungs. She fought the urge to cough and breathed in more. She breathed in more until the wavy image of the man hovering above her faded away, until all went black, until it didn't hurt anymore. Telling herself to remember, she had to remember. Lily would not wake up again. Chapter 23. Nash. Day 2. 12:20 p.m.
"You can't possibly expect me to work my magic surrounded by the scent of freshly ground coffee without a venti caramel macchiato in my hand, can you?" Klaus said as he sat behind the manager's desk in the back office at the Starbucks on Kedzie.
The room was cluttered. No more than 100 square feet, with the desk pressed against the back wall and random boxes of supplies littering every inch of open floor space. With Klaus behind the desk and Nash standing to his right, the manager had to stand in the hallway outside the office.
"What about you? Would you like something?"
the manager asked Nash. He had thinning brown hair, glasses, and about 30 pounds more than his frame was built to carry. He shuffled from side to side, his hands in constant movement. Nash couldn't help but wonder what inhaling coffee fumes for 10 hours a day would do to a person.
"Can I get a regular large coffee? Black?"
"What kind?"
"We've got blonde, dark, decaf Pike Place, Cafe Misto, Clover."
"Regular large coffee, black," Nash repeated. His shoulders slumped. "I'll see what I can do." Nash watched him disappear down the hall towards the front of the shop and turned back to Klaus. "Well?" Klaus had 3 windows open on the monitor. He was studying the text on the third with narrow eyes. "This thing is old, at least 5 years. The drive is only half gig, and they're running a HD camera set up at 1080p. Don't make me hurt you. I need it in English." Klaus rolled his eyes. "Because the camera is recording at high-end detailed image, it takes a lot of space to record. This computer doesn't have a lot of space. When the drive runs out of room, the program automatically starts recording over the oldest images." "How far back can you go?" Klaus expanded one of the windows and studied the text. "It's not as bad as Sophie said. I can pull up all the recordings going back for about 2.5 days. Full recordings, nothing deleted. When computers overwrite data, they don't do it in a linear, date-based way as we would. They record in bytes. This means when older videos are written over, fragments of that full video can stay on the drive." Nash leaned in. "So you can pull snapshots older than 2.5 days, but not full, interrupted video?" A grin spread over Klaus's face. "Now you're getting it. So, anything with our girl?" "I think we're too late for that, too. I'm running a program to piece back together the fragments, but so far the oldest image we've got is less than 2 weeks. And she went missing 3 weeks ago?" "Yep." The manager returned, holding 2 large cups, and handed them to the detectives. Nash sniffed at his, then took a sip. "It's coffee? That's what you wanted, right?" the manager asked. Nash nodded,
Yeah, I just expected you to come back with some frou-frou drink. Claus took a slurp from his cup. His lips came away, covered in white foam. I love me a good frou-frou drink. This is 300 calories of yum. Are you serious? Nash frowned. 300? The manager shrugged. That's a venti. 20 ounces of 150 calories per 10, so yeah, 300. Nash set his cup down and stared at it. How much in mine? 0. Unless you add sugar, it's just black coffee. Claus took another drink. Don't judge me. The manager glanced at the computer screen. Any luck? This thing is a piece of shit. He nodded. I told that to the detective who came by the last time. Corporate rarely upgrades them unless they break down, and believe me, I've tried to break this one. But it's a workhorse. They really don't care about the long-term storage. If we get robbed, corporate wants to capture the event, but there is really no reason to keep more than a day or two's worth of footage. The manager's phone dinged, and he pulled it from his pocket. Read the message on the display, then put the oversized Samsung away. Claus was staring at him. You have Wi-Fi here, right? Of course. What kind? A, B, GN, and AC at 2.4 gigahertz and 5, he replied. All the best, right? Your customers probably demand it. He nodded. Corporate does stay on top of that. Our best customers park themselves here for hours. What are you getting at? Nash asked. Claus stood up and began tracing the wires, particularly a thick blue one. He followed the cable behind 3 cases of cups stacked in the corner. There were shelves behind them. He slid the containers aside, revealing a number of gizmos with flashing lights. Nothing Nash recognized. He stopped at one device in particular, a small black box with 2 antennas sticking at the top. Claus flipped it over. This is their Wi-Fi router and access point. It's a ruckus zone, Flex, state-of-the-art. Remember all those people staring at their laptops and smartphones out there? They're all connecting to the internet through this, Claus told him. He opened the lid on his MacBook. See? I've connected to Starbucks Wi-Fi before, so my computer connected automatically. Now I'm on the same network as all the people here. He was pointing at an icon in the corner near his clock. How does this help? Nash asked him. Claus clicked at his keyboard. A new window opened, and data began to fly past much faster than Nash could read. This is the traffic on their router in real time. He turned to the manager. You shouldn't keep your username and password on a sticker attached to the router. That's the first place a potential hacker will look if they have access. He raised both hands. That's all corporate. I don't touch that thing. Claus went back to his MacBook. I can see every email, webpage, picture, a song accessed by the people out there, right here, right now, by watching this log file. I'm still not sure how that helps us, Nash said. Claus smiled. If I were a hot leading lady and you were Tom Cruise, this is the part where you try to kiss me. I'm not going to try and kiss you, Claus. I'm not going to let you. What does all this mean? Claus held up his index finger and began typing again. Nash watched him cut and paste some data from an email into the program he was running. Then he clapped his hands and grinned. We can't watch Ella Reynolds on video because that was long gone, but we can view everything she did while she was here, dating back over a year and ending on January 21st. Her phone and computer. Nash thought about this for a second. The 21st? That's the day before she was reported missing. That means she never made it here on the day she disappeared. That narrows down our timeline a little bit. What else you got? Claus wasn't listening to him. He was busy typing again. He didn't speak for nearly 3 minutes. Then, kids will always be one step ahead of their parents. What do you mean? Claus had 2 windows open on his screen. He selected the one on the left. This represents all the data we pulled from Eller's computer and her online accounts. Her phone disappeared with her, but we have her laptop. Her browser history was nearly non-existent. She either used a secure browser or encrypted her traffic. Most kids know how to do it. They don't want their parents snooping around, so I took her MAC address, that's an ID unique to her computer, and ran it through the Starbucks router. That's this window here. He clicked on the box on the right. The router captures all her activity, encrypted or not. If I compare the two windows, fill one against the other, I can see what she looked at while encrypted. Basically, everything she didn't want her parents to find.
Is it porn?
The manager asked. Nash had forgotten he was still standing there. Sadly, it is not porn, Klaus said. He opened another window and turned the computer so Nash could see. Nash clucked his tongue. Huh. Wouldn't have expected that. Chapter 24. Claire. Day 2. 12:46 p.m. There it is. 3306, Sophie said, pointing out her window at the blue and white awning above the storefront's large picture window. The Lay Gallery, printed in large block letters. Claire maneuvered her Honda into a vacant space in front, and the two women shuffled across the cold street, careful not to slip on the icy sidewalk. A tiny bell rang as they pushed through the doorway, and the woman with shoulder-length blonde hair and glasses looked up at them from the desk at the back of the store. "Good afternoon, ladies," she smiled. "Let me know if you have any questions or if there's something I can help you with." Claire took in the store. She had never seen so much color in one place. The walls were covered in paintings from floor to ceiling, every inch of space filled with canvases ranging in size from a few inches to 4 or 5 feet big. The works ran the gamut from abstract to landscape, lit by strategically positioned track lights at the ceiling. Tables filled the open floor space on either side, covered with statues, vases, figurines. Claire couldn't spot a method to the organization. It appeared to be total chaos. Yet it was wonderful. If she wasn't working, she could have spent hours here. Sophie had picked up a small statue from a table on the right. "I love penguins. They're so cute." The woman stood up from the desk, placed her glasses on top of her head, and walked over. "Those are made by a local artist named Tess Marsham. She crafts each one by hand. I love the way they stand guard at the table, watching over all the other pieces. She made the giraffes and zebras, too. Such a talent." Claire made a mental note to return to this place when she had time to browse. She turned to the woman. "Are you Miss Edwins?" "Yes. Please call me Colette." Sophie set the penguin back down on the table, patted it on the head. "My name is Sophie Rodriguez. I'm with Missing Children, and this is Detective Claire Norton with Chicago Metro. We'd like to ask you a few questions about Lily Davis." The woman's smile left her face. "Have you found her? Is she all right?" "Not yet, but we have a lot of people out looking for her," Claire said. "When was the last time you saw her?" "The night before last. She closed for me. She was supposed to work last night too, but she didn't come in. When 5 o'clock came around, I really began to get worried. It wasn't like her. I can't remember the last time she missed a shift, and if she was running late, even only a few minutes, she always called or texted." "What time was she due in?" "She usually works the 4 to close shift and locks up," Colette replied. "The night before last. When did she come in?" "Did you notice anything strange about her?" Claire asked. The woman shook her head. "Not at all. She got in a few minutes early and was her usual bubbly self. Always smiling, that one. The customers love that." She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice. "I saw the paper this morning. Do you think the monkey killer took her?" Claire shook her head. "This isn't the monkey killer." She spoke the words aloud, but wasn't so certain herself. After the events a few months ago, it felt as if Bishop was finished. His ultimate target had been Arthur Talbot, and he got him. He had no reason to continue. Killers rarely stopped of their own accord, though. If Bishop had just been on hiatus, he'd been itching to come back, and even though these recent crimes didn't fit his usual M.O., they reeked of him. Claire could see Bishop's smiling face, and she shook the image from her mind. "But somebody took her?" Colette asked. "We think so, yes," Claire told her.
Have you noticed anyone strange in the gallery over the past few weeks? Someone you didn't recognize, or someone who may have paid just a little too much attention to Lily and not enough to the artwork? Sophie asked. The woman chewed on the inside of her cheek. Most of our customers are regulars. We do host events here a few times each month and tend to draw in a couple new faces. On a regular day, like today, we get our share of browsers too. People I don't know, but nobody in recent memory jumps out at me. Usually, Lily gets in at 4 and I leave around 5, so our schedules don't overlap much. It's very possible someone came in after I left. Lily is such a pretty thing. I'm sure she's got her share of male suitors who stop by after I leave. I caught her friends hanging out in here on more than one occasion, but they're never any trouble. I don't mind it, as long as they don't interfere. It can get quiet in here sometimes, all alone. Claire eyed the ceiling. Do you have any security cameras? Colette shook her head. I'm afraid not. This is a nice neighborhood, and we don't work with cash, so I've never felt the need to install them. You mentioned events, Claire said. Do they draw a large crowd? Oh, yes. We'll get a few hundred people in and out here when we even feature a local artist. We have our regulars, then they invite their friends and fans. There's food and drinks. We try to do them as often as possible, she replied. Claire turned to Sophie. If I wanted to stalk a young girl, get close to her, that seems like the best time to do it, right? Large crowd, strange faces. Much less likely to stand out than coming in on his own. She turned back to Miss Edwins. Any chance you keep some kind of sign-in sheet for those events? Colette nodded. We do. We gather names, addresses, and emails so we can add visitors to our mailing list. We also supply a copy to the featured artist. Would it be possible to get copies of those lists? Claire asked. At this, Colette hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. If it will help Lily, of course. Give me a moment. Claire watched the woman head toward the back of the store and disappear down a hallway behind the desk. She turned back to Sophie. If our guy came in, I doubt he provided his real name or contact information. Then what good would the list do us? We'll review all the names and isolate the bogus ones. Names that don't tie out to the address provided, bad email addresses. Hopefully that will narrow it down to only a handful of records. Once we do that, we can... A scream erupted from the back of the gallery. Claire tugged her Glock from the holster at the shoulder and ran toward the sound with Sophie behind her. They maneuvered around the desk, down the small hallway, past the dark bathroom, and found themselves in the small storage room. Colette Edwin stood just inside the doorway, one hand still on the light switch, the other pressed to her mouth. She stared at the center of the room. Claire followed her gaze, her grip on the gun tightening. Lily Davis' lifeless body hung motionless against a metal shelf, her eyes glossy, empty, her mouth slightly agape. A black electrical cord encircled her neck, the flesh around it purple. She looked horribly pale. Claire swept the room, holstered her Glock, then went to the girl, her fingers going to her neck in search of a pulse. Nothing. Her skin was cold. The cord around her neck had been tied up to the supports of the metal shelf, holding her up. Did she hang herself? Colette choked out. No, Claire said. She was dead before her body was placed here. Who else has access to this room? Sophie asked. Colette was shaking. I was just back here not 2 hours ago. I had to restock some of the figurines out front. She wasn't here. Nobody was here. I've been alone all morning. What about the door? Claire asked. There was a steel door at the far corner of the room. We keep that door locked. It's only open for deliveries. Claire reached into her pocket and produced a latex glove, pulled it over her hand, and tested the doorknob. It was locked, as was the dead ball above it. Everybody out, she said. Chapter 25. Pool. Day 2, 1:03 p.m. Special Agent Frank Poole settled into the rusty metal desk he had been assigned in the basement office of Chicago Metro. The boxes of information taken from Detective Porter's apartment were on the table beside him. SAIC Hurless and S.A. Diener had gone back to the FBI's field office on Roosevelt to check on their other cases after a rushed lunch at a small diner on Wabash. Poole decided to come back here. He expected Hurless to fight him. But instead, his supervisor only helped him load the boxes into his car and instructed Poole and the techs to bring everything straight here. Poole closed the door and switched off the overhead fluorescents, plunging the room in total darkness, except for the small lamp burning at his desk. He opened the file on Barbara McKinley and flipped through the contents. He preferred to work like this, in the dark. No distractions, no noise, no bustling office around him. Not a single voice except the evidence. Barbara McKinley, 17 years old, the monkey killer's fifth victim. Bishop took her because her sister, Libby McKinley, hit and killed a pedestrian on March 14, 2017. He flipped back to the inside cover of the folder to the photo of Barbara McKinley stapled inside. Beautiful girl. Blonde. He looked up at the whiteboard in the corner of the room, his eyes straining to see the images of Bishop's victims. All brunettes. All but Barbara. He lost himself in those images. When he glanced back at his watch, he realized nearly 10 minutes had passed. He reached for his phone and dialed a number he'd programmed in at the start of this investigation, but had yet to use. The line rang 3 times before a gruff voice picked up. "Hello?" Poole cleared his throat. "Detective Porter?" "Yeah." "This is Special Agent Frank Poole." Silence. Then, "Okay." Poole went on. "We're here, on this investigation, because we were asked to be here. You understand that, right? We can't take over a case unless we're invited." "Who invited you?" Poole ran his hand through his hair. "If they wanted you to know, they would have told you. I don't think it's my place to communicate that information." "You called me," Porter said. "What would you like to communicate?" "If given a choice, I wouldn't intrude like this. I wouldn't want someone else to butt into one of my investigations. And it's not something I want to be party to." "Yet, here you are." "Here I am," Poole agreed. "Someone feels I messed up, and they brought you in to save face. Not your fault you're here. Just doing your job, is that it?" "They say you let him go. That you're too close." "You can believe whatever you want. It's your case now," Porter said. Poole stood up, his chair squeaking in protest, and walked over to the whiteboard, to the pictures of the girls. "The truth is, I don't care much for this political bullshit of all this. I get the feeling you don't either. But you and I think we're both after the same thing. We just want to put this monster down." Porter said nothing. Poole went on. "My boss and Diener are hoping to make a name for themselves with this case. I think that's their agenda." "And you don't have an agenda?" "I don't want this guy to hurt anyone else," Poole replied. Neither man spoke for a long while. Porter was the first to break the silence. "Why did you call, Agent Poole?" "Frank," he said. "Call me Frank." "Why did you call me Frank?" Poole returned to his desk, to the file. "Barbara McKinley. I got the feeling you were holding something back earlier." "I told you, and your boss. I haven't had a chance to look at the folder." "But your gut's telling you something's there." Again, Porter said nothing. Poole continued. "My gut is telling me to trust your gut." Poole heard nothing from the other end of the line. He said nothing either. He'd wait for the other man to speak. Porter finally let out a sigh. "That day, when I got called back into the case, I had been out on leave for a few weeks because of my wife's murder. Nash caught the body, and the one we thought was the monkey killer. Things moved so fast. We brought Bishop in from CSI because he seemed sharp. We weren't looking for a killer anymore. We thought he was dead. Our entire focus fell on finding Emery. We got back to the war room. All the key players from the 4MK task force were there. And there was Bishop, the new guy. We ran the evidence. It sometimes helps me to run from start to finish to keep it all straight in my head. Sometimes it sparks something new. Something jumps out. Anyway, we ran the evidence for Bishop, but also for the rest of us. A bit of a refresher. Poole nodded.
You wanted to run the data from a new angle. No longer looking for the man behind the evidence, but use the data to try and piece together who he was. Where he would have taken Emery.
Yeah. Sometimes when you shift focus like that, something comes to you from left field. Something you didn't catch with the first go-around. The case became more about our missing girl, Porter said. As we reviewed the evidence, Bishop weighed in. And I swear to God, even looking back now, that lil shit seemed like all of this was new to him. He stared at the boards, not only with a straight face, but I could see the gears turning in his head. I could see him thinking through the evidence, connecting dots, making things fit, and generating theories. I've played it over and over in my mind. And not once did he do anything to tip us off to the fact that he was really our killer. He played the part of Paul Watson CSI so well. I think he even forgot who he was. He looked like he wanted to catch 4MK as much as we did. I know you probably think I'm just making excuses, that I was sloppy, that someone should have seen through the ruse. But his character was that complete. He not only wore a mask, he became that mask.
He's a sociopath,
Poole said.
In that moment, he may have been Paul Watson. People like him, when they don't have any conscience of their own, they're like a blank canvas, an empty vessel. They can drop a personality into that space and it takes over, fills that void. I've seen others like him. In some, the personality takes over completely. In others, they're all somehow in there together, aware of each other.
Well, like I said, in that moment he was Paul Watson. And Paul Watson like he wanted to catch 4MK. As we reviewed the evidence, as we went over each victim's story, he paused at McKinley. He made a point to mention she was the only blonde. At the time, it just seemed like a rookie comment. I mean, we obviously all knew she was the only blonde. We stared at those photos for 5 years. But he lingered there, if only for a second. As a rookie comment, I let it pass. But now
you're replaying that scene. You know you were in the room with 4MK, and 4MK lingered on Barbara McKinley.
Poole summarized. Yeah.
That's not much.
I think I said that a few times now. Nothing solid. Only my gut, Porter said. There is the crime itself, too. McKinley's sister killed a pedestrian in a hit and run. It was an accident. With all the other victims, Bishop played off the fact that someone related to them committed an intentional crime. Something premeditated, thought out, and orchestrated. A hit and run doesn't fit.
Poole looked back to the file. According to the arrest report, she hit a pedestrian who was crossing the street against the light. He stepped out into traffic, into the path of her car.
If she wouldn't have run, she wouldn't have been charged. Not for something like that, Porter said. There's the similarity to the way Jacob Kidner died too. Don't forget, Bishop paid that guy to step out into traffic. I don't believe in coincidences.
Me either,
Poole replied.
Give me a second. He pulled up Libby McKinley's record on his laptop and reviewed her file. According to record, she was charged in March 2007 and convicted of manslaughter for the vehicular death of one Franklin Kirby in July 2007, sentenced to 10 years, of which she served 7 in a handful of months. She was released on parole 6 weeks ago.
What was the name of her victim again?
Franklin Kirby,
Why, do you know him? Again, Porter went quiet. Porter, if the name means something to you, you need to tell me, Poole said. You should check on her. Let me know what you find. Why? Poole asked. But Porter had disconnected the call. Chapter 26. Porter. Day 2. 1:04 p.m. Across town, Porter stood at his mailbox in the lobby of his apartment building, his cell phone in one hand and the TV guide in the other. He was staring down at the floor, at the picture that had fallen from the pages of the magazine when he freed it from his cluttered mailbox. Porter knelt, leaned in, closer. The photo was 5 by 7, black and white, on matte paper. A picture of a woman in a prison jumpsuit being led through an outdoor chain-link walkway, one guard in front, another behind her. Her hands were cuffed behind her back, and her head hung low, her face barely visible in the shadows. It appeared to be a distant shot, grainy, as if enhanced with software beyond the capabilities of the original lens. Porter could make out Orleans Parish Prison on the wall behind her in block letters. Porter dropped the TV guide to the floor beside it, picked up the photograph with his gloved hand, and flipped it over. On the back was one simple sentence, written in black ink. I think I found her. B. Chapter 27. The Man in the Black Knit Cap. Day 2. 1:14 p.m. Did she see? The voice on the line said. The man in the black knit cap pressed the phone against his ear. No, she did not. He sat at a small desk made of pressboard and black plastic, the top littered with paper, colored markers, and drawings. So many drawings. The desk was under a window overlooking the street. Outside, his neighbor walked his dog, a small white Lhasa Apso, dressed in a red and green sweater. The dog lifted its back leg and peed in the snow. The man in the black knit cap watched the yellow stain grow, a stain besmirching his yard. His neighbor lived 10 feet over, yet he walked his dog here every day to pee. The dog finished its business, scratched at the edge of the sidewalk with its stubby back legs, then tugged toward their house. The wound on the side of his head itched, and he scratched at it. The knit cap shifting position under his fingers, slipping on his bald head. The next one, we'll see. The voice on the other end of the call said, She will be the one. I hope so. Did you put her where I told you? Yes. Did anyone see you? Nobody sees me anymore. Did anyone see you? The voice repeated. No. Good. Yeah. The man picked up a green marker and began coloring one of the drawings on his desk. His hands began to shake, the ink crossed the lines, and he threw the marker across the room. He heard a sigh through the phone. The man behind the voice could see him, somehow. He could always see him. Sooner or later, they all see. It's just a matter of time. He was talking about the girls again. The man in the black knit cap missed the girls. The house seemed so quiet without them. He picked up a red marker, held it to the drawing, and watched his hand begin to shake. He put the marker down, and the shaking stopped. He stretched his fingers out, made a fist, stretched again. The movement felt good, felt normal. He stopped. His hand wasn't shaking. He picked up the marker, His hand wasn't shaking. He touched the marker to the paper. His hand did not shake. He began to color. The small lines he made grew longer, wider, the marker taking on a mind of its own, scribbling, the hand shaking. He pressed harder, but it did no good. The ink crossed the lines. The red ink spread over the green he had tried moments earlier, the color turning a muddled brown. The lines of the drawing disappearing under these involuntary scribbles. The image slowly dying under his touch. He dropped the marker and turned in the chair, facing the room. His daughter's red sweater lay crumpled on the floor behind him, her tiny shoes beside the bed.
I want to get the next one now, before it gets dark,
he said. You must be patient. He knew the voice was right. The voice was always right. He scratched at his head again, his nails digging into raw flesh, his fingers coming away, moist with blood.
But you'll tell me when?
I will.
I'm ready.
I know. The line went dead then. The man in the black knit cap turned in the chair, again facing the desk, and set the phone down. He looked out the window. The dog was gone. His neighbor was gone, and the stain in the bright white snow remained. He picked up a yellow marker and began to color the drawing. Chapter 28. Porter. Day 2. 2:17 p.m. Porter had spent the last hour sitting on his couch, the photograph on the coffee table before him. He had brought over the reading lamp from his bedside, removed the shade, and swapped out the bulb for 100 watt. The light was bright, unforgiving. He leaned over the picture, studying every inch, every pixel. His mind raced. Libby McKinley killed Franklin Kirby. Barbara McKinley died for the crime. Of course he knew the name. Bishop told him that night right before he pushed Arthur Talbot into the elevator shaft. The name Franklin Kirby was etched into his skull along with all those loose strings surrounding 4MK. Franklin Kirby was the real name of the man who ran off with Bishop's mother, a neighbor, a lover to one, possibly both. He killed his partner, the man Bishop called Mr. Stranger in his diary. The man Bishop later told him was really named Felton Briggs. Briggs had been some type of security officer or private investigator employed by Talbot. Neither name had ever turned up in the various databases Porter searched. Ghosts. Just like Bishop. Until now. He looked back at the photograph, his eyes fixed on the woman. He sat there for a long while, unmoving. When he looked up, he eyed his apartment. The feds had made a mess of the place, pulling down books, emptying cabinets, dumping drawers. Heather's pictures stared up at the ceiling, knocked over in their search. He didn't want to be here. He couldn't be here. Not now. Porter stared at the photograph on the coffee table. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Fuck it. He stood, went to the bedroom closet, and pulled out his suitcase. 5 minutes later, the bag was packed and sitting at the front door. He went to the freezer, removed the foil package labeled ground beef, peeled it open, and removed the contents, nearly $3,000 in cash at last count. He folded the bills, shoved them into his pocket, and returned to the living room. He surveyed the room again, then went over to his lazy boy, his favorite chair. He picked it up by the base and turned the chair on its side. The loud bang as it hit the hardwood echoed through the otherwise quiet apartment. Porter slipped his fingers under the material at the bottom and tugged. It came away, held only with Velcro. Bishop's diary was duct-taped to the wood frame under the cloth. He never did log it into evidence. He pulled the small book free, removed the tape, and slipped the black and white composition book into his pocket with the money. Returning to the table, he retrieved the photograph from Bishop, his hand no longer gloved, and pocketed that too. Porter took out his cell phone, switched it off, and placed it on the coffee table. At the front door, he took one last look at his apartment, at Heather's fallen picture, then picked up his suitcase and left, locking the door behind him. Chapter 29. Claire. Day 2. 6:23 p.m. Claire handed Nash a cup of coffee and fell down into the chair beside him. This guy is like a ghost. You could have heard a pin drop in that gallery, and somehow he managed to pick the back door locks. 2 of them, mind you. Get into the storeroom and position Lily's body, all without making enough noise to get the attention of the manager, who wasn't more than 10 or 15 feet down the hall? Nash took a drink of the coffee, his nose wrinkling. This is horrible. It may have been sitting in that pot a while. It looked a little crusty around the edges. He looked down into his cup, shrugged, and drank some more. Isley had agreed to perform an emergency autopsy on the body of Lily Davis. They'd been waiting in his office at the medical examiner's office for a little over an hour. Aside from Lily's body, no evidence was found at the gallery, not a single fingerprint or shoe track. The unsub most likely wiped everything down on his way out. There was only the girl. Isley had ordered she be brought straight here so he could get to work. Claire and Nash agreed to wait for the results, while Tlazowski checked in with his IT team. Sophie Rodriguez went straight to the Davis home. They didn't want the family to learn all about this on the news, like the Reynoldses had. So, Ella Reynolds was looking at cars? Claire asked. Nash had told her what they found in her browser history at Starbucks. He took another drink of the coffee, forcing it down. Cars R Us on Pulaski Road. For about 2 weeks she searched their inventory nearly every day. Then she seemed to find something she liked. 2012 Mazda 2 Sport for $7,495. Bright green with cloth interior, 1.5-liter engine, automatic transmission, and 75,000 miles. That's high mileage. Yeah. Nash forced a smile. That was my first thought, too. You said the searches were encrypted, right? Why would she hide something like that from her parents? Claire asked. Nash shrugged. Maybe they didn't want her buying a car yet. She was only 15. Maybe they thought she was too young. It seems weird to be looking at cars when you're not even old enough to drive. Hell, I was ready to buy when I was 8 years old, Nash replied. At 15, girls are usually interested in guys with cars, not buying their own car. Not all girls. Guess not. Flaz and I had planned to head there next when you called about Lily, he told her. We'll drive over there when we're done. Here. Claire remembered something Gabrielle Deegan said. You know Lily Davies' best friend, Gabby? Said that Lily was in the market for a car too. For the last few weeks, all she texted were pictures of cars, trying to figure out what she wanted. Her dad said he'd buy her one when she graduated. She watched Nash take another drink of his coffee, mulling this over. Any chance she visited this dealer? Maybe that's our link. Our unsub is a used car salesman? Nash stood and slowly paced the office. He'd have easy access. Think about how that process works. Somebody like Ella or Lily finds a car they like, they go down to the lot. They're met by our unsub. It's unthreatening. They're going to him instead of the other way around. He shows them the car they came to see, or shows them other cars on the lot. They spend some quality time together. When was the last time you got off a car lot in less than an hour? They rope you in. They ramble around with the salesperson, get to know each other, maybe go for a few test drives. All these things are disarming. Girls like Lily and Ella may have their guard up when a guy approaches them on the street, but a scenario like this? Hell, they'd be trying to get on the unsub's good side. So he puts in a word with the finance guy. Claire's eyes went wide.
When you go for a test drive, they take a copy of your driver's license, all your personal information. He'd have that when they left.
Nash shook his head. Neither girl had a license yet, remember?
Maybe they had to fill out a form or something.
Maybe.
It's worth checking, for sure. Yeah.
Isley pushed through the double doors, drying his hands with a paper towel. He tilted his head back towards the examination room.
Come on.
Claire stood and followed him back inside, with Nash behind her. She popped a piece of gum into her mouth and offered one to Nash. He shook his head.
I think I'm getting used to the smell.
In this office, the day you get used to the smell is the day you retire, Isley told him. Lily Davis's naked body was laid out on the table, her chest still open with a large Y incision that began at her shoulders and ended above her pubic bone. When she came into view, Nash went pale and reached out a hand to Claire.
I'll take that gum now.
Claire snickered and handed him a piece. She leaned over the body. Lily's face looked so peaceful. Isley tilted the large light above the table, focusing the beam on the open chest cavity. Normally, I would have her closed up, but I wanted you to see this. He reached inside, pointing beneath her ribs.
See these marks on the lungs?
Claire followed his finger to the dark streaks across the pink surface. There were dozens of them on both lungs.
What are they?
When the lungs fill with fluid and strain against the pressure, it can sometimes cause bruising, Isley told her.
So, she drowned.
Like Ella, Nash said. Isley nodded. In salt water. Just like Ella. Claire leaned in closer. I thought our bodies don't bruise after the heart stops pumping. If she died from drowning, should there be bruising? It's normal to find both pre- and post-mortem bruising on the lungs from drowning, Isley told her.
Then why are you showing this to us?
Isley leaned back in, his finger tracing the girl's lungs. See how some of the marks are much darker than others? Like these here? Claire nodded. This indicates multiple traumas. Some are older than others.
You mean she drowned more than once?
Nash said. From what I am observing, this girl drowned 6, maybe 7 times over a 24-hour period. Claire frowned.
How is that possible?
I think your unsub drowned her, then revived her, he said. If you look closely at her ribs, you'll see microfractures. I think he performed CPR on her. I also found multiple electrical burns from a stun gun. So he used one either to subdue her or to revive her.
Would that work?
Isley shook his head. No. The electricity would dissipate across her skin. It would need to be directed to the heart. Maybe if he placed a metal plate under her when he did it, but I'm skeptical even that would work. CPR, though. He could have brought her back with CPR. Multiple times, Claire said. 6 or 7, at least.
My God.
Nash lowered his head, scratched at his eyebrow. So he drowned her repeatedly until he was unable to revive her. That would be my conclusion as well, yes, Isley said. Claire stepped back from the table.
Why would...
She said, more to herself than anyone else. Isley frowned. I'm afraid there's more. Claire watched as he crossed the room and pulled back the sheet covering a body against the wall. Ella Reynolds. I re-examined 14982F and found the same marks. The near freezing and thawing of the body damaged her cells, making this condition less pronounced. I should have noticed regardless. I have no excuse. It slipped by me. I focused primarily on the drowning aspect itself, and my attempts to minimize damage from the conditions in which you found the body. Ella, Nash said softly.
Her name is Ella.
Isley raised his left palm. Well, yes, Ella, of course. He drowned and revived her over and over again, too? Nash asked. Isley nodded grimly. In her case, it appears this took place over a much longer period of time, sometimes days between each event, whereas with 149, with Lily, only an hour or less elapsed between each. There is a clear escalation in your unsub's behavior. Had Lily been permitted more time to recover, she may have been able to survive. Unfortunately, the human body can only take so much. She wasn't given a chance. "What about Ella's father?" Claire asked. "What did you find there?" Isley gently replaced the white sheet covering Ella's body, then crossed the room to the metal drawers built into the wall. He tugged one open and gestured for them to come closer. "I've been trying to call Porter, but I'm getting voicemail." Sam had to take a step back for a little while. Nash said, "Everything okay?" "Just a personal matter." Isley looked like he was about to press further, then changed his mind. The body of Floyd Reynolds was encased in a thick black body bag. He slid the zipper down from the head to midsection and spread the plastic so they could see inside. The skin was pale, white, save for the thick purple and black cut at his neck. It was worst at the center, above the Adam's apple, and grew thinner and lighter as it spread out across his neck, ending at about the ears. Isley followed the line, with his finger hovering about an inch above the surface. "This is from a very thin wire. Piano or electric guitar string, most likely. They sell thin cable at most hardware stores, but to me, this appears thinner than what you would find there. Like I said, resembling string from a musical instrument." Porter had mentioned finding a footprint on the back car of the seat. That fits with what I'm seeing here. The unsub got the string around the man's neck and pulled at it with tremendous force. Because the back of his head was cradled against the headrest, the unsub had tremendous leverage. If you look closely at the center here, you'll see the string cut nearly to the windpipe. The trauma lessens at the sides, consistent with strangulation from behind. "So, definitely the cause of death?" Nash asked. Isley nodded. "I'm confident of that. I found nothing else." Claire's cell phone vibrated. She plucked it from her belt and read the text. Randall Davies just suffered a major stroke. Chapter 30. Claire. Day 2. 6:51 p.m. Claire and Nash fought the tail end of rush hour traffic and pulled into the emergency room drive of John H. Stroger, Jr. Hospital about 30 minutes later. They found Sophie Rodriguez sitting in the corner of the waiting room with Grace Davis, Lily's mother. Sophie spotted them as they came through the automated glass doors and quickly walked over to meet them. "We were in their kitchen. I broke the news about Lily, and they took it about as well as it could be expected. He was holding his wife, and his body just went limp. She tried to hold him up. He's a big guy. He fell to the floor and began to convulse. I dialed 911 immediately, and the paramedics arrived about 4 minutes later. The convulsions stopped by that point, but his breathing was labored, and his heart rate was very low. I had trouble finding a pulse, but when I did, I only recorded about 40 beats per minute." "Does he have any kind of history?" Claire asked. Sophie shook her head. "Nothing, according to his wife. He exercises daily. Even with all this going on, he was prepping for a run when I got there. Said it helped him clear his head. His daughter is missing and he wanted to go for a jog?" Nash said. "People cope in strange ways." Sophie glanced back at Grace Davis. "She lost her daughter, and now her husband is in ICU. I can't imagine what she's going through." A doctor pushed through the double doors at the back of the ER, scanned the crowd, and started towards Grace Davis, Claire, Nash, and Sophie rushed back over. "I am so sorry, Grace," the doctor said. "This is the last thing you need in your life right now." "You know each other?" Claire asked. The doctor's eyes went narrow. "And you are?" "I'm Detective Claire Norton. This is Detective Nash, and Sophie Rodriguez with missing children." His face softened. "You're helping to find Lily?" He nodded. Then, She's such a sweet girl. I have known her entire life. Who would do such a thing? Gracie's face went white, and her red, puffy eyes again filled with tears. Sophie put an arm around her. Claire told the doctor Lily had been found. His eyes were on Grace Davis the entire time. When she finished, he took a deep breath. This is horrible. He went to Grace and wrapped his arms around her, whispered something at her ear. How do you know the Davis family? Claire asked. Randall works here in oncology. I've been head of ER going on 6 years now. We're a tight group at this hospital, the doctor said. Randall and I both completed our residency at McGaw. Nash took a step closer. What is Dr. Davis' condition? Is he going to pull through? He's stable, for now. But the stroke may have caused permanent damage. I'm waiting for the results of the CT scan to come back. He released Mrs. Davis and took a step back. Grace, how long has Randall been taking lisinopril? The woman's forehead puckered. What's lisinopril? It's used to regulate high blood pressure. Randall doesn't have high blood pressure. The doctor placed a hand on her shoulder. Is it possible he had high blood pressure and didn't want to tell you? Maybe he didn't want to worry you. Mrs. Davis shook her head. She pulled her phone from her purse and began tapping at the screen. He doesn't have high blood pressure. We both test a few times each week with this Bluetooth cuff he brought home from the conference last year. She handed him the phone. See? It records our results. The doctor scrolled through the readings. These are all normal. Randall exercised daily, she told him. At his last physical, the doctor told him he was as fit as a 30-year-old. If that's the case, we have a serious problem, the doctor said, stroking his chin. Claire had remained silent through all of this. Something was wrong. What is it? At first, the doctor didn't speak, lost in his own thoughts. Then, we found a concentrated level of the lisinopril in his blood. If I had to guess, he took a rather large dose. 3, maybe 400 milligrams. What's considered normal? Nash asked. Anywhere from 2.5 milligrams to 40. No more than that. Claire turned to Sophie. But before she could ask her a question, Sophie started nodding. I'm thinking. We were in the kitchen. I had a glass of water. Mrs. Davis was drinking. I was drinking orange juice, Mrs. Davis said. Randall made a pot of coffee. I don't drink coffee. It tends to keep me up at night. You think someone spiked the coffee? Nash said to Claire. Claire began to speak, then pulled him aside, outside of earshot. Our unsub killed Ella Reynolds' father, she said in a low voice. He strangled and nearly removed the head of Ella Reynolds' father with piano wire. Nash said. This, a drug overdose? Hardly the same M.O. Maybe Dr. Davis had a high blood pressure and was self-medicating to manage the condition, hiding it from his wife for some reason. Who else takes their blood pressure on a regular basis at home? Claire raised her wrist and showed him her Apple Watch. This thing tracks every step I make during the day, monitors my heart rate. It even tells me when I've been on my ass too long. Everyone is tracking their house stats these days. She poked his oversized belly. Everyone should be anyway. I'm comfortably plump, Claire Bear. I don't need some gizmo on my wrist to remind me of that 4 times per day. If a normal dose is 2.5 milligrams to 40, and he said 10 times that, it's no accident. Someone tried to kill him, Claire said. It could be a suicide attempt, Nash pointed out. Only one way to find out, Claire said. She pulled out her phone, dialed Metro. I'm getting CSI out there. Nash nodded reluctantly. I'll ask Mrs. Davis where she hides the spare key. Chapter 31. Pool. Day 2. 7:04 p.m. Special Agent Frank Poole parked his red Jeep Cherokee on the 300 block of McKean Road in Downers Grove, a few houses down from the 317 on the right. Barbara McKinley's file lay open on the passenger seat. This was the only known address for Libby McKinley, noted in her file by her parole officer upon her release 6 weeks earlier. He shouldn't be out here. He knew better. A late 80s Ford Taurus sat in the driveway. By the looks of it, the car had sat there for some time. The color appeared to be a faded burgundy or brown, hard to tell in the remaining trickle of evening light. There were no tracks in the driveway, snow piled high on top. Substantial rust, low tire pressure, neglected, forgotten. Long blades of brown grass and weeds poked out of the fresh white layer of snow. Winter's attempt at covering up an unkempt lawn. Failing. The house was a single-story box of a thing. No real discernible style. 4 walls and a roof, with an attached one-car garage. White paint had long ago given up its hole on the siding, and dark wood shone through from beneath where it peeled away. The roof was in need of replacement, visibly sagging over what was most likely a very small living room. Lights began coming on in the surrounding houses. 317 remained dark, lifeless. "You want to take a look," a voice at the back of his mind whispered. "Just a quick peek, and you can be on your way. No harm, no foul. Nobody will ever be the wiser." Poole did want to take a peek. He wanted to talk to her. Porter had been right. Something felt off about her sister's death. It nagged at him, and Poole knew if he didn't do this, he'd spend the next 2 weeks thinking about doing it. The only way to get it out of his system was to walk up to that house, ring the bell, and have a few words with Miss McKinley. After hanging up Porter, Poole had run a detailed search for Franklin Kirby, McKinley's hit-and-run victim. He came up blank. The man had been identified by the driver's license in his wallet. There was a photo of it in the McKinley file, but no record of him in the driver's license database. The number on the license was assigned to a woman named Leslie Carmichael, 46, living in Woodlawn, not Franklin Kirby. Libby McKinley hit and killed a man carrying false identification, although still a name Porter clearly recognized. Poole stepped from the Cherokee out into the cold evening wind, closed the door behind him, and crossed the street to 317. Neither the public sidewalk nor the stone walkway leading to the front door had been shoveled. The front porch was also lost beneath a layer of at least 4 inches of snow. He pressed the bell with a gloved finger, heard the double chime inside, and waited. Nothing. He rang again, glancing back at the driveway. Poole turned back to the door. No sound from within. No lights. Libby McKinley might have spotted him, killed the lights. She wouldn't be the first person on parole to hide from a cop on their doorstep. There was no current employment information listed in her file. She probably had little reason to leave the house. Hell, he wouldn't be out in this weather if he didn't have to be. He knocked on the door. 3 loud raps. "Miss McKinley? I'm Special Agent Frank Poole. I know you're in there. Open the door." He had no idea if she was in there, but the ruse typically worked. Poole blew into his gloved hands. He felt like he was standing in a tub of ice water. His breath fluttered through the air and dissipated. Poole stepped off the porch and over a small hedge, then pressed his face to the large picture window. The glass was cold, covered in frost. He couldn't see inside. If the heat were on, you'd feel it at the glass, right? Who doesn't have their heat on in this kind of weather? He stepped back and began to circle the house, attempting to look in each window as he went. If one of the neighbors saw him, he'd surely be dialing 911 right now. At the side of the house, he nearly tripped over a rusty bicycle, an old red Schwinn lost beneath the thick snowdrift. There were also the remains of potted plants, long since dead, and random lengths of garden hose, coiled and forgotten for the winter. Around back, he found a wood deck. A black Weber barbecue lay on its side, lost to slumber. Lawn chairs piled up around it, no rhyme or reason. He stepped up onto the deck, the boards creaking under his weight, popping noises. Could be rotten. Might fall through. He carefully made his way to the back door. The screen was cut. A straight cut. About 5 inches long, enough for a man to get his hand inside the door. Enough to unlock the screen door. Get to work on that deadbolt with a lockpicker's kit. Poole tried the doorknob. Unlocked. He reached inside his coat, unsnapped and removed his Glock 22, held it low against his hip, pointing at the ground. A small LED flashlight was attached to the barrel. He flicked it on with his forefinger. He gave the door a little push. It protested, frozen in the frame. Again, with more force. When it finally opened, it did so with a loud thwack. The smell hit him first. The sweet, sickly odor of something turned, something gone bad. It wafted out, warning him off, telling him to get back into his car and drive away. "Miss McKinley, this is Special Agent Frank Poole. I'm coming inside." The wood door opened into the kitchen. Poole gave it a push with the toe of his shoe while sweeping the room with the barrel of his gun. The light. Dishes were piled high at the sink, the counter buried under them. There were also pizza boxes and cartons from Chinese takeout, empty soda cans, and water bottles. The heat was off. As he approached the sink, he realized the dishes were frozen in a block of ice. A thin coat of frost covered everything. Still, the smell. Poole walked past the kitchen counter into a small dining room. Boxes and paper littered the table. Job applications, copies of a resume, Elizabeth McKinley, printed in bold font at the top. There were newspapers, unopened bills, clothing, a woman's blouse and bra, all haphazardly tossed about. "Miss McKinley, are you in here?" Poole's breath floated through the cold air. He spotted the thermostat on the wall and glanced at it. The heat was switched off. The dial turned to the coldest position. An open doorway stood to his left. Poole followed it into the small living room. The gun and flashlight pointed forward now, leading him. To his right stood the front door, along with the picture window he had tried to peer into, as opaque from this side as it was from the front yard. On his left, a couch lined the wall, facing a small television propped up on milk crates. There was a cheap pressboard table in front of the couch. Someone had shoved the contents to the floor. Magazines, a remote, a few utility bills, and some advertising circulars. Sitting on top of the table, spaced evenly, centered, were 3 white boxes tied off with black string. The white of the boxes was riddled with specks of brown and crimson, a spatter of sorts. There was a small bathroom directly across from where he stood, and another door to the left of the television, most likely a bedroom. Poole stepped forward and swept his eyes over the bathroom. The white tub was ringed with brown, the sink covered in dry toothpaste. A moldy towel was on the floor, bunched up and shoved to the side near the toilet. Someone had wiped at the spot in the middle of the mirror. Poole's hazy reflection stared back at him. He backed out of the bathroom into the living room. his gun now pointed at the bedroom door. He saw the boxes on the table from the corner of his eye. He tried not to look at them. Poole approached the open bedroom door with a wide arc, preferring to enter the room straight on rather than sliding against the wall and going in from the side. The beam of his flashlight dancing over the walls revealed a ratty dresser. The bed. A woman's body was tied to the bed at all four corners. Her clothing had been cut away. The tattered remains scattered about the floor. Her flesh was covered in tiny red cuts, thousands of them, every exposed inch. The eyes were gone. 2 black sockets. Her mouth was filled with dry, crusty blood. Poole knew that beneath her matted hair, her ear was gone too. He'd find those things in the boxes. He removed the flashlight from his gun and holstered the weapon. He stared at the remains of Libby McKinley. Chapter 32. Poole. Day 2. 7:12 p.m. Poole stood perfectly still, his breath caught in the air before him. Thin wisps of white curling about. The room felt so still. When you enter a room with at least one person already present, you know they are there. The human body somehow feels this person on an instinctual level. Your sense of caution, self-preservation, these things heighten. There is a subtle surge of adrenaline as the body takes in the sight and sound of this person, the body language and demeanor. Nearly instantaneously, the brain jumps to judgment. Am I attracted to this person or repulsed? Indifferent or taken aback? Our body, our minds, come to all these conclusions in less time than it takes to blink an eye. If the person in the room is alive. When you enter a room occupied only by the dead, there is none of this. Without the soul, the body is just a husk, a shell. And somehow, the mind knows that too. Different signals are sent. How did this person die? When did she die? Is whoever or whatever killed her still here? Could that something hurt me? Poole looked down at the body of Libby McKinley, and he felt nothing but a profound sense of loss, one that caused his heart to ache. He stepped closer to the bed, the beam of his flashlight slipping over her body. Her fingers and toes had been removed. He found them lined up neatly on the nightstand, a pair of stained lobster shears beside them. Bishop had never done that before. He was escalating. Poole tried a lamp beside the bed. The bulb had been removed. Before MK's previous victims, the kill room always eluded them. He staged the bodies when he wanted them to be found. Not once had they learned where he actually killed them. SAIC Hurless suspected that he killed them in the tunnels beneath the city, but Poole always felt differently. Poole believed Bishop had a kill room. Someplace secluded, meaningful to him. Someplace he could work without disruption. Someplace I could eat the screams before they escaped. Libby McKinley died in immense pain. She died slowly, and she died here, alone. There was blood everywhere. The beam of Poole's flashlight traced it up the walls behind the bed, across the sheets to the green shag carpet beneath his feet. He shouldn't be stepping here. Not like this. He was most likely contaminating potential evidence, but something told him they wouldn't find anything here. Nothing useful, anyway. They'd only find whatever Bishop wanted them to find. Poole leaned in close to the body, his flashlight over her spoiled flesh, the tiny cuts. Razor blade. Each no more than ½ inch. So many, her skin covered in dried blood. Poole removed his glove and reached out to her, his fingers brushing over her forearm. She was cold, but not frozen. The heat had been turned off in the house long before she died. Days, maybe a week earlier. She had died recently, within the past day or two. It was then that he saw something in the cuts. He hadn't seen it at first, probably because of the direction he faced. He didn't see it until he looked down at her arm from the head of the bed. Words. He had not just cut her with a razor blade. He had written upon her, her body a canvas under his brush. Tiny words, barely visible under the blood. The arms bled less, tied to the bedposts. They were above her heart. You are evil. You are evil. You are evil. You. The same phrase over and over again, every inch of exposed skin. She had been alive when he did these things. The small pools of blood at each cut told him so. He started at her feet and worked his way up. He could tell that too from the amount of blood at each wound. She finally died somewhere near the ribcage. He continued, beyond that point, but the cuts were swifter after. He hadn't enjoyed it after she died. He needed to finish his work, though. This was violent. This was revenge. Who was Franklin Kirby to you? Poole asked aloud of both Libby McKinley and Anson Bishop. Neither answered. 10 minutes later, he retraced his steps back out of the house, back to his Jeep Cherokee. He climbed inside, started the engine, and placed a call to SAIC Hurless. He considered calling Detective Porter too, but changed his mind. He wanted to see his face when he talked to him about this. He needed to understand exactly what Porter knew. Chapter 33. Porter. Day 2. 10:04 p.m. Detective Sam Porter arrived in New Orleans at a little after 10, following a 2-hour layover in Dallas, the only flight he could book the same day. While in Dallas, he attempted to eat a McDonald's in the terminal, but his stomach was a mess. He couldn't keep anything down. From the New Orleans airport, Porter took a cab directly to the Orleans Parish Prison on Gravier Street. He told the driver to circle the prison until Porter spotted the chain-link-surrounded sidewalk and the sign from the photograph. There, he asked the driver to stop and wait for him. Porter got out of the cab and crossed the street, sweating in his heavy coat, even at this late hour. He had never been outside of Chicago during winter. The difference in temperature this far south was amazing. The air was thick, humid, filled with the distant stench of a city that felt used, abused, and hosed down nightly. He approached the guard stationed near the gate. The man told him visiting hours started at 9 and went until 6, no exceptions. The warden would be in at 7. Take it up with him. The guard didn't recognize the woman in the photograph, but he did recognize the guard walking in front of her. That's Vince Widener. He's on days. Gets in at 8. Porter thanked him and returned to the cab. You got someone in there? The driver asked, and Porter pulled the door closed. Someone? Yeah. I spent my share in that place. Probably be in there if my cousin hadn't hooked me up with this gig. Tough to make a living around here. The jobs pay just this side of shit, and all the tourists drive up the real estate. A regular Joe can't afford to live in the city on what you get. Gotta live in one of the outer parishes and commute. Or you gotta find a way to augment your income. That how you ended up in there? Augmented income? The driver let out a chuckle. My other cousin taught me the fine art of pickpocketing. You can separate just about any man from his wallet. If he's so good. How'd you get caught? Didn't say I was good at it. I think Cousin Mick may have left out a step or two during training. I got nabbed on my first attempt. Had my fingers in some man's back pocket, he grabbed my wrist and snapped it. I yelled so loud 3 cops came over to see what all the ruckus was about. I shouldn't have picked such a big son of a bitch for my first mark, but I figured he wouldn't feel much with all that bulk in the way. I was very wrong. How long did you get? The driver let out a sigh. 3 long weeks and a day. Time served by the time I made it to the trial. That was enough for me, though. I got no interest in seeing the inside of that place again. No, sir. My butt is perfectly happy right here in the seat. Speaking of which, where are we heading? Porter's eyes were locked on the building. Beige stone, narrow windows. She was in there, somewhere. What can you tell me about the warden? Not a damn thing. I got in there and kept my head down. Didn't speak to damn near anybody. I did my few weeks in my lonesome. Washed the stink off when I got out. I saw the warden for all of 2 minutes when I first came in off the bus, and he didn't speak a word, just watched the guards drive the fresh cattle into their stalls. The driver said, "Hard-looking man, that one. Comes with the job, I suppose." He looked at Porter in the rearview mirror. "Probably none of my business, but what's your friend in there for?" "Dunno." The reason I ask is the minimum security prisoners are housed in the other buildings at the East Wing. We got a lot of drunken disorderly around Olins. Most of the rides I take out of here to pick up someone who had 1 or 10 too many the night before in the quarter and ended up getting hauled off for a sobering night in the Tombs. The East Wing's on the other side of the prison. This here side is for the hardcore criminals. The ones who need a little more than a one-night scare to get them right with God. You gotta go into the right building, or you'll waste an hour getting to the front of the line before you find out you're in the wrong place, he explained. She's in this building. Oh. Well, that's too bad. Is there a hotel near here? Porter asked. Shit, no place you'd want to stay. Why don't we head back to the Strip and get you something nice on Bourbon? I need someplace close. The man drew in a long breath. Well, we got the Traveler's Best up the block, but I didn't even let my cousin stay there. And that was after he got me busted. That's fine, Porter said. The driver rolled his eyes and slipped the car into gear. Your vacation. Spend it the way you like. Fair warning, though. You throw beads from your balcony at someone in that part of town, and they're likely to empty a .22 on you. The hotel was not in the best of neighborhoods. Only a few blocks from the prison. The squat pink building sat atop a parking garage, 2 stories of rooms beneath a large fluorescent sign that read, Traveler's Best Value Inn Hotel. Vacancy. Half the lights were out, and 2 of the bulbs flickered from behind the dirty white plastic. The driver slipped the cab into park at the side of the building. You sure about this? Porter was already halfway out the door. They take cash, right? You could probably trade a pack of Luckies and a bottle of Ripple for a room in that place. I'm sure they welcome cash. The meter read $51.23. Porter pulled 3 20s from his wallet and handed them to the driver. Keep it. They quickly disappeared in the man's shirt pocket. I'm Herschel Crispin, by the way. You need a ride anywhere, you give me a ring and I'll be right over. Even here. He nodded at the hotel, handing Porter a business card with his phone number printed in big block letters. Walk through the parking lot along that concrete wall. The office is on the other side of the elevator. Opposite end of the building. You change your mind and decide you want a room at the Hilton on Bourbon, you give me a ring. You want to see the sights, you give me a ring. Being here all my life. I know this town inside and out. He lowered his voice. If you can't spring your lady friend, I know a few places where you can find yourself a brand new lady friend. Just give me a ring. Porter nodded and slipped the card into his pants pocket. Thanks for the ride, Herschel. Take care of yourself. The cab pulled away, and he found himself standing there, alone. The distant sounds of sirens and loud voices drifting in from the dark. Porter followed the cinder block wall through the parking garage, which reeked of rotting garbage, and found the office beyond the elevators. There was no door or friendly lobby, only a thick glass window stained and smeared with God knew what. A man in his late 50s, pudgy, with a balding gray head and black-rimmed glasses, watched Porter as he approached, first on a small computer monitor, then from the window. Porter stepped up to the glass. I'd like a room, please. The man licked at his cracked lips. There was something at the corner of his mouth. It looked like a crumb of Doritos, orange and moist. I'll need to see 2 forms of identification and a credit card. Porter pulled out his wallet. No ID. I'm paying cash. The man shrugged. $29.95 per night, plus a $100 security deposit. We need to protect our valuables. Porter fished 5 20s out of his wallet and shoved them through the small slot at the bottom of the window. That's $100. If I decide to stay longer than 3 nights, I'll be back. The manager scooped up the bills, hit the side of an ancient cash register with a balled-up fist to open the drawer, and slipped the bills inside. What about the security deposit? Can't have you walking off with our sheets or towels. I recently redecorated, so I'm all set. No need to worry. I won't even touch the minibar. The manager narrowed his eyes, studied Porter. They must have figured it wasn't worth the fight. He slid a clipboard through the slot in the window. Sign in, please. Porter scribbled Bob Sager on the next available line and passed the clipboard back to him. The man studied the name, then pulled a key from a pegboard at his side and dropped it into the metal tray under the slot. I've got you in our penthouse suite. It's located on the east side of the building with a wonderful view of the city. Our continental breakfast can be found in the vending machines located at the end of each hall. Enjoy your stay. Porter reached for the key. Not one of those credit card keys, but an actual key on a plastic ring with 203 stamped on it in faded black letters. He dropped it into his pocket. Picked up his bag. Thanks. The manager had returned to the security monitors. He waved a non-committal hand at him, the fingertips orange from chip dust. Porter walked past the elevators to the stairs, followed them to the second floor, and located 203. If he had any neighbors, he couldn't tell. All the windows appeared dark. He fumbled with the lock a bit to get the key to turn. When it did, he pushed the open, stepped inside, and flicked on the light. A queen-sized bed stood at the center, with a scratched light oak dresser on the opposite wall. There was a sign beside the television remote that read, Free HBO. But there was no television. Only an empty space where one once sat, evidenced only by the scuff in the wood. A faded brown stain took up much of the floor. There was no discernible pattern to it. Someone had tried to scrub the green Berber with some kind of cleanser and only made it worse. A scratched desk and chair filled the far corner. The room had a bathroom, but Porter couldn't bring himself to take a look. He'd build up to that. Instead, he dropped his bag onto the bed and crossed the room to the window. He pulled back the thick curtain. The lights of the prison were visible in the distance, thin. Slotted windows lit up randomly at this late hour. Chapter 34. Claire. Day 3. 4:56 a.m. The phone rang. Claire's eyes snapped open. The room was sideways. Her head was down on the cold metal of her desk, floating in a pool of her own drool. "Fuck me," she muttered, glancing up at the clock. It would be light out soon. After the hospital, Nash had gone to the Davies house to supervise, and she had come back to the war room to work the boards. She reached for the phone and accepted the call. "Yeah? Detective Norton? Speaking. This is Lindsay Rolfs in the crime lab. I've been trying to reach you, but your voicemail is picking up. It does that when I sleep on the job," Claire told her. "What's up?" "I emailed our preliminary findings on the Davies house to you and Detective Porter about 20 minutes ago. We found a concentrated dosage of lisinopril in the remaining coffee. There were also some scratches noted at the deadbolt on the door in the mudroom. They were inconsistent with the marks made by a key or normal use," Rolfs said. "So, someone broke in?" "That is our conclusion. They picked the lock, came in through that door, and most likely poured a liquefied version of the drug into the water tank of the coffee maker. Even if Davies filled the tank to the top, this dosage was so high it would not dilute to safe levels." She hesitated for a moment, her voice wavering. "I called the hospital to review the results of Randall Davies' toxicology screen with his doctor, and I was told Randall Davies passed away at 10:34. He suffered a severe stroke, and they weren't able to bring him back." Claire drew in a deep breath. The two girls, now their fathers. "There's more," Rolf said from the other end of the line. "We positively identified the clothing Lily Davis was found in as belonging to Ella Reynolds. There were trace elements of skin tissue and hair from both girls in the material. We also found a small amount of vomit on the sleeve, which matched Lily Davis. I included those findings in my email as well." "Anything to indicate when the unsub was in the house?" "Nothing. We found no evidence that the unsub went beyond the kitchen, either. I get the impression he knew exactly what he had planned before entering. Got in and out fast. Thanks for tracking me down. Let me know if you find anything else," Claire told her. "Get some rest, Detective." The call ended, and Claire set the phone down on her desk. She couldn't rest. Not now. Standing, she stretched and walked up to the whiteboards. Under Lily Davies, she wrote, "Found in Ella Reynolds' clothing. Drowned and resuscitated multiple times. Salt water." Then she added a column for Randall Davis, followed by Dr. John H. Stroger Jr. Hospital. Father to Lily Davis. Wife, Grace Davis. Overdose, lisinopril, blood pressure medication. She looked at the list of assignments, crossed out the ones that were complete. Not much left. They needed another lead. 4 dead. She wondered if Claus had gotten anywhere on the list of saltwater pools, the local suppliers, or the aquariums. Claire found herself glancing at the coffee machine in the corner of the room, then quickly changed her mind. She'd get something out of the vending machine instead. Something in a sealed, Lucino-proof package would do nicely. Chapter 35. Nash. Day 3. 6:43 a.m. "The heater in his clunker is for shit," Klazowski said, rubbing his hands together in the front of the vent. They were parked across the street from Cars R Us on Pulaski. According to the sign, the dealership wouldn't open for another hour. 2 hours earlier than normal, for some kind of Valentine's Day sale. Red streamers hung all around the lot. After spending most of the night at the Davis house supervising CSI, Nash found just enough time to run home, shower, and change clothes before picking up Claus at his apartment downtown. He found him sitting on the stoop outside, chugging Red Bull. Nash patted the dashboard. Connie has seen better days, but I'll get her back to prom queen status. It's just going to take a little work. Claus's hands stopped moving, and he stared at him. You're creeping me the fuck out right now. I'm serious. I'm getting a Christine vibe from you. That didn't end well for anyone, not even the car. Why don't you trade this hunk of scrap in on a nice Toyota or Honda? Something with airbags and a CD player. That's an 8-track player, Nash. A fucking 8-track player. Where the hell are you going to find an 8-track? Oh, ye of little faith, Nash said. He reached over and banged a fist on the glove box. It popped open and fell against Claus's knees. 8-track tapes rained down to the floor well. Pop one of those bad boys in. Claus stared at the puddle of tapes at his feet. This car has officially been upgraded to legendary status. He reached down and plucked up one of the tapes. Hell yeah! He slipped the cartridge into the 8-track player with a satisfying clunk. A moment later, the opening riff of Neil Diamond's Sweet Caroline started crackling through the blown speakers with a wheezy trill. Nash drummed his fingers on the steering wheel while Claus began to sway back and forth to the beat. John Lennon had nothing on this guy. Pure genius. Claus started humming. Nash reached over and ejected the tape. What the hell? Klazowski frowned. If I let you play that, you're going to start singing. Then I'm going to start singing. And we're going to have some kind of moment, and when it's over, things will be weird between us. I'm not ready to sing Neil Diamond with you. That's a big step. You haven't been in the field long enough, Nash said. You would sing with Clara Porter, though, wouldn't you? That's different. Different how? Just different. I think I have partner envy. We don't sing in IT. Nash peered out across the street. We've got movement. A man in a thick blue winter coat climbed out of a red SUV and darted through the snow for the squat gray building at the center of the lot. He struggled with the key in his gloved hands, got the door open, and slipped inside. Must be the manager, or the owner, Claus said. You were right. He came in early to prep for the sale. Let's go, Nash said. He unfastened his seatbelt and pushed open his door. Icy wind nearly knocked him over, and he fought for footing on the ice. He reached for the collar of his coat and held it tight around his neck. He wished he had a hat. When the traffic broke, he crossed the street as quickly as he could without falling down. Klazowski followed behind him. Cars R Us was a small lot, a half-acre at the most, surrounded by a high black fence and tall yellow floodlights set to illuminate the selection of late-model used cars in the best possible light. Each vehicle was tagged with a bit of text beneath the inflated price. Low miles, no rust, great value, clean. Nash hustled past them and stopped outside of the office door. Claus almost lost his balance on a patch of ice on the sidewalk. He quickly looked around to see if anyone had noticed. Nash stared at him. I'm moving to Florida or LA when this is all over. Plenty of work for an IT guy in warm climates, Claus said when he finally got to the building. You do that, and you'll be shunned by Cubs fans. Warm climate teams are the worst. No fan base. People are too busy driving around the beach all day in search of a parking spot or out playing golf. They don't have time for real sports. Claus tapped himself on the chest. Me? IT guy. Do you think I know the first thing about sports? Nash shook his head. I will never sing with you. Whatever. The door to the small office building was locked, but Nash could see the man moving around inside. He knocked at the glass and held up his badge and identification. The man inside turned from a filing cabinet in the far corner, a coffee scooper in his hand. He had no trouble displaying his annoyance at the interruption and made a show of dropping the scooper back into the Costco-sized can of coffee before shuffling over to the door. He still wore the blue coat, now unzipped halfway down his large belly. A green sweater poked out from beneath. The man studied the badge through the dirty glass door. "What do you want?"
"That's no way to greet public servants," Claus said.
"We're with Metro PD.
"We need to speak to you,"
Nash shouted back, competing with the howling wind. The man gave a longing look back at the coffee maker, then twisted the lock in the door and pushed it up, ushering them in.
"Hurry up, don't let the heat out."
Nash and Claus slipped inside, and he locked the door behind them. He looked back at the coffee maker.
"You seem pretty intent on getting that thing going,"
Nash said. He sighed.
"Sorry. I quit smoking last year and quit drinking the year before that. Caffeine is the only vice I have left." "Go ahead,"
Nash said. They watched the man hustle back over to the file cabinet and carefully measure out 10 scoops of coffee grounds and fill the machine's reservoir from a small sink in the corner of the room. He pushed a button, and the coffee maker came to life, hissing and popping as the water heated. He turned back to them and finally relaxed.
"I'm Mal Cumberland. What can I do for you fine officers of the law?"
"I'm Detective Nash. And this is Edwin Kalowski." He pulled his cell phone from his pocket, tapped at the screen, and held it up.
"Do you know this girl?"
Cumberland's hand shot over the desk at his side, and Nash nearly reached for his gun before he realized the man was only retrieving a pair of glasses. He heard Claus snicker behind him. Cumberland slipped the glasses on and stepped closer.
"May I?"
Nash handed him the phone. He brought the phone to about an inch of his face, tilting his head slightly to get a better view of the glasses.
"Should I know her?"
"There's the car," Claus said from behind him. Nash turned and followed his pointing finger to a bright green Mazda 2 parked in the side lot.
"Oh, her,"
Cumberland said, handing the phone back to Nash.
"Listen, I go through this with parents all the time. There is no law that says kids can't buy a car. They're just not allowed to drive it until they get their license. She had no credit, so I told her she can't take it off the lot until she's made at least 10 payments. She'll be 16 by then, so no harm, no foul. If her parents are going to call the cops on me, I suggest they review the rules and regulations before they start wasting taxpayer money. I'm sure you've got better things to do with your time. I know I do."
Behind Cumberland, the coffee maker sputtered. With practiced care, he swapped the pot with a stained mug, held it there, and swapped them again when the mug was full. Printed across the front in faded black letters were the words, "No funny saying here, just something to hold my caffeine, and sometimes whiskey."
"I wouldn't mind a cup of that,"
Klazowski said.
"Maybe in one of those, though."
He nodded at a sleeve of styrofoam cups lying on the side of the cabinet. Cumberland filled 2 cups and handed them to Claus and Nash.
"She made the first 2 payments on time, but she's late on the 3rd one, nearly 2 weeks now. Kids have no sense of responsibility these days. Probably blew her money on a prom dress or some shit and didn't think to stop by and say she'd be late. I usually cut the kids a break and waive the late fee the first time around, try and get them to understand the importance of timely payments. But rather than fess up, some of them hide. They do it twice, and we got a problem. She's dead,"
Nash said, watching the man's face for a reaction. There was no reaction. Only,
"Well, I didn't do it."
"No?" Cumberland set his mug down on the filing cabinet and raised both hands.
"I'm not sure what you're thinking, but all I did was sell her a car. I've seen her maybe 4, 5 times tops. She came in, looked around the lot a few times, settled on the Mazda, then set up an in-house payment plan. That's it. Like I said, she's 2 weeks behind on the latest payment. Last I saw of her, it was right after the 1st of the year. Technically, she didn't even buy that car. She needed to build up 10% down before we could make it official."
"So you haven't seen her since January?" Nash asked. Cumberland walked around to the other side of the desk and hit a few keys on his computer keyboard. Alla Reynolds, right? She last came in on January 3rd and put down $312. I told her she only needed to do $200, but she didn't want someone to buy that car out from under her, so she paid extra to try and get the deposit together. A month before that, she paid $273. That was December 2nd. Wonder where she was getting the money, Claus said. We don't have record of her working. Cumberland scrolled through his file. According to her application, she tutored other students. That's what she wrote for employment anyway. She might have told her parents about that, Klosowski said. I used to tutor, too, and I never told Pops. He would have cut my allowance. I kept my mouth shut and collected from both. I'm sure you were a stellar example of a child, Nash replied. Tutoring explains all the Starbucks visits. Aside from browsing for a ride, she might have been meeting students there. Starbucks and the library. That's where I always did it, Claus said. Nash scrolled to a photograph of Lily Davis on his phone and showed it to Cumberland. How about her? You seen her here? He peered at the tiny display, squinting behind his glasses. Nope, her I do not know. Could she have come in and met with another salesman? Cumberland shook his head. Even if she did, I'm always here. I make it my business to know every face that comes through the gate. Some of these younger sales guys are good, but I'm better. Somebody may walk away from them without buying. Not me. I always get the sale. We're going to need a list of all your employees, Nash said. That's easy. There's me, Brandon Stringer, and Doug Friedenberg. Doug's my mechanic. He's been out sick the past 2 days with the flu. Brandon is due in at 8. Did either of them have contact with the Reynolds girl? Not that I know of, Cumberland told Nash. First time she came in, Brandon was with another customer. She was determined, little thing. Gave the Mazda a quick once-over outside, then came right up here into the office and told me she wanted to buy it. No test drive or nothing. Not that I would have let someone without a license test drive, but I would have taken her for a ride in it. Where's the other guy? Friedenberg. Cumberland tapped at his computer again. Looks like he was under a Pontiac in the garage, changing out a master brake cylinder. He rarely has contact with the customers. You're more than welcome to wait for Brandon to get in. Maybe take a look around the lot? He nodded at Nash's Chevy Nova, parked across the street. Your car's got the potential to be a sweet ride. But do you really have the time and resources to get it there? How about trading it in for something nice? Something turnkey. Something with working heat and maybe a stereo without a crank on the side, Claus said. Your car is so old you have to feed the horses under the hood. Both men stared at him. Come on. That was funny. No, son, it really wasn't, Cumberland said. Nash and Claus climbed back into the Chevy. Snow swirled over the windshield. Nash started the car and glanced back across the street. I don't think the Coffee King is our guy. I'll defer the actual detecting to you detectives. But I have to agree, he doesn't fit. Grabbing a girl from his own lot seems downright stupid, and frankly, he doesn't seem motivated enough to pull something like that off. He's too old, Nash said. These kind of crimes tend to have a sexual motivation, typically reserved for the 35 and under set. Even if there is no actual sex, it's the driving factor. Cumberland's easily in his 50s, overweight. A teenage girl would beat the hell out of him if he tried to offer her candy and flowers. He's got no shot of kidnapping out in the open like this. We're looking for someone younger, stronger, someone with motivation. It could still be one of his employees, Claus pointed out. Just because he said Lily Davis didn't come in doesn't really make it so. Both girls were in market for a car. This is the closest thing to a lead we've got. We'll wait for them to get in. Claus reached for the power button on the stereo. Don't. Chapter 36. Pool. Day 3. 6:44 a.m. They had been there all night. CSI moving in and out of Libby McKinley's battered house in thin plastic suits, at least a dozen of them in all. Poole watched from the driver's seat of his Cherokee. Careful as they were, he tried not to think about what all that traffic was doing to his crime scene. SAIC Hurless was on the front stoop, his cell phone pressed to his ear. Special Agent Diner was somewhere inside. Poole watched as Hurless disconnected his call and crossed the street to where Poole was parked. He rolled down the window. She's been dead a few days. According to the ME, we think he started. We think she was bound to the bed around this time. Wednesday. And he took his time with her. 10 to 12 hours from the first wound to the last. He started with her toes, finished with her fingers. The eyes, ear, and tongue were somewhere in between. What about the cuts? The ME says he did those as he went along, probably alternated between cuts and removing appendages. Hurless explained. He kept her in the bed. She urinated and defecated in place. The bindings at her right ankle cut clean through the muscle. Poole wouldn't close his eyes. He knew if he did that, he would see all of this play out. He would see Bishop tying this woman to the bed and torturing her for the better part of half a day as her screams went unanswered. This seemed sloppy. For him. For Bishop. He's evolving. We know who he is now. He doesn't have to be as careful as he was before. Hurless said, Maybe. You think it's something else? Something, yeah. That's a bit cryptic. Poole said, You never cut a body like that. The toes and fingers. That's all new. Like I said, escalating, I suppose. Hurless shuffled his feet. His breath hung around him in the icy air like a smoker's cloud. Snow had begun falling again. Thick, heavy flakes. You followed Porter's breadcrumbs out here, didn't you? This was more of a statement than a question. Poole nodded. He's got good instincts. Good instincts. He worked for this guy for a better part of a week and had no clue. Then, when he had the chance to bust him, he let him go. Let him walk right out from under half of the Chicago Metro. He should have caught Bishop 5 years ago. We shouldn't be here. And that woman. He nodded back at the house. Should still be breathing. Keep this in perspective. Poole said nothing to this. His eyes on the house. The broken-down car in the driveway. The bike on the side. She was isolated here. A shut-in. When we check with her parole officer, I think we're going to find he couldn't get her out of the house at all. He came to her. It was Hurless's turn to go quiet. A year ago, he might have jibed Poole for such a statement. But Poole had proved himself time and time again. He requested his assignment to this task force for precisely that reason. Special Agent Diner came out onto the front stoop of the house, saw both of them, and waved. There's something you need to see, he shouted. Poole got out of the Jeep and followed Hurless back across the street, his head low to block the flakes that had taken on the feel of ice and sleet. Inside, the power was still off. CSI had set up a generator in the backyard. An orange extension cord snaked through the hallways and rooms. Double halogen floodlights on yellow metal stands were positioned around the residence, filling every inch with bright light and harsh lined shadows. Hurless and Poole followed Diner from the front door to the back bedroom where Libby McKinley still lay. A photographer slowly made his way around the bed, capturing every inch of her horror. Poole could hear her screaming from that frozen, blood-filled mouth. Another tech was dismantling the 3D imaging camera set up on a tripod at the center of the room. When operating, the camera spun at the top of the stand and took a full image of the room from all angles, stills, and video. The camera would then be moved to another room to repeat. Images would be captured from the entire house and possibly outside. A computer would stitch the images together, and agents could virtually walk the crime scene from anywhere at any time, as it appeared today. Poole had no need for this technology. For better or worse, he had near-perfect retention. Eidetic memory. He wouldn't be able to cleanse his mind of what he saw here if his life depended on it. The sights, scents, and sounds all burned into his brain. 4 of the halogen lights illuminated the bed. They were bright, but the photographer's flash was brighter. Poole looked away. Diner stood next to the dresser, in front of an open drawer. He held a small mag light, the beam pointed inside. Poole followed the light, peered down into the drawer. Any one of these things could send her back to prison. Why risk it? Diner said. Poole pulled a pair of purple latex gloves from his pocket and slipped them on. Then reached into the drawer. He removed the driver's license and passport, both with Libby McKinley's photograph, both with the name Kaylin Selk. He set the fake identification down on the top of the dresser, then reached back inside, retrieving the gun, a matte black .45. It's loaded. Doesn't look like she even made a play for it, Hurless pointed out. She wouldn't have had the chance, Poole said. Bishop would have taken her by surprise, subdued her. The Emmy will find something in her toxicology. Some kind of sedative, propofol or Nubane. He's used both in the past. Hurless turned to Poole. You said she was a shut-in. This looks like she was planning to run. You only have to stay ahead of the demons. An inch outside their grasp will do, Poole said under his breath. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Diner scoffed. Just something I read once. In a Thad McAllister novel. Poole told him. I don't think she was agoraphobic. She was hiding from someone. She was scared. Bishop? He killed her sister. Maybe he somehow got a message to her in prison. Threatened her in some way. I think this Franklin Kirby person she killed was important to him somehow. That's why the scene is different. He didn't kill Libby McKinley because of Talbot, or in relation to the crimes Talbot was involved with. I think this is some kind of revenge killing. He wanted her to suffer. To feel pain, Poole said. He spotted something poking out from beneath a folded brown sweater. Poole reached inside and took it out. It was a Polaroid of 2 women in bed, naked. The edges were frayed, the color muted. I'm beginning to like this girl, Diner said. It's old. 15, 20 years, I guess. Nobody uses Polaroids anymore. There's something else in there. Hurless was pointing at the edge of the sweater, under the opposite corner. Poole saw it. He reached inside. It was a lock of blonde hair, about 6 inches long, held together with nylon-covered black rubber hair ties on each end. Chapter 37. Larissa. Day 3. 7:21 a.m. Larissa Beale stood on the corner of West Chicago Avenue and North Damon. Every time someone opened the door to Pierre's bakery behind her, she fought the urge to run inside and eat her weight in cookies, cake, and other assorted yummies. Was it even legal to vent that smell out into the streets? The Valentine's Day dance was tonight at school, and she had to fit into her dress. It was tight as is, and 1 or 2 donuts would push her over the edge. Kevin Dew would be there, and she knew the moment he spotted her in that strapless black dress he'd forget all about chasing Keisha Giroux and asked her out instead. The bakery door opened again, and an old guy wearing a fluffy blue coat and green scarf with little elves climbing on Christmas trees came out eating a breakfast sandwich. Steam rose from the thick bagel with eggs and bacon, and her mouth began to water. No! No more! She walked a couple more feet down the sidewalk, closer to the corner. The icy wind reached around the building, and she shivered. Where was this guy? She stomped her feet and began running in place. 10 minutes ago, she would have cared what other people on the sidewalk thought, but not now. Now, she was freezing her butt off, and if she didn't keep moving, she'd become a human popsicle. She saw him, then. He pulled up to the curb directly in front of her, sliding between a FedEx truck and a beat-up SUV with the flashers on. Larissa tugged at the door handle and pulled the door open the moment he stopped moving. She dropped down into the seat and shut the door behind her, holding her hands up to the heater vent. "You're 20 minutes late. I almost left." He scratched at the side of his black knit cap. He looked like he was bald, but it was hard to tell under the hat. "Do you have your paperwork?" Larissa nodded and handed him a printout from her pocket. "So, how does this work?" He offered her a thin smile as he attached the paperwork to her clipboard and tossed it onto the back seat. "The contest you won entitles you to one free lesson. If you decide to continue, the cost is $400. That will buy you 30 hours of in-class instruction, as well as 8 hours behind the wheel. The minimum the state of Illinois requires in order for you to obtain your license. We have other programs, ranging up to $700 if you have trouble with something specific like parallel parking or questions on the written exam. And you can pick me up here each time?" He nodded. "We pick up students all over the city. We can drop you off anywhere within the city limits, too. Ultimately, you'll be doing the driving." Larissa smiled politely. The instructor had trouble saying the S in students and the C in city. She thought it was kinda cute. Reminded her of Kevin. "Shall we get started on your complimentary lesson?" Larissa tugged the seatbelt across her chest and snapped it into place. "I'm ready when you are." She watched as he placed the student driver placard on top of the dashboard before pulling back out into traffic. This seemed a little silly, considering it was painted all over the outside of the car, too. Chapter 38. Porter. Day 3. 7:33 a.m. Porter sat on a wooden bench just outside the warden's office, deep within the concrete bowels of Orleans Parish Prison. He'd walked from his hotel and quickly determined this part of town was better viewed at night. The city of New Orleans had an odd smell to it, even in the best parts of town. It hovered an inch or so above the roads, just enough to drift up to your nostrils and remind you of where you were. Near the prison, that scent didn't bother to hide. You could almost see the fumes, an oily residue on every surface, dripping from the streetlights and sewer grates. Every alley and vacant lot had its share of residents. Not only locals, but tourists who drank their fill and wandered off from the lights, music, and action of the main drag to this place, somewhere behind Oz's curtain. When he arrived at the main gate, the guard had met him with tired indifference. Before Porter could talk, the man went into a canned rant about visiting hours and the locations of the visitor gates. Porter handed him one of his Chicago Metro business cards and told him why he was here. The guard had not asked to see his badge, and when he passed through security, he told them he'd left his gun in his hotel room safe. He ran the risk of someone calling Chicago Metro to check his story, but he had little choice. He wouldn't get access as a civilian. The corridors of the Allens Parish prison were walled in cinder block and painted a dull white. He was led through a series of hallways and switchbacks until he had no idea what direction he faced. The air felt stale and stagnant, and the echoes of their shoes gave the impression of being deep underground. The guard escorting him said this was a shortcut to the warden's office, passing through the belly of the beast. Porter had never been claustrophobic, but if he spent too much time here, that particular condition might be in the cards. He couldn't imagine working here, spending every day here. At each steel door, they had to pause and wait for someone to buzz them in. He felt the camera's blank stares. They encountered one every 20 feet or so. At the end of the corridor, they passed through a series of doors, spaced only about 10 feet apart, reminding Porter of an airlock or decontamination chamber in an old sci-fi movie. On the other side stood the administrative offices. While also cinder block and steel construction, the space had been sparsely decorated with a worn rug and plastic fern. A bit of civilized oasis in the barrens. The guard pointed at the bench. Warden is here but making rounds. Should be back soon. Sit tight. That was nearly 30 minutes ago. No fewer than 6 cameras covered the room from various corners, some moving, others stationary, all watching. Detective Porter? Sam hadn't heard anyone coming, yet this man was standing not 4 feet from him. Yes. I'm Warden Vina. What brings you to our little slice of paradise? I need to see one of your prisoners. I haven't worked in visitation for over a decade, but last I checked, visiting hours still start at 9, and it's fairly easy to follow the signs outside to the line. Not much of a need for me to be involved. I tend to like it that way. The warden was a few inches shorter than Porter, standing around 5'8". His hair looked like it had gone gray some time ago, and he kept it shaved close to his skull. His small eyes were set close together over a nose that looked like it had been broken and reset multiple times. There was a scar on his neck, thin and pink. It disappeared beneath the collar of his blue shirt. He was stocky and sure of himself, and his gaze didn't falter. His eyes remained locked on Porter's, a prisoner's stare. We have reason to believe this particular prisoner may be connected to 4MK. Oh, you're that Detective Porter. Yup, I'm that Detective Porter. I've been following the case on TV. Crazy. Connected how? I'm not at liberty to say. Well then, I guess I'm not at liberty to let you see one of our prisoners. I could come back with a warrant, Porter said. The warden shrugged. Please do. And when you come back with that warrant, show it to the guard at the visitor's gate. He turned and started for his office door. Enjoy your time in New Orleans, Detective. She may be his mother, Porter said. I need to keep this visit under the radar. If the press gets wind, they could burn the only lead we've got. I need your help, Warden. The warden stopped short of his door, shaking his head. I really hope for a nice, quiet weekend. Helping you does not sound nice or quiet. You can save lives, Warden. I just need to speak to her. The warden turned back to him. What's her name? Porter fell silent for a moment. He had the guy on a hook. He couldn't lose him. I'm not sure. I have no idea what she was charged with either. The warden smirked. Detective, we've got around 2,000 prisoners here. But we've had as many as 6,500 before Katrina. Some are awaiting trial for felony, and some are here on lesser charges like traffic, D&D, or municipal. The rest are here on behalf of the Louisiana Department of Corrections or the federal government for a long-term stay. How exactly do you expect to track her down without a name? Porter pulled the photograph from his pocket and handed it to the warden. This is all I got. The warden took the photograph, then pulled a pair of glasses from his pocket. He flipped it over, read the message on the back, then turned back to the grainy image. That's the West Gate, he said, studying the image. Porter pointed at the guard working in front of Bishop's mother. That is Vincent Widener, the warden said. I recognize him. Maybe he remembers her. The warden let out a deep sigh. Come on, he said, nodding toward his office door. Let me see what I can do. Chapter 39. Claire. Day 3. 8:13 a.m. Claire's cell phone rang from the corner of her desk in the war room. She snatched it up and pressed the accept button. Detective Norton. Detective, this is Sergeant Dorn Spiegel. I run the 911 desk. What can I do for you, Sergeant? One of my operators took a very odd call a few minutes ago. I think it may be related to your case. Can I play it for you? Please, don't let this be another missing girl. Yeah, go ahead. Hold on for 1 second. I'll have to put you on speaker, the sergeant said. Claire heard a slight rattle as the woman set down the phone on the other end. Here it is. 911. What is the nature of your emergency? She heard the operator ask. A slight hesitation, and the voice of an older woman, slow, papery. He died twice. I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't understand you. He died twice. I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't understand you. He died twice, the older voice said, louder this time, more urgent. There was an audible sigh from the operator. Who, ma'am? Who died twice? Floyd Reynolds. Claire stood and went to the evidence board. Floyd Reynolds. Wife, Leanne Reynolds. Insurance sales. Works for Unimed America Healthcare. No debt. Per wife. Hosman checking. Beneath the existing text she wrote, strangled with thin wire. Piano? Outside of own home. In car. Body hidden in snowman. Father of Ella Reynolds. Who, ma'am? The operator asked. This time it was the old woman who sighed. Floyd Reynolds. He died last week, and he died again yesterday. He's in today's obituaries. Ma'am, do you understand that making a false call to emergency services may result in charges of a Class 4 felony? Nobody dies twice. A Class 4 felony is punishable by 1 to 3 years in prison and a fine up to $25,000. Making false calls to 911 can put our law enforcement officers and emergency responders in serious jeopardy while also straining public resources, the operator told her. If you are not the correct person to alert, perhaps you should transfer me to the proper department. There was an audible click, and at first Claire, though the operator hung up on the woman. But she came back a few seconds later. She must have muted the call. Floyd Reynolds is a common name, ma'am. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. I don't want to see you get into trouble, so I'm going to hang up now. I advise you not to call back with this. If you do, you will most likely be charged. The name is the same. The birth date is the same. The address is the same. This is the same man. He died twice, the woman insisted. Take a look at today's Chicago Examiner. At this point, the call dropped. Claire heard Sergeant Spiegel pick up the phone and take it off speaker. After the operator disconnected the call, She alerted the other operators of what she believed to be a crank. Our normal procedure is to log the false call and initiate charges with Metro if they call back repeatedly. I recognized the name from the blotter, so I pulled up the newspaper online. Floyd Reynolds does, in fact, appear in the obituaries twice. There is an entry today, and one last Wednesday. All the identifying information matches up. It's the same guy. Claire frowned. How is that possible? He died yesterday. What is your email address? I'll send you the links. Chapter 40. Porter. Day 3. 8:16 a.m. Is that? Nicolas Cage, yeah. The warden said, leading Porter into his cramped office. The framed mugshot hung on the wall to the left of his desk. He was our guest in April 2011. After getting wrapped up in a fight in a local bistro, he even busted a window. Them Hollywood types sometimes forget when the camera stops rolling. He enjoyed his stay so much he stopped back a month later after a couple too many drinks. He got into a loud argument with his wife in the middle of the French Quarter. We would have let it pass, but he kept pushing the officers. They had no choice but to arrest him. Great actor. I loved him in Con Air. Is that the one with Sean Connery? The warden held up a finger and picked up his phone. C.O. Widener to the warden's office. C.O. Widener to the warden's office. He said into the receiver. A moment later, Porter heard his words echo through the prison's intercom system. The film with Sean Connery is The Rock, the warden told him, hanging up the phone. He gestured to one of the empty seats in front of his desk. We get our share of celebrities through here. Being a bit of a party town, we let them sleep it off, just like the college kids who get a bit too rowdy, and put them out the door the next day. Unless there's property damage or someone gets hurt, there's not much need to push charges. If we charged every D&D who passed through the quarter, the prison would be full inside of a week, and there would be nobody for the women to flash their tits at. A knock at the warden's door. Porter looked up and immediately recognized Vincent Widener from the photograph. His dark hair was a little longer than the most prison guards, hanging above his collar, and he had a close-cropped goatee. There was a scar on his neck, about 2 inches long, below the base of his chin. Porter figured it to be a few years old. It was ragged. Not a professional incision, but an injury resulting from a knife or broken glass. Porter thought about the scar on his own leg, where Bishop had stabbed him in the thigh. It itched in return, and he fought the urge to scratch. Widener's eye fell on Porter for a moment, and then he turned back to the warden. Good morning, sir. What can I do for you? The warden pointed to the other vacant chair, and the guard sat, moving slowly. Prison guards always seemed to move with caution, running every possible scenario before making a move. At least, the good ones did. The rest tended to get hurt. Considering the scar, Porter wasn't quite sure which camp Widener fell into. This is Detective Sam Porter with Chicago Metro. He's chasing down a lead and asked for our assistance, the warden explained. He nodded at Porter. Do you have that photograph? Porter pulled the photo from his jacket and handed it to the guard. He pointed at the woman walking between the two guards. Do you recognize her? Widener tilted his head a little to the right. She's a doe. A what? A doe. Unidentified. Jane Doe number 2138, I believe. Widener said, returning the photograph. What's this about? The warden pulled his computer keyboard closer and typed with both index fingers. Jane Doe number 2138. She joined us on January 18th of this year, a little over 3 weeks ago. She's been arraigned, pled guilty, and is awaiting sentencing. Picked up for grifting down on Bourbon. I guess your catch-and-release policy doesn't apply to petty theft, Porter said. The warden scrolled to the screen. She stole the wallet of a man from Jersey, and it contained... Oh, that's rough. What?
He had $512 in his wallet, the warden said. Theft of anything over 500 in Olin's parish carries a felony charge. If the man had bought one more hurricane, she would have most likely been tagged with a misdemeanor and would be headed home soon. As it stands, she's looking at a minimum stay of 2 years, maybe longer, if this isn't her first offense.
Ouch.
Yeah. If you're going to play, though, you gotta be ready to pay, Warden Vina said. Apparently she had 3 other wallets on her person. None of the identification matched her, and she hasn't given her name.
What about her prints?
Vina shook his head. Not in the system, ours or national. She has one identifying mark, a small tattoo on her wrist.
He turned the monitor around so Porter could get a better look.
Porter's eyes widened. He leaned over the desk. It was a small figure 8, identical to the one found on the wrist of Jacob Kidner, the man killed by a city bus and originally believed to be 4MK. Bishop branded Emery Connors with the same tattoo.
I need to see her,
he said. The warden turned the monitor back around. We'll need to get permission. She's lawyered up. Porter frowned.
How'd she get a lawyer without providing a name?
Widener cleared his throat. I was there for that. It happened on intake during her initial interview. She didn't say a word from the moment we took her off the bus until more than an hour after we sat her down in interrogation. She just stared at the detective running the questioning, Detective Dunleavy. She had this grin on her face the whole time. After an hour or so, she leaned across the table and said 3 words. Lawyer. Sarah Werner. Then she leaned back in her chair, folded her arms, and smiled again. I don't know how Dunleavy kept his cool. I sure as shit couldn't. He caught his language and glanced at the warden, who waved him off.
Who's Sarah Werner?
A local? Porter asked. You'd have to ask Dunleavy, Widener replied. The warden put his phone on speaker and dialed a number. A gruff voice answered. Yeah? Dunleavy? This is Warden Wiener at the OPP. I'm here with a detective from Chicago and one of our guards. What can you tell me about that Jane Doe from a few weeks back, represented by Sarah Werner?
Oh hell, that bullshit again.
Dunleavy sighed.
Not much to tell about the crime. She got caught grifting the wrong pocket.
He said he'd been pickpocketed in the past and had a habit of checking his wallet sporadically when he walked in public. She gave him a light tap working past. His fingers went to his pocket, discovered the lack of wallet bulge, and he grabbed her arm. She countered with a mean scratch to the side of his face and started screaming at him, random shit like, I'm not coming back. You've got to let me go. I'm not going to let you hurt me anymore. I've had enough. That got the attention of a couple local boys who'd been partaking in happy hour at the Crooked Broom. They came stumbling out, pulled the 2 apart, and proceeded to beat the hell out of the guy. Crap, the warden said. Broke 2 ribs. Knocked out 3 teeth and blackened up both his eyes real good. Could have been much worse, but the man's wife came out of the bar at that point, saw her husband at the wrong end of the shit-kickery and screamed. Dunleavy took a breath and went on. Scream number 2 was enough for a local boys to snap out of caveman mode, and one of them grabbed our little grifter before she could disappear into the crowd. Torres saw the local grab her, thought he might hurt her, and nearly got into a fight of his own, pulling her away from him. PD showed up at that point and pulled everyone off everyone and sent them to neutral corners in a zip-tie cuffs until they could sort things out. Dunleavy covered the phone and shouted something to someone. Porter couldn't make it out. He came back a moment later. I didn't have the privilege of meeting Miss Doe until they got her back to HQ and set her up with accommodation in one of our interview rooms. At that point, the conversation was decidedly one-sided. I worked her for a bit. Got absolutely nowhere. And then she played the lawyer card. Sarah Werner? Yeah, Sarah Werner. The men went quiet. The warden looked at Porter, who nodded, then glanced down at the phone. Thanks, Rick. If we need anything else, we'll be in touch. Wonderful. You do that. The line went dead, and Warden Vina pressed the off button, leaning back in his chair. Getting you in to see her will be tough. As a civilian, You'd have to have her agree to meet with you and put you on her visitors list. As a detective, you can't be allowed in to see her unless her attorney clears it first. Either way, there is some hoop jumping in your immediate future.
Porter said, "Where can I find Sarah Werner?" Chapter 41. Larissa. Day 3. 8:53 a.m. Black murk. Tiny flecks of color and dust spinning through the air, dancing in her vision. Larissa Beale rolled over, reached for her quilt to put it over her head. Saturday. No class today. No class meant sleeping in. No school meant she could burrow under her thick quilt and sleep until mid-morning, maybe later if she wanted to. Her mother was working today. The house was empty, quiet. Then, she remembered her appointment with the driving school. She set an alarm. The alarm would go off soon. Until then, though, she could sleep. She reached for her quilt and her hands found nothing. Her room sounded funny, an unfamiliar electric buzz, equipment running. Larissa had already gotten up. She had left the house. She remembered walking to the corner in the cold to meet the instructor, getting into his car. Her mattress was cold and hard. Her bedding smelled awful.
Would you like milk? I brought you milk.
The voice was soft, hesitant, a stranger. Larissa fought back the sleep, willed her eyes to open. When they fluttered open, so heavy and tired, a pain wrapped around them, like someone had beat around in her head with a golf club and squeezed.
It might be warm now, but warm is good. I like warm milk.
He stabbed her with something. The instructor. Right after she fastened the seatbelt. There was a prick at her thigh. A sharp pain. She remembered looking down, seeing the needle, seeing him push the plunger on the needle. Nothing, then. The dim basement came into view. The shadow sitting on the stairs at the opposite wall, chain link between them. Larissa sat up and nearly fell back over, her vision filling with a quick white light before leveling back off. The room was dark, the only light coming from somewhere at the top of the staircase.
The milk will help get the drug out of your system. I'm sorry I had to do that to you. But you wouldn't have come if I hadn't.
The man in the black knit cap. The instructor. She was in a cage. A chain-link cage, wrapped in a filthy green quilt on a concrete floor. Her head snapped around, taking in her surroundings. A water tank, heater, workbench. There was an old white freezer against the wall with the stairs, but it must have been broken. The freezer made no sound, and the lid was open, leaning against the wall. At the base of the freezer there was something on the floor, covered with a painter's tarp. She saw herself under that tarp, being found under that tarp.
"What's that?"
she said, her voice hoarse. He stood up from the steps. Fast, angry.
"Never mind that. You never mind that."
She heard him shuffle closer, one leg dragging slightly behind him. He stepped about 3 feet away and scratched at his knit cap. Larissa saw his eyes now, dark around them, sunken in his face. They looked gray, listless. The eyes of a much older man. They were bloodshot, and dried tears crusted the corners.
"Don't look at me. Not like that."
He took a step back, backlit now by the light at the top of the staircase, his features obscured. Larissa forced herself to her feet, every muscle in her body protesting, weak and tight. The filthy green quilt fell to the floor. Her jacket was gone. She crossed her arms at her chest, pulled the sleeves of her sweater down, and curled her hands up inside.
If you let me go, I won't tell anyone about this. It can be our little secret.
She thought about the dance tonight. She thought about Kevin Dew. She couldn't be here. This wasn't real.
My parents know where I am. They know I met you for lessons. If I'm gone too long, they'll report me missing. They'll call the police. Do you want that? If you let me go, it won't come to that. I'll forget all about this.
This was a lie. Her father had left early for the construction site, and her mother had planned to go into the office. She liked to work on Saturday afternoons because nobody else was there. Her parents planned to go out to dinner tonight, and they both knew Larissa was going to the Valentine's Day dance. When they got home from work, they just assumed she was at a friend's getting ready. They wouldn't expect her back until midnight, maybe later. Nobody would be looking for her. Nobody would miss her.
Are you of clear mind and soul?
He had trouble pronouncing the word soul, and he made a strange grunt afterwards, as if angry with himself.
I don't understand.
He leaned forward for a moment, caught himself, and slipped back into the shadows.
To see, you must be pure. To be pure, you must be of clear mind and soul.
He began to rub his thumb and forefinger together in a circular pattern, some kind of nervous tic.
The last one, she wasn't of clear mind and soul. And I think that's why she couldn't see. It'll be different for you. I'm certain.
Larissa's eyes went back to the tarp on the floor.
The sooner we start, the sooner you'll be free. You want to be free, don't you? Yes. I want you to let me go. I can set you free, but I'm afraid I can never let you go.
She crossed her small cage and went to the gate, secured by a padlock at the top and another at the bottom. She gripped the gate with both hands.
Let me go, you crazy fuck! Let me out of here!
Aside from the rubbing of his two fingers, the instructor didn't move, a shadow against darker shadows. He licked at his dry, chapped lips. Larissa screamed. She screamed as loud as she could, a scream so loud her throat burned. She stared him directly in the eyes and screamed until every ounce of air had left her, and then she sucked in another breath and screamed again. When she finally stopped, the room fell into a deep silence. Nothing but the hum of electrical appliances and a slight ticking noise from the water heater.
I sometimes scream too. Screaming makes me feel better,
he told her.
Nobody even hears me, and they won't hear you either.
He started for the stairs, pausing at the foot.
Drink your milk. You'll need the strength. I'll be back soon, and we'll get started.
She watched as he climbed the steps, favoring his right leg. When he reached the top, she heard a door close. He left the light on. The glass of milk sat in the corner of her cage, just inside the door. Larissa picked it up, poured out the milk onto the concrete, and wrapped the glass in the green quilt before dropping it to the floor and stomping on it with her shoe. Then she unwrapped the quilt and carefully selected the sharpest shard, a piece about 3 inches long, holding it in her shaking hand. Let's get started, fucker. Chapter 42. Claire. Day 3. 8:59 a.m. Claire heard Nash and Tlazowski in the hallway a few seconds before they came through the door. They were arguing. Something about Neil Diamond. She shook her head. When Nash walked into the war room, she tossed a pen at him. He caught it, mid-flight. "What the hell, Claire Bear?" Claus ducked past him and shuffled to his desk. Didn't Porter instigate a no-throwing stuff at other detectives rule? Porter's on suspension, so that rule is null and void, she told them. I've got something. This could be big. Nash sat on the edge of the conference table. Good. Because we struck out at that car dealer. Turns out Ella Reynolds was paying off a Mazda behind her parents' backs. We talked to all 3 employees. Brandon Stringer, one of the sales guys, recognized Ella from her photo. That was the extent. He was with another customer when she first came in. Cumberland, the owner, handled her from there. None of them knew Lily Davis outside of the news. There's a mechanic on site, Douglas Friedenberg. But he's not our guy. He's got a wife and 5 kids at home. He wouldn't have the time to orchestrate a poker game, let alone multiple kidnappings and murders. Besides, Cumberland gave him a full alibi. None of them seem right for this. More dead ends. Claire had a number of printouts laid out on her desk. She picked one of them up and handed the page to Nash. What's this? Read. Nash held the page up and read aloud. In loving memory of Floyd Bernard Reynolds. May 11, 1962 to February 13, 2015. Please join us Monday, February 16th, 2015 at 5 p.m. at St. Gabriel of the Sorrowful Virgin Catholic Church for memorial service honoring Floyd, who is a loving husband and father. There will be a reception immediately following in the church hall. Nash lowered the page. It's the obit for Reynolds. So what? Claire retrieved another printout and handed it to Tlazowski. He gave her a sidelong glance, then cleared his throat. In loving memory of Floyd Bernard Reynolds, May 11, 1962 to February 13, 2015. Father of lies, husband of death, finally found peace among the roses? No more flowers, please. Send only your blessings. That's a bit dark, Nash said. That's ex-girlfriend dark. Claus agreed, handing the sheet back to Claire. Claire turned back to Nash. The one you read appeared in this morning's Chicago Examiner. This one, she shook the page in her hand, ran last Wednesday before Reynolds died, also in the Examiner. Nash reached for the paper. Let me see that one. Claire ignored him and went to the whiteboard. She taped both pages up beneath Floyd Reynolds' information. Or not, Nash said under his breath. Claire went back to her desk. There's more. She snatched up another sheet and read aloud. Dr. Randall Frederick Davis, husband of Grace Ann Davis, father of Lily Grace Davis, has left us with bated breath, smelling of lavender and cat's claw at both the end and start of his wasted journey as he walks in hand to the light. Not exactly ringing of sunshine and rainbows either, Claus said. Davis died? Claire nodded. Late last night. He suffered a severe stroke, a complication from the drop in blood pressure. They got the obit out that fast? Claire walked back to the board and taped the page up under the name Randall Davis. Whoever ran it didn't wait for him to die. His obituary ran 4 days ago, also in the Examiner. So this guy is running obituaries in advance for the people he plans to kill? Yep. What about the girls? Claus asked, pulling his laptop from his bag. I looked, but I couldn't find anything on the girls. Only the fathers. Nash walked over to the whiteboards and studied the printouts. Do we know who ran them? That's the odd part. That's the odd part? I just got off the phone with the woman in charge of obits at the Chicago Examiner. She's been there for 43 years. Says she personally reads every obituary before they go to print because, in her words, common folk have no respect for grammar, and she swears she has never seen the 2 messages that appeared last week. She did remember the one from today. She even recalled the correction she made before going to press. When I read her the other messages, she scoffed at them. Said she would have flagged both. Apparently, obituaries are submitted via a form on the Examiner's website, and they get their share of false deaths, mainly kids playing pranks.
Normal practice is not to run anything without verification. She usually gets a copy of the death certificate or confirms with the funeral home. There is also a charge. She crossed the room and sat back at her desk. Obits are big money makers for the papers. In all 3 cases, credit card data was provided. The card used for both of Reynolds' obituaries is the same and belongs to his wife. The card used for the false obituary on Randall Davis was Grace Davis's American Express. On the false obits, somebody submitted the data online, then immediately hacked their system and coded them as approved. They essentially bypassed this woman and the paper's safeguards by sending them directly to the print without any verification. I am looking at the code behind the examiner's web form. Their system captures information that the user cannot see. Their operating system, IP address, a few other data points, Klaus said, his eyes scanning the text rolling across his screen. The woman I spoke to at the examiner sent me a file of all the submissions in the past 30 days. It should be in your inbox, Claire told him. Got it. Reviewing the data now, too. Nash studied the false obituary for Randall Davis. If this ran 4 days ago, that puts it before Lily Davis disappeared. Claire nodded. So who was the real intended victim? The father or the daughter? Claire had spent the past hour puzzling over that exact question, and she didn't have an answer. I think he's going after both, but for different reasons. He's drowning the daughters over and over again. That was consistent with both girls. Takes his time, revives them, and repeats until their bodies finally give out. Weeks for Ella Reynolds, days for Lily Davis. With the fathers, he killed them in completely different ways, and he killed them fast. Almost like an afterthought. Not an afterthought. Not if he's planning the obituaries, Nash said. Okay, not an afterthought. More of a statement, Claire said. What he's doing to the girls, the drowning, that serves some kind of purpose for him. Like he's trying to learn something? Like he's trying to learn something, Claire agreed. So his focus is the girls, and the fathers are some kind of smokescreen? Claire pressed her fingers to her temples. No, they're more than that. Not sure why. Not yet. Fathers, daughters. This is beginning to sound a lot like 4MK. Nash pointed out. Drowning doesn't fit, and Bishop made it a point to not kill the parents. He felt they suffered more alive after the loss of their child. Maybe evolved or devolved. Why would Bishop change his M.O.? I found the records, Claus interrupted. In all 3 cases, the IP addresses originated at the homes of the victims. That means the obituaries were either sent from each home or made to look that way. Can something like that be faked? Claus touched a finger to the top of his laptop screen, thinking. It would be tricky. You can't really fake the incoming IP on a form. The string is captured after the data leaves the host machine. Claire launched a pen at him. He hadn't seen her pick one up. She was getting fast. The pen bounced off Klazowski's shoulder and fell to the floor beneath the desk. Hey, I don't mind you throwing things at Nash, but I gotta draw the line when you try and hit me, Claus said. Keep it in English, and you can avoid the hurt. Claus crouched down, putting the laptop screen between him and Claire. To send the message with their IP address, the request would have to originate within their house, from their router. There are a few ways to do this. He ticked them off on his fingers. 1. Hack into their computer from a remote location. This is fairly difficult. The unsub would need to gain access by sending them malware to open a back door or finding a hole in their OS. If they don't update their OS on the regular, this gets easier, but it's still a crapshoot because you wouldn't know if and how you can get in until you try. Risky. 2. Hack the family's Wi-Fi. This is a bit easier. It can be done from the street outside their home and only requires a few tools anyone can download off the web. Getting so close sounds dangerous too, Nash pointed out. He's sending these messages before he's taken or hurt anyone. Nobody would be watching for him. He could be in and out in a few minutes, particularly if the family doesn't update the firmware on their router. Nobody updates their firmware. We learned that at Starbucks. Exactly. Claus nodded. There's also the newspaper itself. That would be option number 3. Unsub would need to place the ads via the web form, then hack the data stored on the newspaper's servers. Once he got in, he'd have to change the IP addresses. This would be the most difficult. If it were me, I'd go after the Wi-Fi.
Would that leave some kind of footprint, like what you found at Starbucks? Nash asked. Again, Claus nodded.
The newspaper didn't capture MAC addresses in their data, but the routers at each location would. I just need access.
Would you need to go into their houses?
Claire asked.
With all they're going through?
I could do it from the street. Same as the unsub. No need to disturb the families,
Nash said. The list the newspapers sent over of all the submitted obituaries. We run the names? Look for obits on people without a death certificate on file? Maybe we'll get lucky and find his next target before he hits.
It'll be tricky without social security numbers or something concrete to rule people out. But I can give it a shot,
Claus said. Claire read over the assignments on the whiteboard. Any luck putting together a list of saltwater swimming pools around the area?
If I tell you yes, will you promise to stop throwing things at me?
Claus said.
No. You're an evil woman,
Claus said.
File sent. You should see it in your inbox. We can rule out saltwater swimming pools. The water Isley found in the girl's lungs had too high a salt content. Pools are kept around 3,000 parts per million, and the water we're looking for is around 35,000, on par with ocean water. That in mind, I found 18 aquatic stores selling saltwater fish and supplies. I sent you that list too.
Claire stood up from her desk and updated the board. Okay, I'll check those first thing. The two of you do a drive-by at the victims' houses and get what you need from their routers. Then we'll touch base.
Sam would make me get a warrant for the router data,
Claus said. Claire leveled another pen, ready to throw. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that out loud. Chapter 43. Pool. Day 3. 9:23 a.m. Pool stood in the center of the room, loaned to them as Chicago Metro headquarters, and stared at the wall. Agents from the Chicago field office had spent the night recreating the wall of data from Porter's apartment here, using photographs taken from the scene. Detective Porter had been extremely thorough. It didn't take long for Poole to determine the meaning of each colored thumbtack. Red represented a sighting of Bishop, blue for the location of the reporter or local media outlet reporting the story, and yellow for the home of anyone who went missing or murdered with a method similar to those used by 4MK. There was a yellow thumbtack at Jackson Park, where the body of Ella Reynolds was found. Porter insisted Bishop had nothing to do with her disappearance or death, yet he'd felt the need to mark it on his map, then tried to remove the marker. Poole found this interesting. He was aware of at least 3 other homicides in the Chicago area over the past 2 months that had not been flagged on Porter's map. So why Ella Reynolds? There was no thumbtack for Lily Davis. There was a good chance Porter had fully intended to put one up and never had the chance. Poole hadn't seen his own apartment in nearly 2 days. He knew Porter's wife died recently. The detective might not have been home between the time of the disappearance and the FBI seizing the data. But still, he walked over to the new whiteboard, commandeered from somewhere else in the building. He didn't ask where. In the top left corner, he wrote the name, Libby McKinley, added her mugshot, numerous photos from the crime scene in her home, and his notes. Bound to bed. Toes and fingers removed. Ear, eyes, and tongue removed. Numerous cuts. Torture. Revenge. Fake identification. License. Passport. Name of Kaylin Salk. 45. They ran the name Kaylin Salk and learned she was a 7-year-old child killed 24 years ago in Woodstock, Illinois. If she had lived, she'd be only 1 month younger than Libby McKinley. The various forms of identification they found weren't fake. They were real government documents. This means McKinley somehow obtained a copy of Sauk's birth certificate and social security card and used them to obtain a passport, then used these 3 documents to apply for and receive a driver's license in the false name. This was a time-consuming process, but one she could have easily learned while in prison. He supposed she may have even worked on this from behind bars, but she would have needed help. She had access to computers and the internet, so the research would have been possible. But someone on the outside would have had to write the letters and mail them. Beneath the information on Libby McKinley, the final item listed was the lock of blonde hair. He drew an arrow from the text to a photograph of the hair that was taped at the top of the next column. He had hoped CSI would find DNA attached to one of the strands, but that was not the case. The neat band of hair had been clipped from the owner's head, not torn. There was no identifying information. An analysis of the hair told them that the owner was a habitual smoker of both tobacco and marijuana. This person had also been taking Xanax, a very common anxiety medication, at the time of this particular hair growth. They could not tell whether the hair came from a male or female. The lab estimated the age of the hair to be around 20 years. They were quick to point out that this meant the hair sample itself was 20 years old. They had no way to determine the age of the person from which it came. It was cut from someone's scalp approximately 15 to 20 years ago, they said. 2 black bands, holding the hair together on either end, were common elastics manufactured by a company called Goody, available in nearly every drug and grocery store. "Where do you want this?" Poole turned to find Diner, holding a large white file box, the box of paperwork discovered by Detectives Nash and Norton at the apartment on LaSalle, staged by Bishop 4 months ago. "Set it on the table there." Diner dropped the box with a heavy thunk. "Everything here has been indexed and imaged. You can see it on your tablet. What do you need the originals for?" "Scrolling through pictures doesn't work for me. I need something tactile." "Yeah, well, you better do it fast. Hurla says you're wasting your time digging through this. He wants to talk to McKinley's neighbors and her parole officer." "Why don't you do that?" "Yeah?" Poole nodded. "Start with the uniforms. They already spoke to most of the neighbors. Revisit the few surrounding her house. I placed a call to her parole officer. As soon as I can secure an appointment, I'll call you and we can meet there." Diner hated to be cooped up in the office, and Poole knew he'd bite at the chance to get out on the field, even in this weather. Poole also knew talking to the neighbors wouldn't go anywhere. He didn't care. He just wanted Diner out of his hair. Diner made a beeline for the door, grabbing his coat off of one of the chairs. "Harless will probably be back from the field office in an hour. You want to be out of here before he shows up." Poole gave him another quick nod and returned to the box. He wasn't. Chapter 44. Porter. Day 3. 9:33 a.m. "I gotta tell you, for a man on vacation, you're doing it all wrong," Herschel Chrisman said from the front seat of the taxicab. "Most tourists don't set foot in this part of town. When they do, they go running back out. Better to mess with the juju priestesses and peddlers around the strip than the gangbangers around here. People are so poor around these parts they eat their cereal with a fork to save on milk. They gotta take the bus to do a drive-by." Porter smiled for the first time in 2 days. At first glance, the area didn't look so bad. They were parked in front of a series of shotgun homes that had been converted into businesses along South Broad Avenue. Some of the same kinds of businesses he'd find on California Avenue back in Chicago near Cook County Prison. Bail-bound offices, lawyers, check-cashing stores. In Chicago, those places had graffiti on the walls and bars on the windows. Here, each office masked the ugliness behind a bit of New Orleans charm. Brightly colored paints, ornate architectural design. The bail bond office next door even had a porch with 2 wicker chairs placed around a knee-high table ready for morning lemonade. They were parked at a white and green converted shotgun house with a small plaque on the door that read, "Sarah Werner, Attorney at Law." Might be a while, Herschel said. I don't mind waiting. He shrugged. Your dime. What did you think of Traveler's Best? The night before, Porter hadn't been able to decide what would be worse, sleeping under the sheets in the bed at his hotel or sleeping on top of them. The last time a cleaning crew passed through that room, Reagan was probably president. He spent the night in a straight-back wooden chair with his feet up on the desk, best to stay off the floor. It was wonderful. A slice of home. Herschel snickered. I told you that place was a shithole. Across the street, a man wandered out of the alley, came to the sidewalk, and dropped his pants. Porter couldn't help but watch as the man urinated while whistling a tune he didn't recognize, then zipped up and walked back into the alley, a hand over his mouth as he yawned. In the dank shadows of the alley, Porter saw at least 3 other people shuffling around, another lying on a rumpled sleeping bag. A large cardboard box was propped up against the side of the dumpster. One of the shadows ducked inside. He ain't from around here, Herschel said. No? People from New Orleans may not be rich, but we respect the city, even the dirty parts. This here is a magical place. He nodded, back toward the alley. People like that ain't Louisiana bred. He's probably a tourist passing through. Got stuck along the way, maybe. The city will get him out. Run him right out. Ain't no place for that here. You told me this was a bad part of town. That I shouldn't be here. Herschel waved his hand. Ain't the part of town that's bad. Would you shoot your dog because he has some fleas? This part of the dog happens to have more fleas than most, that's all. A black BMW with dark tinted windows pulled up beside them and parked. That's a lawyer's car if I ever seen one, Herschel said. Porter watched the driver's side door open. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair and sunglasses far too large for her face stepped out, glancing around the block, and closed the door, starting for the office. Porter leaned into the front seat. What do I owe you? Herschel glanced at the mirror. $16.75. He handed him a 20 and waved off the change. You want I should wait for you? Porter watched as the woman unlocked the front door of the law office and slipped inside. Closing the door behind her, he handed the driver another 10. Wait 5 minutes. If I'm not back out by then, go ahead and take off. I'll call you if I need you. Herschel tucked the money and dropped the bill into his shirt pocket. This woman of yours must be something special to go through all this trouble. Most men move on rather than deal with the likes of this. I hope she realizes she's got something good in you. Remembers that when she gets out. Porter stepped from the taxi and gave the roof a tap before turning and heading up the steps to the office. An alarm chimed as he opened the door and made his way inside. The air conditioning hit him like a wave. He hadn't realized how hot and humid it was outside, even at this early hour. Take a seat. Make yourself comfortable. I'll be right out. A female voice called from the back. I just got in and was about to boil a pot for tea. I'm useless without caffeine. The office wasn't very large, only about 10 feet wide, and maybe 14 feet deep. Although an attempt had been made to convert the space, Porter still got the impression he was standing in the parlor of an old home, more than a law office. The ceilings were high and edged with crown molding, the center finished with an intricate pattern of tin inlays. Wainscoting covered the walls. There was a fireplace beside a large leaded window to his right, with a small couch and 2 chairs placed in front. The wall on his left was lined with built-in bookcases and texts that looked as old as the house. At the back of the room stood an antique wood desk with 2 more chairs, all 3 covered with stacks of books and papers. Behind, a doorway led into a bright hallway. In his mind's eye, he pictured this place as it once was, a sitting room here in the front, with the kitchen and a less formal family room toward the back. He could hear shouts of children calling from one end of the house to the other, haunted voices, long lost. Feel free to clear off one of the chairs at my desk. Just put that stuff on the floor, she called out from the back room. Sorry, I wasn't expecting visitors today. There was a second floor. He could tell from the outside. He wondered if the additional space had been converted into an apartment at some point, and he wondered if Sarah Werner lived here. Like the facade of the former house-turned-office, this place seemed out of touch with the vagrants outside, a sanctuary from the dark cloud hanging over this part of the city, a place caught up in time and out of sync with the happenings beyond the thick doors and plaster walls. Porter crossed the room to the desk, lifted the stack of paperwork from a chair, placed the documents on top of the pile on the other chair, and took a seat. Several framed degrees hung from the wall beside the desk. Miss Werner had earned her undergraduate at Penn State and her law degree from the University of Pennsylvania Law School in Philly in 1998. Porter hadn't gone to college. He joined the force shortly after high school. He considered obtaining a criminal justice degree, but after he'd spoken to several police officers, it quickly became apparent that such a degree would do nothing but saddle him with debt. If he wished to advance beyond the role of detective, the force might require additional college credits, but he had no desire for that. Never had. Those working above him carried a load of stress on their backs and spent their days behind a desk, worrying about budgets and staffing. His mind required the challenges wreaked by working in the field. "I am so sorry I kept you waiting." Porter turned to find a woman standing in the hallway behind the desk, a cup of steaming tea in each hand. "I brought one for you," she said. "Figured it would be rude not to, and I prefer not to drink alone." There was a sparkle in her brown eyes, a hint of mischief when she said this. "Oh, but I forgot to ask if you need milk or sugar." Porter reached for the cup. "This is perfect, thank you." She had a bit of an accent, carefully trained away, and refined, but still present. Didn't sound local, not Cajun. Sarah Werner smiled, handed in the cup, and gracefully lowered herself into the chair at the desk. Cradling her own cup at her lips with both hands, she wore a dark gray skirt suit with black stockings over finely tuned legs, something Porter guiltily noticed before they disappeared under the desk. He glanced back at the degrees on the wall, did the math. If she'd gone straight away into college, that would make her around 45. About a decade younger than him. He would never have guessed. If he ran into her on the street, he would have assumed mid-30s at the most. Aside from the tiniest of lines at the corners of her eyes, her skin was flawless. Her brown hair fell to her shoulders in gentle waves. He could smell the faint scent of lilacs. "I suppose I should ask who you are," she said, smiling. Porter pulled himself back into the moment. "I'm sorry. It's been a crazy few days." He handed her one of his cards. "I'm Detective Sam Porter, of Chicago Metro." She studied the card for a moment, then set it on the corner of her desk. "The 4-monkey killer?" "You know the case?" She set his card atop a pile near her phone. "I'm a criminal defense attorney, Detective. I'd be the first to admit my fascination with the criminal mind may border on obsessive. I follow all the high-profile cases as closely as I can. How can I help you? Do you think he's found his way to New Orleans?" Porter took a drink of his tea, then set the cup down on the desk. "What I am about to show you needs to remain between us. You can't discuss it with anyone. You understand? We haven't gone public with this, and can't risk this information getting out yet." "Of course." Porter reached into his jacket pocket and took out the photograph, set it on the desk, and turned it around so she could get a better look. Sarah's eyes remained fixed on his for a moment. Then she looked down at the image. "Is that—" "Your client." "Yeah, I believe so." "But what does that have to do with the 4-monkey killer?" Porter turned the photograph over and showed her the note written on the back. "I think I found her. B." Sarah read aloud. She frowned and looked back at him. "I don't follow. Found who?" "That is Anson Bishop's handwriting. He believes your client is his mother." Her expression remained neutral. "And what do you think?" Porter shrugged. "I don't know what to think. At this point, I'm just following a lead." What can you tell me about her? Sarah slid the photograph back to him and pulled a manila file from the stack of papers at her right. She opened the folder, revealing a photograph of a mugshot clipped to the left side and a handful of documents bound on the right. Jane Doe, number 2138. Aside from that designation in her list of charges, I know nothing about her. I have met with her twice, and she hasn't said a word. Not even to you? Not even to me. The warden's office told me she specifically requested you. Her only words were your name. It was Sarah's turn to shrug. And I don't have the slightest idea why. I don't know where she even got my name. I advertised quite a bit locally, so most likely she saw one of my cards or flyers. Maybe she heard I'd take on a pro bono work. Maybe she picked me at random from the phone book. Who knows? The first time I met with her, I explained that she could speak to me freely. Nothing between us would be passed on or shared. I gave her the full attorney-client privilege speech. We sat there for 30 minutes and she only stared at me. She took another sip of her tea, then went on. The second time I went down there, I reviewed her charges, explained how serious they were. She still said nothing. She signed my legal representation paperwork, though, so I know she comprehends what I tell her. I know she can read, she just refuses to speak. Has she been to court yet? Sarah rolled her eyes. What a shit show that was. Judge Cobrick has seen just about everything around here, and he's not one for playing games. He threatened to enter a guilty plea when she wouldn't speak at the arraignment. I convinced him to give me a 2-week stay. We're set to reappear on February 19th, which gives me less than a week to sort this out. I'm heading down there today, and if she won't talk to me, I may have to call in a psych consult. I can get her to talk. Sarah finished her tea and turned the cup slowly between soft, manicured fingers. Then what? Charge her with something in Chicago? I'm not sure that's in my client's best interest. I'm after her son, not her. What makes you think she knows where to find him? Even if she does, why would she tell you? I'm only aware of one instinct stronger than self-preservation, Sarah said. That's a mother's instinct, to protect her young. I can get her to talk. I can help you. Porter leaned into the desk. Please, let me see her. She smiled, closed the folder, and finally nodded. All right. Chapter 45. Larissa. Day 3. 10:06 a.m. Larissa found herself staring across the room at the painter's tarp in front of the freezer, at the bulk underneath it. He had said, the last one, the instructor. Larissa knew he was talking about another girl. He had done this before. He was too prepared, too systematic about it all for it to be the first time. She'd clutched the shard of glass in her palm a little too tightly and already cut herself twice. Nothing serious, but enough to draw blood. She wiped her palm on her jeans and held her hand there until the pressure sealed the wound and the bleeding stopped. Then she gripped the shard again, willing herself not to squeeze. With each passing second, though, her grip tightened. Her fingers tightened. They pressed against the razor edge of the glass until she felt the warmth of blood. This time, she didn't attempt to stem the flow. Instead, she focused her mind on the pain. The pain awakened her senses, made her alert, helped her concentrate on her surroundings. She checked every inch of the cage. The metal frame was bolted into the concrete, and there wasn't enough room at the top to climb over and slip past, no more than 2 inches. The padlocks on the front door were both heavy-duty, with Master stamped across the front. They were round, designed to prevent the use of bolt cutters. Not that she had any bolt cutters. If she had a pin or a paper clip, she could try to pick them. But she had neither of those. Her cell phone was gone. No doubt he took the iPhone and smashed it. Even she knew the police could track her down from the signal. A loud scream came from upstairs. A man's scream. Larissa almost dropped the shard of glass, now slick in her hand. The instructor sounded like he was in great pain. The cries lasted for about a minute and died away, going from a shriek to muffled sobs, then nothing at all. Was somebody here to rescue her? Had somebody heard him? Larissa closed her eyes, tried to focus her mind on listening, to hear what was happening upstairs. The house dropped into silence again, nothing but the ticking of the heater and the occasional pop of the structure settling. "Help me! I'm down here!" Her voice sounded small and weak against the newfound wall of silence. She heard the handle of the door at the top of the stairs. First, it rattled. Then the door opened, squeaking as someone pulled it wide. Light from above reached down the steps, bright fingers extending to the bottoms of the stairs before the basement shadows pushed them back. Larissa gripped the shards of glass. Foul blood trickled down the side of her hand and dripped to the ground at her feet. Footsteps on the stairs. She tensed. When she saw the instructor, when he came around the corner and his gray eyes found her, she willed herself not to look away. She glared at him, her jaw tight. With her fingers, she drew the shard of glass farther up against her palm, concealing it. She pressed her hand against her jeans so he wouldn't see the blood. She'd get him the moment he opened the door. She'd launch herself at him and dig the glass deep into his neck and twist it, just to be sure. He carried something in his hands. When he drew nearer, she realized he held a neatly folded pile of clothing. He set it on the ground near the door. "I have a daughter your age. These are clothes." Larissa looked down at the pile. Black leggings, socks, underwear, and a red sweater. The sweater looked old, worn, the color faded. "Do you like them?" She said nothing. "You will put them on when we're done." "Do you have a daughter?" The instructor's face was blank. "I'll tell her that you like them. She'll be happy to hear that." "Where is she? Does she know I'm here?" Larissa took a step back. "Help! Your father's fucking crazy! Help me!" He lowered his gaze to where the glass of milk had been. "She doesn't come down here. She doesn't like the basement." From the corner of her eye, Larissa saw the painter's tarp. She turned away. She couldn't look. She needed to stay strong. He stared at the place the milk had been, and then he spotted the puddle of milk towards the back of her cage, partially mopped up with the quilt. "About half the girls break the glass and try to hurt me. The other half do not. He told me you'd be a fighter. A fighter is good. That strength is good." The instructor touched the pile of clothes with his shoe. "You will put these on when we're done. You'll be pretty then. You'll feel pretty. This is her favorite sweater. There's a pony on the front. See?" He unfolded the sweater, held it up. "When we're done with what?" The question came out before Larissa realized she'd spoken, and she wished she could take the words back. She didn't want to know the answer. The instructor continued to hold up the sweater, her words lost on him. He looked at the pony on the front, smiled, then carefully folded the garment and placed it atop the pile. "You need to remove your clothes." Larissa shook her head, slowly, her grip tightening on the shard. She backed deeper into the cage. "No. No way." The man's mouth was open just a little, as if he were breathing through it rather than his nose. His tongue slipped out, licked at his cracked lips, and disappeared back inside. He produced a stun gun from his back pocket, held the little black device up, then pressed the trigger. Lightning jumped between the two poles.
You will set down that piece of glass in your hand. You will put it on the concrete. Then you will undress so we can get started. Then you will see. Once you see, everything will be okay.
Larissa almost slipped on what was left of the milk. The cut in her palm deepened as she tightened her grip. Blood dripped to the floor. The instructor's eyes widened.
Do not hurt yourself. Drop the glass.
He pulled a set of keys from his pocket and fumbled with the locks. Larissa held the shard of glass against her own neck, pressed into her flesh. Stop, or I'll cut myself. I'll slice my own throat. So help me God, I'll do it. She tried to sound calm, collected. She tried to sound as if she were in charge, but instead, the instructions came out at a high pitch, choked by waiting tears. She backed deeper into the cage, slipped on the quilt, and fell against the back wall. Her free hand tried to steady her, but instead landed on the remains of the glass, tiny shards cutting her palm in a dozen places. The instructor had the first lock off and was working on the second one. Her breath caught in her throat. She couldn't get enough air. Her eyes locked on this man, this monster. As the second lock opened, he wiggled it from the door and tossed it aside, stepping into the cage, coming toward her. He stepped on her arm, the one with the shard of glass, pinning her to the concrete while simultaneously lunging with the stun gun. Larissa's fingers gripped a handful of the glass from the concrete with her other hand, little diamonds of glass, and without a second thought, she got them to her mouth, as many as she could, and she swallowed. 5, 10, 20. She didn't know how many. She thought they would hurt as they slipped down her throat, but they didn't. Like swallowing a pill or a piece of an ice cube. The instructor wrestled the large shard of glass from her hand. He tossed the makeshift weapon out through the door of the cage, causing it to shatter into several smaller pieces when it hit the concrete. By the time he forced her other hand from her mouth, it was too late. She swallowed. He threw her back against the floor, tossing her like a discarded rag doll as a scream erupted from his own throat, a scream louder than any she could have managed. He screamed for nearly a full minute before finally backing out of the cage and securing the locks. "What have you done?" he growled. Larissa felt the tiniest of pains in her belly. Nothing more than a pinprick. Chapter 46. Nash. Day 3. 10:07 a.m. Why the hell are they still here? Nash slowed to a crawl and parked his Chevy about 2 blocks from the Davises' house. 2 news vans were parked across the street from the home. One had its large antenna extended into the sky. There was no sign of the reporters or cameramen. Most likely, they were inside the vehicles, sheltered from the cold. "We need to get closer," Claus said beside him, his face buried in his laptop. "I can't see their Wi-Fi from here." Nash wasn't sure it mattered. When Klazowski logged into the Wi-Fi at the Reynolds' house, they discovered that the logs on the router had been wiped clean. The unsub had cleared all records after sending the obituaries. Fuck it. Nash pulled back out into the street, past the vans, and parked in front of the first one. Claus chuckled. "What's so funny?" "They named their Wi-Fi network FBI Surveillance Van. Anyone trolling the local Wi-Fi signals would think the FBI is camped out somewhere nearby. That doesn't seem to be scaring away the media. Most people just use their last name or just their street address, which is a bit silly. Why tell the bad guys which house the Wi-Fi belongs to? That's like putting your address on your house key," Claus said. Nash eyed the news van behind them. The back door had opened the moment they parked. "We've got about 30 seconds before the sharks descend." "That's going to be a problem." "Why?" "I've got the make and model on their router, but it looks like they changed the default password when they changed the name of the Wi-Fi. I'm running a brute force attack on the password," Claus explained. "How long?" "Minute. Maybe 2. The cameraman was out of the van, pulling the hood off his coat up over his head to shield himself from the snow. He reached inside for his camera and rested it on his shoulder. Nash glanced towards the house. All the blinds were closed. If anyone was inside, he couldn't see them. A woman climbed out of the van wearing a thin trench coat that highlighted her figure, but couldn't have done much to protect her from the cold. Lizeth Ludan from Channel 7. She said something to the cameraman and looked toward Nash's car, one hand holding a microphone, the other fixing her hair. Someone stepped out of the second van, a man in a suit. Nash didn't recognize him. He started for their car, too. A cameraman jumped out and followed behind him. Shit. Claus's eyes remained fixed on the screen. A knock at the window. Lizeth Ludan. She made the universal sign for "roll down your window." Nash waved at her. "Now would be a good time to finish up." "Almost got it." The second reporter walked past her, barked out an order to his cameraman, and pointed at the space in front of Nash's car, directly in their path. The cameraman unfolded the tripod and started working there. "Oh, hell no," Nash said. He dropped the Chevy into gear and pulled forward with a lurch. The cameraman jumped back, and the bumper nearly clipped the tripod. "I'm in," Claus said. "Careful. Don't pull out of range." Nash reversed and came within an inch of the van. When the cameraman again started for the front of the car, he dropped the Chevy back into first and pulled forward. This time, he did hit the tripod, and the cameraman slipped on the ice and dropped into the snow, his camera beside him. Another knock at the window. Ludan was shouting at them. Nash smiled, waved back at her. The red light on the camera behind her came on. "Now would be a great time to finish up," he said, grinning through clenched teeth. "Got it," Claus said. "Go." Nash floored the accelerator. The Chevy skidded and fishtailed as the back wheels spun, attempting to gain traction. Snow flew up in all directions, covering the reporters and their equipment. The car shot forward, a cloud of white smoke behind them. Chapter 47. Porter. Day 3. 10:36 a.m. Sarah Werner parked her BMW in a side lot, and Porter followed her across the parking lot to a small side entrance about 200 feet down from the line of people at the main visitors center. 2 guards searched her thin leather briefcase and patted them both down after a pass with a handheld metal detector. Porter was asked to provide his driver's license, then remove his belt and shoelaces. The license was returned, the other items placed in a locker behind the guards. He was handed a key with a numbered tag. Werner wore no belt, and she had swapped her heels for flats before leaving her office. Their photos were taken and printed on large, red identification stickers with the word "visitor" across the top. A female officer waited for them on the other side of security, summoned automatically when Werner had said they were here to see Jane Doe, number 2138. She nodded at both of them. "This way, please." A buzzer sounded at a heavy metal door, and they stepped into the stale air Porter remembered from earlier. The walls in this portion of the prison were downright cheerful compared with the warden's offices. A muted aqua with beige border and an off-white ceiling. Cameras positioned at all corners followed as they passed, blank, all-seeing eyes that swiveled slowly on their bases. The officer led them through 3 other doors before they entered a large room filled with tables. Most of the tables were occupied with inmates on one side and their visitors on the other. Noise was deafening, echoing off the cinder block walls. Along the west wall were individual rooms. The officer handed an envelope to Werner, then opened the door to the second one and ushered them inside. The door closed behind them with a clack. Werner dropped her briefcase onto the aluminum table and sat at one of the 4 chairs bolted to the ground. She opened the envelope and scanned the text on the single page inside. Holy hell. What is it? Miss Doe got herself into a bit of an altercation last night. One of the other inmates tried to stab her with the business end of a modified toothbrush. Before the guards could get the 2 women apart, Jane Doe wrestled the toothbrush from the other inmate's hand and stabbed her 3 times. Once in the neck, and twice more in the thigh. Then she dropped the toothbrush and stepped back with both hands up. She managed to miss all the major arteries, but she still put the woman in prison's infirmary. The first woman claims our Jane started this little scuffle, but 2 other witnesses say inmate number 1 struck first and Jane was defending herself. Depending on the results of the investigation, additional charges may be filed against her. She set the paper down on her briefcase and swore. Nothing like attempted murder to start the morning. I'm guessing Jane Doe still isn't talking. Werner nodded at the door. I guess we'll see in a second. A loud buzz sounded, and the door swung open. 1 guard in front, another behind her. Jane Doe, number 2138, shuffled into the room. Her feet were shackled together, and a chain connected those restraints to similar handcuffs at her wrists. This forced her to bend awkwardly forward, her long brown hair covering her face and trailing down over a red jumpsuit. The guards led her to one of the chairs and fastened her restraints to an eye hook in the table. She raised both hands to her head and brushed the hair back out of her eyes. Porter caught a glimpse of the figure 8 tattoo on her inner wrist before it disappeared back into her sleeve. Hello, Jane, Werner said. I brought a friend today. This is Detective Sam Porter of the Chicago Metro PD. Porter watched the woman's eyes lift and land upon him. He fought the urge to look away. She tilted her head slightly and leaned back in the chair, interlacing her fingers. There was no smile, no frown, nothing but her dark, piercing stare. Porter took the seat beside Werner, across from the woman. He reached into his pocket, took out the photograph, and set it on the table between them. Her eyes flicked down to the picture, then settled back on him. Porter turned the photograph over. Your son sends his regards. If she looked back down, Porter didn't see it. Her eyes remained on him. She steepled her index fingers and leaned against them, pressed them to her full lips. Her sleeve drifted down. Porter pointed at the tattoo. Why didn't you tell me about Franklin Kirby? Did he have one of those tattoos too? At the mention of Kirby's name, the corner of her mouth drew up in a slight smile. She forced it away with another tilt of her head. Werner let out a frustrated sigh. Do you want to tell me what happened last night? You've got 0 chances of getting out of here if you're going to pick fights with other guests. The wrong witness statement, and you'll find attempted murder charges on your sheet. A grifting charge is one thing, but laying out bodies is sure to tie you up for a bit. Jane Doe's eyes remained on Porter. Werner continued. Look, you can keep up the silent treatment as long as you want. I don't care if you talk to me or not, but keep in mind you're not helping yourself with this. You're just digging a deeper hole. We've got less than a week to work out some kind of defense, or at the very least poke some holes in what happened so we can plead down to a lesser charge, and I can't do anything without your help. While she didn't speak, Porter could see the intelligence behind her eyes, something in the sparkle at the corners. Her breathing was slow, steady. No doubt her pulse beat at a measured pace. No anxiety, no worry. She wouldn't allow those things. The shackles, the locks on the door, this place, all an illusion to her, meaningless, a hindrance at best. Porter thought of Emery Connors and all the people who had died at Bishop's hand. He thought of the little boy raised by this woman, the little boy shaped by this woman. An anger welled up inside him. He leaned forward. Kelly Trammell, 20 years old. Al Borton, 23. Missy Lumax, 18. Susan Devereaux, 26. He ticked them off on his fingers. One at a time. Slowly. Deliberately. Alison Kremer, 19 years old. Joni Bloomington, 22. Gunther Herbert, Arthur Talbot, Hardall Campbell. All of them dead. The attempted murder of Emery Connors. Because of your son. Your child. Who else? How many others? Porter had purposely left Barbara McKinley off the list, watching her expression closely as he skipped over the name. She betrayed nothing, though. He might as well have been reciting a grocery list. Jane Doe, number 2138, Bishop's mother, this evil woman. She leaned back in her chair, rolled her fingers across the top of the table with a steady tap, then laced them back together. Porter wanted to strangle her. He stood, retrieved Bishop's diary from his pocket, and dropped the small book down on the table at her hands. I know exactly who you are, he told her. I know exactly what you are. Porter crossed the tiny room and banged twice at the door, her eyes burning at his back. Chapter 48. Nash. Day 3. 10:40 a.m. Nash pressed the end call button on his phone and dropped it back into his pocket. I'm getting nothing but voicemail for Sam. His line's not even ringing. Klosowski didn't look up. His gaze was fixed on his center monitor, a 27-inch surrounded by 4 22-inch screens. Nash felt like he could get a tan standing here. Although Klaus had his laptop in the car, he insisted he could analyze the data faster at his desk at Metro. You said we shouldn't call him, Klaus said in a distant voice as he scrolled through the text. He made his bed and all that. Nash pulled his phone back out of his pocket and dialed Porter's home number. It's not like him to go silent. 4 rings. Then an answering machine picked up. He hung up. Maybe we should swing by there. I think I've got something. Klaus studied the screen. Nash leaned in, carefully avoiding the Batman memorabilia and candy bar wrappers scattered haphazardly around Klosowski's desk. The screen was filled with strings of numbers and letters paired off, separated by colons. What am I looking at? See this here? Klaus pointed at a series of dates. Notice how the data starts on February 9th? Yeah? Well, the data should go back much further than that. Months, maybe years. The data writes to this file until it runs out of room, and then old data is purged for new data. Thing is, they never run out of room. So if it starts on February 9th, that means our unsub wiped the file like he did at the Reynolds' house, right? So we've got nothing? Klaus pointed at the screen with a pen. We've got something. See the first one? He indicated a line that read 02, 09, 2015, 21, 18, 24, A8, 66, 7F, 04, OC, 63. The first part is the date. The second part is the time, and this last section here is a MAC address. I combed through the entire file, and this particular MAC address only appears at one time. Right here. The very first entry, Klaus explained. What does that mean? I think our unsub wiped the router data and disconnected, but not before the new log recorded his or her presence for 1 second. I've accounted for all the other MAC addresses listed during this 48-hour period. Every one ties back to a device at the house, but this one. Can you trace it? Klaus shook his head.
Sort of. The ID is unique to this computer. MAC addresses are built into the hardware so nobody can change or modify the string. But you can't trace it across multiple networks to find a current location. Not like an IP address, anyway.
Nash let out a sigh. Then how does this help us?
It's still a bit like a fingerprint,
Klaus said.
I ran this unique MAC address through the data we pulled from the Starbucks and found a record in the log. The unsub was connected to that network for a total of 33 minutes with the same computer.
Klaus leaned back in his chair.
Chicago is a pretty hefty public Wi-Fi system. We've got towers in the parks, the libraries, and the trains. They're everywhere. On February 12th, the same MAC address connected to the public system at Jackson Park for nearly an hour and a half in the morning.
When he hit Ella Reynolds in the water. Tlazowski nodded.
The activity appears to be passive, occurring at intervals rather than randomly. This tells me the unsub probably had his laptop in the truck we saw in that video, but he didn't actually use the computer. The traffic I found is most likely automated tasks like email, just his computer working in the background. One hit every minute. If he had actually used it to browse the web, we'd see more random hits.
Why would he connect to the Wi-Fi and not use it?
I don't think he purposely connected this time,
Klaus said.
Most likely, he connected the laptop to the public network at some time in the past and didn't delete the connection. By leaving the entry in the system, his computer would automatically connect whenever he's in the range of that same network again, like mine did at Starbucks. It's a time saver. In this case, anytime he's within range of the city Wi-Fi.
So back to my original question. Can you trace it?
Back to what I said earlier, an IP address is a bit like a landline telephone installed at a house. The number is always the same and always on. So it can be traced back to a static physical location. A MAC address is specific to the device, in this case a laptop. That laptop can be switched on or off and connect to a million different networks. It can move from one to the next or go dark for an indefinite period of time. This means we can't trace it, but we can watch for it.
How?
When the city planners rolled out free public Wi-Fi, they built in a back door for law enforcement. I can write a bot and put it out there. If our unsub laptop connects to the public system, we would be alerted. At that point, we'd be able to narrow his location down to the specific hub he's attached to. That's going to be a much wider grid than an IP would give us, though. The towers have about a quarter-mile radius.
A quarter-mile city blocks might as well be different countries, Nash said.
We'll know where he's in the city. It's a start. Maybe we'll get lucky and it will cross with something else.
Chapter 49. Porter. Day 3. 10:42 a.m. Sarah Werner followed Porter out into the hallway. The guard closed the door behind them, locking Jane Doe in the interview room. Werner glared at Porter.
What was that you gave her?
A diary Bishop left for us at the crime scene a few months back. It details specific events from his childhood. If that's really her, she should recognize those events. She frowned. You say recognize and events, and all I hear is implicate and crimes. You told me if I let you see her, you wouldn't do anything that would lead to additional charges. At best, the information in that book is circumstantial.
How'd you get it past the guards, anyway?
Down the back of my skivvies. Werner's eyes narrowed.
For future reference, as her attorney, I could have given it to her. No need to smuggle in contraband.
Good to know. I'm prone to chafing.
And as her attorney, I appreciate a heads up before you share anything with her.
Noted. How long will he leave her in there?
Until lights out. That's what I tell him to do.
Werner said.
Why?
Can we observe her? The attorney locked eyes with him. Porter knew she was upset. She had every right to be. But he didn't think she was that upset. This was more about setting a pecking order, putting him in his place. Porter gave her his best poker face. She clucked her tongue as she thought it over, then shook her head and turned towards the door to their left.
Come on.
The small observation room was little more than a narrow hallway. Judging by the doors, similar rooms were placed between each of the interview rooms. There was a large one-way mirror window on the wall to the left overlooking the interview room. There was also a small desk with a computer monitor. On the monitor was a close-up of Jane Doe sitting at the table from the angle of the camera in the corner of the room. A single chair stood at the desk. Porter offered it to Werner, but she declined, opting to stand. Jane Doe hadn't moved. She faced them, the small book in front of her on the table, her fingers drumming over the cover. Her eyes were fixed on the mirrored side of the glass, yet Porter still felt she could see them. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Porter was ready to go back in when she sighed, flipped the cover open with a finger, and began to read. His body relaxed, and he leaned on the desk. Werner stood beside him, the envelope bouncing against her thigh. Has she been in other fights? She stopped tapping the envelope, crossed over to the desk, and sat on the corner. This prison is horrible. One of the worst I've seen. The staff turnover is so high, more than 50% just in the past year. I have yet to see the same guards twice. There's a revolving door on this place. Most of the inmates know the facility better than the guards at this point. Many of those inmates are lifers with absolutely nothing to lose and an axe to grind on any surface presenting itself. Like a new prisoner who refuses to speak. Like a new prisoner unwilling to play by any of the rules. She keeps to herself in the yard. If someone tries to talk to her, she walks off. You send those kind of signals in a place ruled by hierarchy, you're bound to piss someone off. She raised the envelope. Now with this, she's declared hunting season. I'm worried other prisoners smell blood, and they might gang up on her. They'll join just about any cause to help break up the boredom. Can you confine her to isolation? She grunted. Sure. If there's room. Violence is at a record high, and prisoners see those spaces as the only reprieve. It's gotten so bad the feds are considering taking over management of this prison from the city of New Orleans and the sheriff's department. Who knows if that would even help? A report came out last month. In the past 12 months there have been over 200 inmate-on-inmate crimes, 44 uses of force by the staff, 3 reports of sexual assault. Who knows how many others unreported? They've had 16 suicide attempts, 29 inmates transported to a hospital with injuries too severe for the on-site infirmary. Here's the real kicker, though. When the feds published their findings, they said these numbers were seriously understated. Oh, so? They keep a log in the infirmary, a handwritten log. Only the warden has access. The log listed 150 incidents of assault since last January. 119 of those were never reported by the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. Broken bones, stitches, traumatic injuries, all swept under the proverbial rug. Prisoners are supposed to be housed based on a classification system, risk factors like mental health, past violence both outside and inside. The guards don't seem to take any of that into account. I wouldn't be surprised if some of them get off on the violence. I've heard rumors of backroom bedding and purposeful placement of problem inmates together to get something going. Internal investigations are a joke. Just memos between staff and management, the warden. Nothing concrete gets to the files. She must have realized Porter was staring at her. She looked down at her feet. Sorry, I get a bit passionate about this. I've seen some relatively good people go in here over the years and come out not so good people. Porter smiled. It's nice to know someone is passionate about something. This isn't an isolated problem. We've got the same issues in Chicago. Sometimes the only clear difference between an inmate and a guard is the side of the bars they happen to be standing on that particular day. Werner stood up and turned back to the one-way window. I don't know what to make of her yet. Jane Doe turned the page, the faint sound of her chains clanking through the observation room speakers. Ask the guard to remove her restraints, Porter told her. Let her get comfortable. Chapter 50. Pool. Day 3, 11:02 a.m.
Oh, holy hell, I'm gonna catch shit for this.
Vernon Bedard plopped down into the wooden chair behind his desk and let out a slow breath.
I was supposed to check on her last Wednesday. A surprise visit and never had the chance. My caseload is bullshit.
Libby McKinley's parole officer had called Poole back about an hour ago, and he met Poole and Agent Diner in the lobby of the Cook County Adult Probation Department downtown, not far from Metro HQ. Bedard had spotted them both the moment he stepped off the elevator, a pudgy man with thick hands and even thicker glasses. He wore a yellow button-down shirt and brown slacks that looked about 2 sizes too small. He escorted them to his office on the 3rd floor, a small box with a single window overlooking the parking lot. Stacks of files covered his desk and the cabinets lining the far wall. 3 staplers sat on his desk. Poole found his eyes drifting to them as the man spoke.
Gave me a bad feeling, that one.
When did you see her last? Diner asked. Bedard swiveled in his chair, dug through yet another stack of files on the credenza behind him. Here we go. He turned back around and opened McKinley's file. His thumb slipped down a log attached to the inside flap.
January 9th, she was quiet and adjusting well after release.
He read, his voice tapering off.
You seem hesitant. Is that not an accurate assessment?
Poole asked. Bedard leaned back in his chair, pulling the file with him. His index finger flicked at a yellow post-it note in the corner.
Here's the thing. Many inmates have trouble when they first get out. 5 years or more seems to be the magic number in my book. When they're incarcerated for more than 5 years, prison lifestyle tends to feel more normal to them than life on the outside. I think it's the structured routines. Meals at the same time every day, yard at the same time, lights out, lights on. Every day they spend in there with someone else driving the car. They get a little more dependent on the structure. A little more of their free will dies off. This is great while they're in prison. They become easier to control over time, but they also forget what it's like to be self-sufficient. When they get out, some of them are overwhelmed by all the decisions, the choices. Little things we take for granted, like where, when, and what we're going to have for lunch, can become monumental, staggering problems.
Poole leaned forward and studied the log in Libby McKinley's file.
So she wasn't quiet, and adjusting well after release.
Bedard studied both men for a moment.
She was neither of those things. She was a mess. Then why write it? I'm here to help these people put together a life on the outside, hold their hand, teach them how to take care of themselves again whilst also avoiding all the temptation and problems that landed them in prison in the first place. It isn't easy, for me, or them.
He laid a hand on the file.
My files are easily accessible by nearly everyone in the system, not by just my superiors. Certain employers, government jobs mostly, educators with work release. Government-controlled housing landlords, law enforcement.
He eyed them both.
I write the wrong thing in a file, and I create a problem for this person, a handicap that follows them for a very long time. I write Libby McKinley is experiencing problems adjusting on the outside, and before you know it, she's denied educational opportunities because another parolee seems better suited. Work release may gloss over her. Before you know it, she can't function at all out here. Is that what the yellow post-it note means?
Poole asked.
Some kind of internal code so you know what's really happening regardless of the notes?
Bedard nodded.
Green means all good. Red signifies problems. Blue means adjusting, but slowly. Her tag is yellow. Yellow means she wanted to go back. I've seen parolees commit a felony, then turn themselves in to the nearest police station just to get back inside.
Bedard glanced down at the photo of Libby McKinley in the file.
I was hoping to get her in the halfway house. She was on the list for an opening. If that didn't work, I would have pushed her to take on a roommate or two. Sometimes the extra contact helps.
Poole found himself looking at the 3 staplers again. He forced himself to turn back to the parole officer.
Mr. Bedard, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to think about your answer very carefully.
He leaned forward, an elbow on the man's desk.
In your opinion, did Libby McKinley want to go back because she wasn't self-sufficient and couldn't take care of herself, or because she feared something on the outside and felt safer in prison? Bedard frowned. You mean like she was in danger? Somebody could have been after her? Yes. Bedard drew in a long breath. Let it out. Slowly. That's tough. She didn't communicate anything to me. The last time I saw her, she seemed frazzled. She got me a glass of water from the sink, and I noticed her hands were shaking. Her eyes were dark and puffy from lack of sleep. She appeared thin to me. She had dropped weight, probably wasn't eating well. Nothing to indicate she thought she was in danger, though. I think I'd pick up on that. I see it a lot with gang members. Do you ever search your parolee's residence? Agent Diner asked. Sure. If there is a probable cause. Did you ever search Libby McKinley's residence? The parole officer shook his head. She was in on a hit and run. Not drugs or weapons. Even in prison, she steered clear of those things. Drug testing is mandatory while on parole, and she passed every time. I never had cause to search her house. What are you boys getting at? Was she mixed up in something? Bedard shifted in his seat. Poole knew what the man was really asking. Was she mixed up in something I should have caught? How much trouble am I in here? Does the name Kaylin Salk mean anything to you? No. Diner leaned in closer. Are you sure? Bedard turned to his left, located his computer keyboard under a few sheets of notepaper, and keyed in the name. I don't recognize the name. She's not one of my parolees. I don't see her in the system either. Poole said. We found the driver's license and passport in Libby's house, both in the name of Kaylin Salk, but with Libby McKinley's photo. Real or fake? Real. Not easy to put that together. Poole went on. The real Kaylin Salk died at age 7. She was hit by a car while riding a bike. That was 24 years ago. Probably got a birth certificate and used it to get a passport. Then used both of those for the driver's license. Bedard said, thinking aloud. If she did this while in prison, she had help. If she did it after she got out, she still had help. What makes you say that? Bedard shrugged. It happens more than you think. Like I said earlier, starting over for these guys is tough. Some of them feel they have a better shot under a new identity. About 10 years ago, a guy doing life at Ohio State Penn was busted for running an ID assembly line. He'd isolate prisoners, closing on release, sell them on the benefits of starting over, and sell them again on package deals. The prisoner would arrange for payment through someone on the outside to the man's cousin, also on the outside. Then the cousin would set up the ID, and it would be waiting when the prisoner got out. You can't do this from the inside. There are too many phone calls to make, letters to write. You need a physical address to receive the documents. They won't mail them to the prison care of your inmate number. I suppose not. Bedard scratched his neck, looked at his finger. This ring, in Ohio. It was believed they were pulling in nearly $200K a year running identities. I wouldn't be surprised in the least if someone was doing up at Stateville Correctional where she was housed. Probably somebody at every prison. Maybe multiple somebodies. As the technology improves, the business becomes more specialized and more profitable. We also found a .45 in the same drawer, Diner said. Bedard sighed. Could have got that from the same guy. They sell a la carte. Identification, weapons, travel plans, the right amount of money, and you can buy whatever life you want, I suppose. Poole said. Did she have money? Bedard skimmed her file again. Her parents are both deceased. 4MK took care of her only sibling. I don't see any visitors during her last year. You'd have to check with the prison to go back further. No phone log either. The way I understand it, she did her time alone, stayed out of trouble. What kind of resources did she have before she went in? Diner glanced down at the notes on his phone. She owed $12,000 on her car, $48,000 in student loans, and her checking account had $32 in it. The funds were eaten up by bank fees over the years, until the account eventually closed. The parole officer spread his hands. Well, there you go. No scratch. There are two types of payment in prison: cold, hard cash, and favors. If she didn't have the money to pay for this, I'd look into the latter. She may have agreed to do something for someone when she got out in exchange for the identification. Maybe a hit. That would explain the gun. You had contact with her. Did she seem capable of something like that? Poole asked. After a few years in prison, I think anyone could go there. Even an innocent girl from the suburbs.
10 minutes later, they stood outside next to Poole's jeep. The snow had lessened into light flurries, and everything was white. Poole wiped the windshield clear with the sleeve of his coat.
Any luck with the neighbors?
Diner shook his head.
The uniform learned a whole lot of nothing. I canvassed the houses 4 deep on either side. Not a very savory lot. The only one who remembered seeing her at all was this old woman across the street. She spends her day planted at her picture window with her nose firmly in everybody else's business.
He glanced down at his phone.
Name is Roxy Hackler. Said she saw Libby a total of 3 times since she moved in. Day of the move, a cab dropped Libby off with a single duffel bag. The next day, Roxy spied her walking back from the grocery store with an armload of bags. Then last week, she said Libby came outside and paced the sidewalk, talking on a phone. She thought it was strange on account of the weather. Who goes outside in this to make a call? Any idea who she talked to? No record of a phone nor name. We didn't find one at the house. Could the house be bugged?
Diner kicked at a small pile of blackened snow at the curb.
Doubtful. Tex didn't find anything. And they've been through the house top to bottom and bottom to top several times now. Doesn't mean she didn't think the place was bugged, though. Wouldn't be the first person to get out of prison and think someone's watching or listening in. In this case, somebody might have been.
Diner blew out his cheeks, his white breath lingering in the air.
Bishop never went back after a second family member. She's the first. She knew he was coming and tried to run. He was faster.
Poole nodded.
That's how I see it. We figure out why. We get closer to Bishop. So what's next? Freezing my balls off out here.
I'm heading back to Metro. I need to finish going through the box Bishop left behind. Why don't you work on the IDs? Try to determine where Libby got them. We need to know who was helping her.
Should we be watching the families of the other victims?
Poole didn't have an answer to that one. Chapter 51. Larissa. Day 3. 11:21 a.m. Larissa Beale rolled over on the cold concrete. Her legs pulled to her chest. From the corner of her eye, she saw a puddle of vomit beside her head, flecked with red. She had lost count of how many times she threw up in the past few hours. Her throat hurt terribly. She couldn't swallow. She couldn't speak. She'd thrown up some of the glass. She saw that too, sparkling among the bits of red and yellow, but her stomach ached something fierce, so she knew she had not gotten it all. After she swallowed the glass, the instructor grabbed her by the hair and dragged her to the freezer, then forced her head inside. She hadn't been prepared for water, and it filled her nose and throat, her coughing causing her to suck in more. "Drink!" he shouted. She couldn't breathe. He wouldn't let her breathe. The water burned at her eyes, tasted of the ocean. She tried to spit the salt water out, but he forced her mouth shut and pinched her nose until she swallowed. He repeated this 3 more times before the vomiting began. Then he tossed her back to the ground in the cage and locked the gate. Larissa had not felt the glass going down, but the shards came up like razor blades, and when she cried out, it hurt even more. The instructor watched her now. He sat a few feet away on the concrete floor, outside her cage, his dark eyes fixed. She heard him breathing deep, ragged breaths. He held his right hand in his left. The fingers twitched. A moan escaped Larissa's lips, and she rolled over again. She couldn't face those eyes.
And fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him, which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell.
The instructor whispered behind her in a voice so low. At first, she wasn't sure she heard him at all. After a few seconds of silence, he repeated the words, the S in soul, dragging out with the hiss of a venomous snake. Her stomach clenched, and she tried to cry out, but the pain in her throat stifled the sound before it escaped, turning into a muffled wheeze. Larissa focused on the glass. She didn't want the glass to come up. She wanted it to cut right through her stomach and into her other organs. She wanted the glass to end this. She would swallow more if she could. The pain meant she was still alive. When the pain stopped, she would find peace. The pain didn't stop, though. She felt a burn at her belly, like a hot knife from inside. Larissa clenched her knees and let out a silent scream. Behind her, a cell phone rang. A distant voice on the other end of the line, not on speaker, but loud enough to hear. Swallowing glass may not prove to be fatal. She may still see. The instructor let out a watery sigh.
She's damaged. She's been compromised. She can't see. She'll never see.
You need to try.
I need another.
The basement dropped into silence again as the call ended. The instructor let out an angry grunt. Quiet. Still. Dark.
And as it is appointed unto men once to die, but after this, the judgment,
the instructor said, inches from her ear. Larissa jumped, pain burning in her belly. He was right behind her. She hadn't heard him come into the cage. Did she pass out? How long? She felt his hot breath on her neck, smelled the stink of it. She must have thrown up again, but she had no memory of it. Her hair was sticky. Larissa turned to face him, the pain unbearable. The cage was empty, the basement empty, alone. The corner of the green quilt was bunched up under her head. The house creaked around her, otherwise silent as a tomb. Chapter 52. Claire. Day 3. 12:23 p.m. Claire pushed through the door of Tank's Lot Aquarium and Fish Supplies on 15th and felt a wave of hot, humid air wrap around her. She stomped the snow from her boots and unzipped her jacket. Rows of blue tanks lined each wall of the narrow shop, with 3 aisles of various goods filling the middle of the store. A man with long gray hair looked up from the counter behind the register, his finger holding a place in the paperback he was reading, the latest Jack Reacher. "Can I help you?" Claire had visited 3 similar stores this morning. Each had proven to be a bust. She shuffled over to the counter and showed the man her badge. He set the book down on the counter and frowned. "Did you find it?" "Find what?" "So you didn't find it." Claire narrowed her eyes. "I'm not sure what—" "If you didn't find it, you shouldn't be standing here. You should be out looking. You're wasting time." He let out a frustrated snort. "My deductible is $5,000. It's only worth a fraction of that, so I can't claim it.
Can't afford to buy another one. I need you to find the bastard who took it and bring it back here.
Claire held up her hands. I think we need to start over. I'm a homicide detective with Chicago Metro and...
Homicide? Why would homicide detective be searching for my stolen water tank?
Someone stole your water tank?
Isn't that why you're here?
Claire dug her phone from her pocket and pulled up the picture Claus isolated from the security camera at the park.
Is this it?
The man took the phone and studied the picture, pinching the screen to zoom in closer.
Hard to say. That's a crappy picture. Could be. I think so. Where did you find it?
Do you recognize the truck?
Nope.
Claire retrieved her phone and dropped it back into her pocket. When was your water tank stolen?
When I filed the report. Shouldn't you know this already?
Let's pretend I don't.
You clearly don't.
Claire had never beaten an elder, but the prospect was growing increasingly enticing. When was your water tank stolen? He drummed his fingers on the countertop.
Week after Christmas. Busted into the warehouse at the back and ran off with it.
Was anything else taken?
20 bags of salt. Can you show me?
He folded over the page in his paperback and gestured for Claire to follow. The fish watched as they walked past, and Claire tried not to look. Fish had always creeped her out. Some of these were large, too. She pictured tiny teeth in their mouths. How people swam in open water. She'd never understand. A door at the back of the shop opened into a cluttered warehouse. The walls were lined with metal shelves and racks. Old glass tanks cluttered the corner to her left, stacked precariously atop one another, like a clear game of Jenga. 3 metal barrels overflowed with plastic pipes and tubes of various lengths and sizes. To her left, a large machine churned with a sound not unlike a broken clothes washer. The contraption stretched on for about 10 feet, with piping flowing from box to cylinder to tank. Smaller pipes disappeared into the wall, no doubt leading back into the front of the shop.
That's my water filtration system. All those tanks out there are salt water, which is far trickier than fresh. One slip of the pH, too much salt, not enough salt, any little thing can throw off the ecosystem, and they're all dead. Doesn't take long either. Couple hours at the most.
He stepped over, studied one of the gauges.
I had a large pufferfish a few years back. Thing was damn near a foot long. Something spooked him, and the little guy blew up to the size of a basketball. Released its poison, and took out half my inventory. I swapped out the old filter for reverse osmosis after that, and haven't had a problem since. Still need to keep an eye on levels, though.
Claire didn't care to hear about the life and times of pufferfish. Can you show me where they got in? The shopkeeper gestured toward the back of the warehouse.
My guess is they used the door.
There was a large overhead garage door, with a smaller metal door to the left. The second door had 2 deadbolts and a slide bolt. The overhead door was electric.
Which one?
Dunno.
There was no sign of forced entry?
His face pinched, turned red.
Like I told the first officer, the door is always locked. The overhead is always closed. I check them when I get in, and I check them again when I leave. They got in this way for sure. If the cops aren't smart enough to figure out how, that's on them, not me.
Claire went to the smaller of the 2 doors, unlatched the deadbolts, pulled back the slide, and opened the door. The cold air rushed in, and she held her jacket closed with her free hand while studying the edge of the metal door. There were no scratches or dents. The door hadn't been pried open. The deadbolts were both heavy-duty medicos. Tough to pick, but not impossible.
You're sure the slide bolt was latched? You'd be hard-pressed to find a time when it's not. I only use the big door, and that only opens with the remote in my truck. Or this button here.
He pointed toward a glowing button on the wall. Walking back to the center of the room, he spread his arms out wide.
The tank was right here. I disconnected it from my truck the night before and filled it from the hose on the filtration system. Got it set up for the next day. What was happening the next day? I maintain 16 large aquariums around the city. Makes up nearly 20% of my business's revenue. Think I can do that if I can't haul water? Water evaporates, gets dirty, has to be replaced. I haul the tank on my run so I can do a swap and replenish whenever necessary.
Claire looked up at the garage door opener. A Craftsman 54985, according to the large decal on the side of the motor housing. A ladder leaned against the wall to her right.
Do you mind?
He brought the ladder over and set it up under the opener. Claire pulled her car keys from her pocket, then climbed up and studied the back of the device. She found a yellow button, pressed it, then pressed the button on the remote for her own garage. The light bulb in the opener blinked as the unit memorized the signal. When she pressed the button on the remote again, the motor above whirred to life and the door began to open. She pressed it again, and the door reversed.
I'll be damned.
Claire climbed down off the ladder.
Who else has access to this space? Just me. No vendors, employees, landlord? I hired a girl a few weeks back to help out up front, but she only showed up for a day. Nervous little thing. I don't think she liked to be around people much.
He lowered his voice.
She was in Stateville Correctional for manslaughter. Just got out. She told me what happened, and it sounded like an accident. Seemed like she was having trouble finding work, so I figured I'd give her a shot. We don't do a lot of cash business here, and I didn't see her walking off with a handful of fish. I'm a pretty good judge of character, and no alarm bells went off when I interviewed her, so why not, right? I've been thinking of putting an ad in the paper anyway to get some part-time help.
Claire's eyebrows furrowed.
She applied for a job you hadn't advertised? Not even a sign in the window?
He shoved his hands in his pockets.
She came on a busy day, saw I needed help, and offered. Like I said, I've been thinking about advertising.
What was her name?
Libby. Libby McKinley.
Claire took out her cell phone and dialed a number from speed dial. Straight to voicemail. This is Detective Sam Porter of Chicago Metro. She disconnected. Damn it. She'd meant to dial Nash. Chapter 53. Pool. Day 3. 1:18 p.m.
Ah, my friends. It is good to know you finally found your way here. I had hoped to be there with you when this moment came, but alas, it was not meant to be. I take solace in the fact that this material has found itself into your capable hands, as I am sure you will take it into your compadres in financial crime so they may add it to the mounting pile of evidence against Mr. Talbot and company. While I believe this box contains more than enough information for a substantial conviction, I am afraid I couldn't wait for the trial portion of the program, and went ahead and passed a sentence I believe to be more than fitting for the crimes at hand. Much like his longtime business partner, Gunther Herbert, Mr. Talbot will meet with justice face to face today, and he will answer for his actions on the swiftest of terms. Perhaps I will allow him to give his daughter one last kiss before goodbyes are said. Perhaps not. Maybe it's best they just watch each other bleed. Truly yours, Anson Bishop.
Poole smoothed the edges of the paper, studying the handwriting, neat and readable, yet oddly disturbing. The note had been in the box found at an empty apartment by Detectives Claire Norton and Brian Nash, days after Bishop kidnapped Emery Connors, hours after he kidnapped her biological father, Arthur Talbot. The apartment address appeared on employment documents Bishop completed as part of his fake identity and immersion into the Chicago Metro Crime Lab as Paul Watson. Bishop wanted the information found and had orchestrated the plan, one of many, to ensure it was found no earlier or later than he wished. He knew they'd track the address once his cover was blown, but no sooner. Poole had laid out the contents of the box in neat rows on a folding table before leaving to visit Libby McKinley's parole officer. Reams of paper, all bundled together, 12 in total. The first 7 bundles contained information centered on Arthur Talbot, specifically his real estate transactions and financial holdings. The financial crimes divisions of both Chicago Metro and the FBI were still unraveling the details. But to date, they had seized more than $50 million in assets believed to be derived from criminal activity. Due to the large size of Talbot Enterprises, most assets were frozen, but the courts allowed the company's operating accounts to remain funded. Ultimately, they wished to sort this mess out without jeopardizing the thousands of legitimate jobs created by Talbot's endeavors. Emery Connor's trust had also remained untouched, as it was entirely detached from Talbot, something he apparently insisted upon. Poole set these bundles aside. The next 4 bundles were also tied to Talbot, but branched out to include 2 organized crime families operating in and around Chicago, as well as 23 individuals. The crime ran the gamut from gambling and money laundering to drugs and prostitution. This data led to 6 arrests, with many more in the pipeline. Poole slid these bundles aside as well. It was the last one that interested him. The final bundle held about 300 pages of paper. The topmost sheet was lined in green and white with tiny, concise handwriting. The first line read, 163.WF14 2.5K .JM was a manila envelope containing 26 Polaroid pictures of teenagers in various stages of undress, both male and female. Each Polaroid was numbered. The handwriting did not match Bishop's. According to the report Detective Nash filed, the envelope hadn't originally been attached to this bundle, but had been at the bottom of the box. While the two were most likely connected, Poole preferred to leave evidence exactly as found to preserve the findings. Attaching the 2 items based on assumptions was careless and could lead to false conclusions. Poole ran a finger over the first line of text. 163. WF14. 2.5K. JM. The number 163 was believed to tie out to a specific child. A white female, 14 years old, either sold for 2.5K or bought for that amount. Most likely dollars, but possibly another form of currency. Bitcoin was the currency of choice for most human traffickers. Poole knew Bitcoin well. The currency had been a thorn in the side of law enforcement since 2008, since criminals could trade it online, like cash, leaving no way to trace just who was trading it and what it was being traded for. If the line meant 2,500 Bitcoins, that would set the value at about $2.6 million US. That was highly unlikely. A 14-year-old white female in good health typically sold within the United States for under $25,000. K was sometimes used to abbreviate Bitcoin. If that were the case, then 2.5K would be equal to approximately $2,600, which was far more likely. The idea that a human life could be bought and sold at any amount disgusted Poole, and he forced the thought from his head. He had to focus on the evidence. 163, WF14, 2.5K, JM. Child number 163, a white female, 14 years old, sold, or was for sale at a price of $2,600. The initials JM could belong to the child, or possibly the individual buying or selling the child. There was no way to be sure. Poole flipped through the Polaroids. None were numbered 163. Someone had matched the other photographs to specific line items. Yellow post-it notes had been placed beside each corresponding entry. 19 girls and 7 boys. Poole counted the lines on the first page. 26. With close to 300 pages, that meant there was almost 8,000 children listed here. Correction. There were almost 8,000 people
listed here. If the number appearing after the code for race and gender was, in fact, age, many of the entries were older, although the highest number he found was 23. Chicago ranked third in the country for the highest level of human trafficking. Recent studies estimated there was at least 25,000 victims in and around the city. If this list was to be believed, it represented nearly one-third of them. Poole had no reason to doubt Bishop's intel. All his other data had panned out. The Cook County Human Trafficking Task Force, the Chicago Regional Human Trafficking Task Force, CTTF, and the Illinois Task Force on Human Trafficking all received copies of the data, but they hadn't made any headway determining the exact meaning. Should they figure it out, the data might lead to the largest human trafficking bust in U.S. history. Poole stood up and stretched his legs. He picked up one of the Polaroids and walked over to the whiteboard, held the picture up against the one they discovered in Libby McKinley's house. He had initially hoped they came from the same camera. A long shot, to be sure, but he needed the common thread, something to connect all the pieces. The pictures had not come from the same camera. Analysis indicated the photos of the children were taken with 780 turbo Polaroid film, while the photo discovered at McKinley's house had been taken with a PX680 color shade FF. He also learned that Polaroid cameras were much like the barrel of a gun. Each camera left a unique pattern on the photos printed. A series of fine lines, too small for the human eye to distinguish, but enough to identify pictures taken with the same camera with the aid of a microscope. All of the photos Bishop provided in that box had been taken with one camera. Serial numbers embedded within the film traced back to the manufacturing dates and told them that the pictures had been taken over a 2-year period, sometime in the late 90s. Poole's phone rang, and he shuffled back to his desk. Diner. He pressed the accept button. "Frank, I've got something. You were right." "The IDs?" "Yeah. Illinois Vital Records received a request for a replacement birth certificate about a year ago. April 10, 2014. Through their online portal. While McKinley was still in prison?" "Yeah. The request was submitted by Kaylin Selk. Well, someone pretending to be Kaylin Selk. They supplied all the necessary information, name of the hospital of birth, city, state of birth, mother's maiden name, father's full name. They stated the reason for the replacement is lost in fire. They even submitted a photo ID with Libby McKinley's picture. It was bogus, but nobody bothered to run it. The replacement went out on May 2nd, 2014. About a week later, on May 8th, 2014, a passport application was received using the birth certificate and 3 utility bills, electric, phone, and cable. All for the same address, the same place the documents shipped to. A residence in Brighton Park. I'm headed over there now." Poole's chest tightened. "Text me the address. I'll meet you there." Chapter 54. Claire. Day 3. 1:31 p.m. "How long is this going to take?" Klazowski raised a hand and waved her off, his eyes fixed on his computer monitor. "I'm trying to find a good camera angle." "Tell me when you spot something that one!" Claire shouted out. "Hell, Claire Bear, how about using your inside voice?" Nash said from over her shoulder. Claire leaned in and touched the monitor. "That's the back door of the fish store. What street is this?" Claus clicked on the information tab next to a graphic of a CCTV camera. "Corner of 16th and Mortimer. Can you get any closer?" "I'm at full zoom right now. What day do we need?" "He said the tank was stolen about a week after Christmas," Claire said. "He didn't file a report until January 4th. Maybe start with December 27th to be sure." Claus let out a breath. "That's a big window. Better to cast a big net." Nash leaned in on the other side. I thought these things let you search by make and model. Claus leaned back in his chair.
How about a little personal space? You smell like radishes.
I had a salad for lunch, Nash said, stepping back. I'm trying to make a conscious effort to eat healthier.
You had a McDonald's salad for lunch, and it was swimming in ranch dressing. That's one of the most fattening things on the McD's menu.
Bullshit.
I shit you not.
Focus, gentlemen, Claire said. Can you search by vehicle type? Claus shook his head.
Not exactly.
That's not exactly an answer.
The cameras can't identify make and model of a vehicle, but they do read and record all the license plates. I can cross-reference that information with DMV records and...
So as long as our unsub didn't swap plates on the vehicle, you can search the plates captured by the camera and isolate all 2011 Toyota Tundras passing through this intersection without the need for a time or day? Claire interrupted. Do it. Claus began typing.
I work better with coffee.
You find something, and I'll buy you Starbucks for a month.
That's wonderfully generous of you, but it doesn't solve my current situation.
Claire rolled her eyes at Nash. Go get him something to drink. Nash opened his mouth, prepared to argue, then thought better of it. He headed towards the small break room in the corner of the IT department. Claire lowered her voice, leaned in closer. Have you talked to Sam? Plazowski's gaze remained fixed on his monitor.
We're not supposed to contact him. I would never consider violating a direct order.
I've tried him 3 times. Keep getting voicemail.
Nash called too, a few hours ago. Same thing.
Claus said quietly. A list appeared on Plazowski's screen. He selected a number of items and clicked Enter.
Look, the last thing I want to do is sound like the only grown-up in the room. Porter's my friend too, but he fucked us. The feds swooped in and took over the 4MK case. I'm good with that. That's how things happen in the real world. I washed my hands of it and moved on. You did. Nash did. Porter should have too.
He stopped typing. His shoulders slumped.
You did back off, right? You don't have a secret crime-fighting lab somewhere.
He started typing again before Claire could respond. Then went on.
I like my job. I wish to succeed at my job. So I do what I'm told. Maybe that makes me a little weird, but I sleep like a baby, not a worry in my head. Oh, boy.
What?
Toyota Tundras are popular.
How many do you have?
612 between December 23rd and 28th.
Nash returned, carefully balancing 3 styrofoam cups. He set one down next to Claus and handed another to Claire. Claire looked down at the screen. Can you sort the list by the number of times they appear? Libby McKinley working at this fish shop for 1 day is not a coincidence. If she's somehow working with our unsub and scouted the place out, that means our unsub didn't have to, so passes by this camera were probably limited. Higher numbers might be regular traffic patterns, like the same people coming and going from work every day. Claus adjusted some of the entries at the top of his screen, then hit Enter again.
Okay. Highest number of passes is 14. 106 single passes, 93 doubles. I'm going to sort from lowest to highest, then pull up static pictures.
Claire watched as the list disappeared, replaced with a dozen images of trucks, all taken from the same angle. We're looking for someone towing a water tank. Their eyes drifted over the pictures. After a few seconds, Claus clicked next at the bottom of the screen. The images were replaced with a new set. They studied the photos. Then he clicked next again, and again after that. There were 12 screens in before they found it. There you are, Claus said. Definitely the same truck we saw on the Jackson Park camera, Nash said. We need to run the plate and pull a name and address. Claire said. Can you zoom in on the driver? Yep. Claus slid a toggle with his mouse, and the image expanded to take up the entire monitor. He double-clicked on the windshield until the driver's face came into view.
Oh, balls,
Nash muttered.
Is that?
Claus leaned back in his chair, his mouth open. He rubbed at the back of his neck.
That's Bishop,
Claire said softly. Chapter 55. Porter. Day 3. 1:35 p.m. My chiropractor is not going to be happy with me. Sarah Werner groaned. She was lying on the desk in the observation room, the computer monitor and keyboard pushed to the side. Guards had checked on them regularly, about every 30 minutes, and Werner waved them off each time. Porter slid back up in the chair. His everything hurt too. He glanced at the clock, hanging in the corner. It's been about 3 hours. What's she doing in there? Sarah turned her head and looked back through the one-way window.
Still reading. We should have gotten lunch.
Porter's stomach grumbled in agreement. I want to be here when she finishes. Best not to give her time to digest.
No words related to food, please.
Sorry. Porter raised his arms over his head and stretched. He fought back a yawn. You don't have to wait up with me if you've got something else to do. I don't want to hold you up. Sarah did yawn, covering her mouth.
I've got absolutely nothing else to do today.
No significant other in your life? Sarah laughed.
I'm a criminal defense attorney in one of the country's most dangerous cities. I made the mistake of selecting an office with an apartment above it, which means my work literally comes home with me within just a few steps. Not that my location matters, but because I spend 80 hours or more a week with my head buried in case files regardless. If I'm not planted at my desk, I'm here, or at the courthouse, sometimes the police station. Every decision I make sabotages any chance I may have at a life. She rolled her head and smiled at him. This is the closest thing I've had to a date in about 4 months.
Porter felt his face flush. Really? How am I doing? Sarah turned her gaze back to the ceiling and studied her fingernails. He noticed that they were not too long. If she wore polish, it was naturally toned.
You get points for originality, that's for sure. Your choice of venue is a bit subpar, though better than some.
Maybe I could take you to dinner. Make it up to you.
The words slipped out before Porter realized he said them, and he wished he could take them back.
It was Sarah's turn to blush. She nodded at his hand.
Maybe you should clear that with home, Romeo. I may be hard up, but I'm not ready to go there yet. I don't even own a cat.
Porter's thumb slipped over the edge of his wedding ring. He looked down at the band. My wife passed away last year. I probably shouldn't wear it anymore. But my finger doesn't feel right when I take it off.
Sarah turned back to the ceiling. Our date just officially turned awkward. I'm sorry.
I'm out of practice. In high school, I could turn a date south in under 4 minutes.
Oh, big man on campus, were you? I can't imagine what you were like in high school.
Porter had to think for a minute. The distant memories teasing at him, barely visible through a long tunnel. Sometimes, all that seems so long ago. Then, at other times, it feels like yesterday.
The type of memory designates the appeared distance in time.
What does that mean?
Sarah let out a shallow sigh. Oh, something I read in psychology texts as an undergrad. The brain perceives happy times as recent activities when recollecting them. Horrible memories, though. They are pushed way back, sometimes forgotten or blocked altogether. Some sort of defense mechanism, I suppose. Surround yourself with the good, put some distance between you and the bad. That sort of thing.
Maybe I should be the one lying down, Doctor.
Want to trade?
The chivalrous gentleman in me would never subject a lady to this chair. The damn thing is nearly barbaric. Porter shifted his weight, the cold wood digging into his hind end. If it was in the interrogation room, I get it. Keep the suspect on their toes. But in here, some poor guard probably spends a good chunk of his life in this chair. This desk is sorely lacking a memory foam pad, too. No bueno. She turned back to him, resting her head on a hand.
What do you remember?
From high school?
She nodded. Did you spend a lot of time getting shoved inside lockers, or were you the one doing the shoving?
Porter chuckled. I'm sure someone would have locked me in if I was fit. I was a bit chubby.
You?
Oh, yeah. 150 and 5'2" as a freshman.
That's not too bad. You obviously grew out of it.
I was the #1 target whenever we played dodgeball. Then junior year, I shot up like nearly a foot. Looked like someone grabbed my head and stretched me out. Felt like that too. I remember it hurt like hell, and I lost all coordination for a while there. My arms and legs seemed too long. I'd trip over myself walking down the hall. I was a mess.
I bet nobody screwed with you then, though. You were tall for high school.
Porter shrugged. They didn't really mess with me before. I was a bit of a class clown. Someone tried to pick a fight. I crack a joke. All would be well.
Too bad you couldn't hold on to that humor as an adult.
Sarah grinned, her eyes twinkling in the dim light. Thanks.
She swung her legs off the desk and sat up on the edge, smoothing her gray skirt. What's your best memory of high school?
Porter thought about that for a second, drew a blank, then sat back up straight in the chair. Oh, no. I shared something with you. Now it's your turn. You're a pretty girl. I bet school was a breeze for you.
Huh. I'm not sure what I should read into more, the fact that you called me pretty or called me a girl.
Hell. You clearly didn't skip a single session of that psychology class, did you? Not a one. I'm sure at some point we all became men and women. But I'm not quite sure at what age that occurs. I still feel like a kid. Think of myself as a boy. Porter told her.
I think it's around the time we get a mortgage, a real job, when we stop being the responsibility of others and take on responsibilities of our own.
When we become fully visible, Porter said quietly.
What?
Just something in Bishop's diary. He felt little children were invisible to the rest of the world and became less transparent with age. We're fully visible as adults, then fade again as we get older until society no longer sees us anymore. Porter explained.
Huh. That's a bit profound. I think I'll keep it,
Sarah said. I prefer not to collect my psychological and spiritual guidance from psychopaths.
Yet you recalled the words verbatim.
The bang of the glass caused her to jump off the desk with a yelp. Porter stood up, his eyes fixed on the one-way window. Jane Doe stood there, inches from the other side, the diary pinned against the window beneath her outstretched palm. Pool. Day 3. 1:35 p.m. Special Agents Frank Poole and Stuart Diner sat in Poole's Jeep Cherokee about half a block down a quiet residential street from 519 41st Place. Poole studied the property through the lenses of a Zeiss 52-6000 binoculars, heavy but extremely effective. The house was small, probably 2 bedrooms, maybe 1 bath, single story. The light green paint was faded and chipped. A chain-link fence surrounded the property. A "For Rent" sign hung sideways at the gate, held in place precariously by a single black twist tie in the corner. The sidewalks, yard, and driveway were all buried under at least a foot of snow. Nobody had shoveled here in some time. There was no car in the driveway. Heavy drapes drawn over the windows prevented him from seeing inside. Both the birth certificate and passport were shipped here. Security footage of the DMV has Libby obtained the driver's license herself using the full stocks 3 days after she was released from Stateville Correctional. Diner told him. Luck's abandoned. No footprints in the snow leading up to the house. Can't see inside. Curtains are drawn. Poole lowered the binoculars. Probably some kind of drop house. Whoever helped her get these documents used this place for the address, nothing more. Poole zipped up his jacket and wrapped a scarf around his neck. I'm going to get a closer look. Diner eyed the falling snow. When's this shit supposed to let up? Poole didn't much mind the snow. Sometimes the ugly of the world was better left under a blanket of white. The Jeep door groaned as he swung it open. Poole slammed it behind him. Sometimes the driver's side door didn't close well in the cold. He heard Diner get out and round the car, his shoes crunching in the snow. They followed the sidewalk until they stood across from the property, then crossed the street. Poole had yet to see another car. Traffic appeared limited to only residents. That would make this a bit of an odd choice for a mail drop. Most preferred high-traffic areas. People tended to notice strangers in quiet neighborhoods, and those utilizing mail drops did not like to be noticed. Images of Libby McKinley's house flooded Poole's mind, specifically images of what he'd found inside. A sour taste filled his mouth. He wished he could forget such things, but his mind was rather insistent on keeping them at the forefront. There were 2 mailboxes, both on a post at the edge of the property's sidewalk. The one on the left was meant for newspapers, had no door, and was empty. Poole opened the metal box beside it and extracted the few pieces of mail. Publisher's Clearinghouse addressed to Libby McKinley, and a veteran's donation card addressed to resident. Both postmarked this week. Somebody's watching this box. Poole told Diner before putting them back inside. Diner glanced around the street. About half the driveways have been shoveled recently. Once we check the house, we should speak to the neighbors. Quiet street like this, we're bound to find someone with the eyes on this place. The gate in the chain-link fence was frozen shut, and Poole had to beat on it a bit before the latch snapped open. The gate swung with reluctance through the thick snow, and they followed the sidewalk to the front of the house. Frank, Diner said his name quietly. A gloved hand pointing at the door. The deadbolt was missing. Nothing but a gaping hole where it once was. The doorknob looked loose. The top was scratched and dented. Someone had hit it with something. Scuff marks marred the frame. Poole unzipped his jacket and reached inside for his gun before trying the door. He pointed a finger at Diner, then at the side of the house. Diner drew his own weapon and disappeared around the corner in search of a back door. Poole reached for the doorknob. Although it turned, he had to hold it steady. The bolts tasked with holding the assembly together had been either removed or unscrewed, and the entire cylinder felt like it might fall apart in his hand. The latch released with a click. He gave the door a gentle push. The door opened on a small living room. Someone had taken a knife to the cushions of a dilapidated brown leather couch. Piles of stuffing floated through the room, tumbleweeds of white. The heat was off.
This is the FBI. I need you to step out into the open.
His voice echoed through the house, the kind of sound that only came from an empty, forgotten place. He stepped inside. Graffiti covered the walls. Multicolored gang tags, names, and random sayings. Dasha loves you. Little Mix. An X-Train chirps. Poole had no idea what half of it meant. Across the house, a back door popped open with a loud crack. Diner entered the kitchen with his weapon drawn, barrel pointed at the ceiling. He nodded at Poole and turned to the hallway at his right. He pulled a small flashlight from his pocket, switched on the beam, and held it under his gun, sweeping the light down the hall. Poole crossed the room, and followed them. The drywall in the hallway had been either kicked or punched in. There were dozens of holes from top to bottom. Someone looking for something buried in the walls, or kids messing around. There was no way to know for certain. Once gold, now a soil brown, the carpet stank of urine. In the first bedroom, they found a mattress on the floor surrounded by empty food and beverage containers. A blanket was bunched up in the corner. Someone had taped newspapers over the windows beneath the drawn drapes. The bathroom had been used recently, but since the water was off, the bowl overflowed with a frozen mess Poole refused to think about. The bathtub had not fared much better. The vanity doors were gone, exposing cracked plastic pipes. They moved on to the second bedroom. No mattress here, only a torn sleeping bag and a battered gas camping grill. Someone used it, either for cooking or to keep warm, or both. The room reeked of stale pot. They returned to the living room. There was no basement. The house was deserted. I think we've got some homeless people flopping here. Or maybe it's a hangout for local kids. Makes sense as a mail drop. Poole holstered his weapon. How long has this house been vacant? Diner was back in the kitchen, going through drawers and cabinets. More than a year. He stared down into the sink drain. Someone poured concrete in here. Kids do that sometimes, Poole said, studying the graffiti on the living room wall. Diner went on. I couldn't find much information on the property. The original owner passed away and the house went to his 3 kids. They all live out of state. It's been on the market. I think they tried to rent it too. No takers, though. He pulled a dead mouse out from under the sink, holding it by the tail, and tossed it across the room. I don't understand why. This place is charming. Poole ignored the mouse as it thudded against the floor near his feet. There could be something here. He traced the graffiti with the beam of his flashlight. Diner came over, stepped into the light. Looks like more kid crap. Vandals, gangs, that sort of thing. Poole pointed to a small block of text, written in black marker. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves and immortality. That's not kids. It's a quote from The Chariot by Dickinson. And this one. He located another block of text written in the same hand. A telling analogy for life and death. Compare the two of them to water and ice. Water draws together to become ice, and ice disperses again to become water. Whatever has died is sure to be born again. Whatever is born comes around again to dying. As ice and water do one another no harm, so life and death, the two of them, are fine. That's from Hanshin, a Chinese poet dating back to the Tang Dynasty, Poole said. How the hell do you know that? I had a girlfriend in college who was into Buddhism. She quoted from the books of poems all the time. This was in there. Figures. Why the underlining? Poole thought about it for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. Diner moved a few feet down the wall. I've got another one over here. Same handwriting. Let us return home. Let us go back. Useless is this reckoning of seeking and getting. The light permeates all of today. From the blue ocean of death, life is flowing like nectar. In life, there is death. In death, there is life. So where is fear? Where is fear? The birds in the sky are singing, no death, no death. Day and night, the tide of immortality is descending here on earth. Poole frowned.
I think that one is Tibetan, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure why these words are underlined here either. Home, fear, and death.
Diner scratched at the back of his neck.
Smart kids, but still kids. I don't think this has anything to do with Libby McKinley.
Poole pulled out his phone and prepared to take pictures of the wall.
Why don't you just go talk to the neighbors? I want to document this just in case.
The agent snorted.
Oh, no. I canvassed the neighbors at McKinley's murder scene while you sat nice and toasty back at Metro. If anyone is going back out in the cold on a door-to-door, it's you.
Poole looked reluctantly at the wall.
Don't worry. I'll get every inch of it,
Diner assured him. With a nod, Poole pushed back out through the front door into the icy air. Chapter 57. The Man in the Black Knit Cap. Day 3, 1:35 p.m. The man in the black knit cap pressed his fingers to his temples and squeezed. His thoughts pounded from inside, trying to get out, and it hurt. It hurt so much. He didn't realize he'd screamed again until the sound trailed off from his lips, a bit of saliva dripping down to the collar of his sweatshirt. He opened his eyes, and the light from the window pushed in, sliced at his pupils, his retinas, a new pain on top of the old. He fumbled with the lid of the prescription bottle in his left hand, the child-proof white top slipping under his bloody fingers 3 times before he finally got the bottle open. He shook out 2 tablets, placed them in his mouth, and swallowed them dry, the chalky tablets gritty on the way down. The bottle dropped to the top of his desk, and the remaining pills spilled out across his drawings, some clattering to the floor. He didn't care. He looked down at his left hand, at his bloody fingers. He scratched at the incision on his head until he drew blood. Yet, even that wasn't enough. The moment he stopped, there was a second of relief. Maybe 2. Then the itch started again, beginning at his left ear and trailing to the back of his head like 1,000 insects on a death march below. The surface of his skin burrowing deep into his head. The insects ate his thoughts. He knew that now. They fed on his memories. That was why he had so much trouble remembering. They fed and multiplied, and the itch grew with their numbers. Only a couple at first, but now, so many. He reached for the phone, missing the first time. He grabbed at it and hit the first program speed dial. His number. The only number. The line rang once, twice, 3 times. The mailbox you have reached has not been set up by the user and cannot accept incoming messages at this time. Please try your call again later. He hit end call. Then the speed dial again. 3 rings. The mailbox you have reached has not been set up by. He hung up. He wanted to throw the phone across the room. He wanted to watch the cheap plastic shatter into 1,000,000 pieces as it hit the wall. He didn't, though. He couldn't. He needed another girl. He needed the man to get him another girl. Someone who would see. Someone who would see soon. His vision cleared as the pill began to work, and he looked down at the drawings spread out in front of him. He remembered sketching this particular image, his daughter riding a bike along the sidewalk outside their house. It hadn't been that long ago, only last fall, about the time the first leaves began to drop. The drawing was wrong, though, because the bike should be red. His right hand squeezed around the soft material of his daughter's sweater. He didn't remember picking it up, but there it was, bunched up in his hand, his index finger poking through the small collar. He raised her sweater to his nose and smelled. Nothing. He wasn't quite sure when his sense of smell deserted him, but knew it had been recently, probably in the past few days. She was disappearing, along with his senses, with his thoughts, his memories, as the insects feasted. Shuffling through the contents scattered over the top of the desk, he found the red marker and removed the cap. He carefully lowered the tip to the paper, aiming for the metal frame of the bike. He knew the shakes would come, and he anticipated them, his face hot with blood as the anxiety built beneath his flesh. The tip of the marker found the page, and his hand remained steady as he cautiously moved the felt side to side. Tears came as he colored the image, as his hand moved like it once did, sure and steady. Tears came and fell upon the picture, his daughter on her shiny, new bike. From the basement came a muffled cry, but he ignored it. He hated that girl for what she had done. Damaged, unable to see, useless. She would suffer for her sins. She would burn. The bike colored. He moved on to color her sweater, identical to the one he held in his hand. The red sweater. Always the red sweater. He colored the garment with the careful strokes he possessed in the time before all this, back when everything was right. Even the itch had gone. Not entirely, but lessened. And he told himself he wouldn't scratch at the incision anymore. He wouldn't risk reopening the wound. Another groan from the basement, this one louder than the last. The itch tingled, just for a second, not enough to require scratching. He wouldn't scratch at it. He finished with the sweater and retrieved the blue marker, going to work on the sky. The fall skies in Chicago were usually marked with gray, but this bike ride was a happy time, and happy times called for blue skies. He was so into his work. He didn't see the person cross the street through his window. He didn't see him approach his front door. He didn't notice him at all until he heard the knock, the heavy-handed knock downstairs. The incision itched as the insects scattered for cover on tiny little feet. Chapter 58. Porter. Day 3. 1:36 p.m.
I think she's done,
Sarah said, her fingers pressed to parted lips. You think? Porter let out a breath. Jane Doe stood there, her body frozen, the diary pressed between her palm and the window, the bang still reverberating through the room. Sarah started for the door.
Give me a second. Let me talk to her before you go back in.
Porter nodded, his eyes fixed on the woman on the other side of the glass. He knew she couldn't see him, but that didn't change the feeling that she was looking directly at him. Her eyes were filled with rage, dark and haunted, yet her breathing appeared measured. He couldn't get a read on her. Her heart could be racing, or possibly slow and steady. He imagined the latter. During the course of his career, he had encountered many people who could control their bodies, these physiological responses, to a certain extent, train themselves to remain calm when pressed with detrimental emotions. Their eyes, though. There was no such filter on the eyes. Sarah appeared on the other side of the glass, and Jane seemed not to notice her at first. She remained still. It wasn't until her attorney took a seat at the table that she finally turned. She crossed the room and sat beside Sarah, placing the book on the table. She leaned over and whispered in Sarah's ear. Sarah looked up at this, startled. Maybe the first time she had heard her client speak. She said something too low for him to hear in the return. then stood, and went to the camera controls in the far corner. Porter watched as she flicked 2 wall switches. The first disabled the video feed. The second shut down audio. The observation room became deathly quiet as Sarah looked toward him from the other side of the glass, her eyes landing a little to his left, unsure of his actual location, before she returned to her seat beside Jane Doe. The woman smiled at him then. Subtle, to be sure, but a smile nonetheless. Then she turned back to her attorney and leaned in close. Porter watched their lips move, a silent movie playing out before him, their hands and bodies telling a story he couldn't quite make out. Jane referred to the diary more than once, flipping to specific pages, her finger running along the text as she mouthed the words to the other. Through all this, Sarah Werner listened. She nodded. She shook her head. She frowned. She read parts of the diary as the other woman pointed them out. Porter wanted to pick up the chair, throw it through the glass, and climb into that room. He wanted that more than anything. Finally, nearly 30 minutes later, Sarah stood and left the room. Her client buried her face in her hands. The door to the observation room opened, and Sarah's head poked inside. Come on. She's willing to talk to you now. Porter realized his hands were trembling. The observation room couldn't be more than 65 degrees, yet a sweat had broken out on his brow. Are you all right? He nodded and started for the door. She led him around the corner, back to the interview room. The guard in the hallway had been replaced by another, younger, Hispanic. He eyed them with indifference before returning his gaze to an interesting spot on the floor. Porter entered the interview room and took the seat across from Jane again. Sarah sat beside her. The guard closed the door behind them. Jane slid the diary back across the table to Porter, her fingertips lingering on the black and white cover. This is not how it happened. He wasn't sure what he'd expected her voice to sound like. Harsh and authoritative, he supposed. It was anything but. The words slipped off her tongue with the smoothness of a bow on a violin. There was none of the anger he expected. She was calm, collected. He detected a slight southern accent. No. Her fingers left the diary. She folded them on the edge of the table. Her head tilted slightly to the left. Anson has always had a bit of an imagination, a leaning towards self-indulgence. Sarah sat quietly across the table from him, her eyes first on the diary, then on him. Porter